Want to see my rod? We're out here in south central Montana today at a brand new water body. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. We're out here after bucket list fish. I don't know if we'll get it. It's not really the right season for it, but this water body is known to produce some of the largest burbot in the state of Montana. 30 plus inch, 8+ pound. And there is one on the bottom right there. Other targets today are rainbow trout, brown trout, two different kinds of cutthroat trout. There's West Slope cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout. There's a whole myriad of things in here, but this is outside of a town called White Sulphur Springs in south central Montana. And I am stoked to be out here. I've been checking out this place for a year now, and I've just never made it out this way. Good morning, Carl. What's up, Yasin? Yeah, I remember you. How you doing, Yasin? Let's go. How you doing, Carl? Robert Thompson. Let's go, Rod. See you there, brother. All right, Robert. Good morning, Sebastian. Ayo, I lost my massive brown today. Hopefully you do better than I did. Seb, I just saw your post. That's a damn shame, my friend. But did look like you caught some cool fish, though. Billiard, good morning, good morning. Yasin, good, how are you? I am doing absolutely awesome. It's a little chilly out here today, and it was a shit show trying to find somewhere to park and camp last night. This water body is only 263 acres, so it's quite small. But as we pan around here, you will see that every little nook, cranny, and crevice that somebody can poke a trailer or tent into, they are. And yeah, we got here at about midnight last night. Pitch dark, trying to find somewhere to camp, and man, it was a nightmare. But good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on another episode of Want to See My Rod. We're out here for another marathon stream, sun up to sundown. We will be camping out here tonight again. So we are basically doing reconnaissance today during the daytime. We're trying to map this new water body as well as mark some potential areas for burbot. Not likely we will catch a burbot on the troll. So what I'm doing right now is mapping. Hopefully we can catch some trout. Oh, there's also Kokanee salmon in here as well. So hopefully we can catch a trout or a salmon while we're dinking around out here today. And I am marking, I've already marked a few potential spots for burbot. I'm marking them all the way on the bottom. They tend to be a bottom-dwelling creature. For those of you guys who are not familiar with burbot, it is the only species of freshwater cod, as far as I understand it. And they are bizarre looking. They're like a mix between an eel and a tadpole on steroids. I don't know, they're weird. Hopefully we can pull one out so you guys can see. No sound. Can somebody let me know, can you hear me? 50 good hours, it'll be 85. Yeah, it's supposed to be mid-80s today. Here. Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Give me a thumbs down if you can't hear me. Please let me know. Good morning, Rod. What's up, 88 North Outdoors? How you doing, my friend? Have a good day, Rod from New Jersey. Thank you, Kevin. Welcome to the stream. We're out here in south central Montana today. I've caught some monster burbot. Nice, Carl. Maybe you can teach me how to catch a frickin' burbot. I'm assuming we're gonna have to jig for them. So we're setting up to do some jigging either at dusk tonight or maybe even after dark. Looks like an eel with fins. Yeah, they're bizarre looking. Sound is good, thank you. Still sleepless, I hear you. I appreciate you still. Welcome to the stream. Les Nicholson, sounds good. Good morning, Les. Bill says the sound is fine. Awesome. Carl with the thumbs up, 88, can hear fine. Les, thumbs up. Dave, thumbs up. Using any cut bait. Right now, so we have 3 rods in the water right now. We do have a guest on the boat here today. She's been a little shy over there. You might get a glimpse of her from time to time today, but Mia is on the boat today. So we can use more than 2 rods today. We have 3 rods out currently. On the planer board rod here, we have a, I don't remember what's on that one. Let me think about that one for a minute. On our far back rod here is our gang troll. It is a Lure Jensen baby cowbell and hammered brass with our signature hand-tied worm harness rig, a double wedding ring or bridle set I like to call it, tipped with pink gulp maggots. On the rod behind us we are using a spade dodger in moonshine and orange, moonshine orange silver, followed by a pink, white, and kind of like a iridescent silver fly, and that one is tipped with night crawlers. There's a small crankboard on the planer board over here. It's oh god, I always forget what the hell it's called. It's a little white disc. They're kind of weird looking. Carl says, "Yay, company. Good morning, Mia." Carl says, "Good morning." She's over there half asleep still. About to get up and get this boat in the water, have a tournament tomorrow. Nice, Dave. What's your tournament for? Lake Superior has lots of them. That's a nighttime bite usually. Yeah, that's what I understand. I've never caught one before. I've seen people catch them during the day very infrequently. It's normally a cold water bite and a nighttime bite. So we're scoping for them, but there's some chunky ones in here. Unfortunately, I didn't get to the bait store in time to get cut bait, so we are going to be using night crawlers, worms. I stopped at Walmart because North 40 was closed and checked their bait section, and they had butter worms. They look like little caterpillars, so I got a container of them. I've never fished with them before, but we will probably try and catch a sucker or something tonight on shore. My friend just caught a monster PB pike, 107 centimeters, so that's over 40 inches. Nice, Yasin, that's chunky. Les Nicholson says good morning. Oh, there's Mia in chat. She says good morning. Miyazaki is who is on the boat, y'all. She's in chat. Got gifted about 12 different cowbells last weekend. Nice, Carl. Yeah, I have probably about half a dozen or so different cowbell setups, Ford fenders, stuff like that, lake trolls, gang trolls, pop trolls, so many different names for them depending on where you're at. On my boat, you could just go down to the cabin and lay down. Yeah, you got a much bigger boat than I do. Les, good luck today. Thank you, Les, I appreciate you. Catfish in Mississippi Pool 13. Nice, what kind of catfish? Are they channels, flathead? And are you bank fishing for them, or do you drag cut bait? They like cut bait and big white grub jig. Same as Laker jig. Oh, so yeah, I have these super glowy weighted jigs that I had bought for burbot and for lake trout. That was one of the things. Set a heading, hit autopilot, and go nap. Yeah, unfortunately this, damn it, Dave, I don't have a command for roaches yet. I will remember, I promise, Dave. Someday when you type that, it's gonna do something. Les says, hit that thumbs up, people. That's right. If you are enjoying the stream so far, don't forget to double tap that screen. It helps YouTube know that you're enjoying it, and it brings a few more people into the chat. And hey, you can always take it back later. But we're out here mapping. I have zero map for this water body, so we can't really use the autopilot as of yet. We're gonna do a few laps around and hopefully get enough cleared out that we can start using the autopilot. We need our Uber driver. It's my little inside joke to say hello. Don't make it a command. Dave, it's gonna do something someday, I promise. Good morning. I believe it's just a channel and flats, no blues where I live. Okay, here in Montana, Dave, we don't have flathead or blues. We have channel cat, yellow bullhead, black bullhead, and oh, what is that other little one called? I don't remember. I'll remember it. They're just itty bitties. There's some shit laying 50 foot at the bottom. I think that right there is probably our ling, our burbot. Oh, she's chilly out here this morning. Will somebody type .w? See if we can get a forecast or see what the current temperature is. It's got to be low 50s, high 40s right now. It feels chilly. 51 feels 48.8. Gusts 8 miles an hour. All right, yeah, a little chilly. Thank you guys. Fat Cats Fishing, welcome to the stream. Jeremiah Jackson, good morning, welcome to the stream. Same weather here, 50 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's chilly. We're marking fish sporadically. Again, I'm kind of all over the place. I'm cutting across the basin right now, and we're gonna do just kind of some concentric circles here, trying to map out a path. And ignore this bouncing rod in the front here that's got the planer board on it. What we're looking for there is the orange flag that you might not be able to see at the moment to start bouncing on it, or for the drag to start ripping. So ignore the bouncing, that's just our planer board bouncing through the water. Pool's 85. There you go, Carl. So how's everybody doing today? Happy Friday. For all you poor bastards who are stuck at work, it'll all be over soon. But we're going to be out here all day today. We are going to camp out tonight as well. We're going to try and stream and fish again tomorrow, although the wind forecast is quite sketchy for tomorrow, so we may not get a full stream in tomorrow, but we will try. I'm excited, y'all. There are two different kinds of cutthroat trout in here. I've only ever caught one cutthroat trout in my life. I caught one West Slope cutthroat trout. There's also Yellowstone cutthroat trout in here. And if anybody can tell me how the hell you tell apart a West Slope and a Yellowstone cutthroat, please type it in chat right now, because I have no clue. Dude, how is it that cold? Savannah, we are in south central Montana. We're at an elevation of somewhere around, it's either 5,300 or 5,800 feet. We're up in the mountains right now. We're in BFE. And up here in the mountains, it stays cold, especially in the mornings. It's supposed to warm up later on today. It'll be mid-80s, possibly higher today. We go from frigid to toasty. Once that sun comes out, it'll warm up. Tim Dow, good morning, Rod. I'm working. We'll see you later. All right, Tim. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping through. We'll be here all day, buddy. You SOB fishing again when I'm at work. Sorry, Sage. We get the fishing in when we can. But we'll be out here all day, Sage. We'll hopefully be out here tomorrow as well. Rod, my party chief, he's my boat guy, wants to know about your battery setup. 24 volt, right? Are they lithium? So we run 3 different batteries in the boat for our crank, our house, and our trolling motor. The trolling motor is the Lowrance Recon running at 24 volt, and it's running the Vader or Vatrier, I don't know how to pronounce it, 24 volt 200 amp hour lithium. Excellent battery so far. It's also got a built-in heater. In Montana, it does get quite cold in the fall and winter, so the built-in heater helps keep it from getting too cold and degrading the battery. For our house and crank battery, we're running a matched pair in the back with a ACR, an automatic charge relay that splits them and then combines them. Those are actually AGM batteries, so glass mat batteries. Those are the Optima Blue Top D27M, I believe, is the model on those. And those are 60 amp hour batteries. So we got a 60 amp hour AGM for our crank, and then we have a 60 amp hour AGM for our house battery that controls our lights, our graphs, the phones, etc. In fact, I can give you guys a little tour. Hopefully we can get the tour done before we get bit here. But there's our trolling motor. It's stowed right now, being as we're mapping right now. We don't have a map for this water body. So I primarily use it for autopilot, the contour following. But that guy is run to our 24 volt 200 amp hour Vader lithium. We have our fuse panel over here. Our Starlink Mini that we're using to power the stream is run off of actually lithium batteries here. We have a hot swappable, a custom setup here with 8 amp hour DeWalt batteries. Those give us about 5 to 6 hours of run time. And I can swap out one or the other of those without killing the stream. So pretty cool setup. And we are marking some fish down there all the way at the bottom. Those have got to be ling down there sitting on the bottom. All right. And then back here, these are our house battery, or crank battery, house battery. Got the ACR that combines them. There is our battery switch. We also are running solar panels, 50-watt solar panels on each side to help put some juice back into the system. And we're spinning in a circle here. And I just missed, somebody gifted some memberships. Was that you again, Tim? Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm jealous, no fishing for me this weekend. I'm on call for work. Ah, it sucks, Jeremiah. Yes, it was Tim. Let me see here. Tim Dow, 10 gifted memberships to the Rod Squad. Let's go, Tim. Good morning. Thank you for your continued support, Tim. Dave Hensel, James S.R. Trammell, Kapiti Coaster, The Monkers, Fucks Around Find Out, Cindy Blignot, Lil Peepee, Fishy Thing Squad, Just Toy Society, and Trident Prowler. Congratulations, you have 1 free month to the Rod Squad. You are part of the cool kids now. Enjoy. Courtesy of our good buddy there, Tim Dow 2091. Thank you, Tim. Les Nicholson with the fireworks. Today we've caught zip, zilch, nada. That's right, not yet. We're gonna catch something though, y'all hang on. Dalfo 3D Prints, welcome to the stream. Annie Matika, howdy, just subbed. I love to fish. Funny channel name had me hooked. Heck yeah, Annie, thank you for joining the stream today. I'm glad you like the channel name. You know, some people love it, some people, I get some pretty funny looks when people ask what my channel name is, but welcome to the channel. Appreciate the sub and support. 30 gifted last stream, and I still haven't gotten one. Carl, I've been on YouTube for years, and I have never actually won one of the gifted memberships in any channel I'm in, so you're not alone there, buddy. Braxton, no, we haven't caught anything yet. NFO, good morning. Sent the flow state, let's go. Good morning, NFO. Appreciate your support. Party Chief and I here, thanks for the electronics breakdown. He admires your setup, tight lines. Well, thanks, Dave. Yeah, it's a work in progress, but it's getting more and more polished. We're able to run for extended times and not have shit die on us, so it's working out pretty well. It's a whole lot of battery for a little 16-foot flat-bottom John, I'll tell you that much. I'm lucky in other things, so I'm good with it. There you go, Carl. Who's on the boat with you? NFO, we have Mia on the boat this morning. She's hiding out behind me back there. She might make an appearance on camera today. Y'all gotta convince her in chat here that y'all aren't gonna be mean, that you'll be nice to her. West Slope or more greenish gray with larger irregular spots. Greenish gray, larger irregular spots. Yellowstone are golden with widely distributed. So bigger irregular is the West Slope, more regular and golden. Let me screenshot that. Hold on a second. All right, we screenshotted that. Thank you, Budman. I will try and remember that. If you're around, if and when we catch one, I might defer to you for your expert opinion on what the hell we have on the end of our line. What country do you live in? We're in the United States, Nipa. This is South Central Montana. We're at Newlan Creek Reservoir. It is about 263 acres, and there are a myriad of different species in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout. Oh, and the rainbow trout that are in here, they stock 3 different strains. They recently, in the last decade, they started stocking Gerrard strain, which are known to produce trophy rainbows, 20+ pounds. So there's a potential for some really, really big rainbows today. Tiny Boat Nation King, that's right. Annie, we're in South Central Montana. We need to get her on camera reeling in a fish. First fish is hers, so we will see. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it pretty here? We're up just nestled in the foothills of the Little Belt Mountains here. Good morning, bud. What's up, Jacob School? Welcome, welcome. What's the plan catch for dinner? If we catch a small kokanee, we might do a fry on a kokanee. If we catch a small ling, we might cook up ling. If not, we have some cheddar sausages and some bacon and some eggs. We got some stuff to cook. Appreciate all those thumbs up, you guys. Welcome to the stream this morning. We are stoked to be out here. We're flying blind right now. We're mapping, and we are going a little bit fast for the target species. I'm gonna slow down just a tad. I missed my trolling motor already. What's up, Eddie Black? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we got here at midnight last night. We ended up poking in right next to the boat ramp on the most uneven camping spot imaginable. Oh, rocky and uneven, and Mia wasn't pleased. I think I slept for about 20 minutes before the alarm clock went off. I'm headed out to Montana at the end of the month to do some gold prospecting and sapphire hunting. Now I'm even more excited for Montana, seeing how beautiful. Pretty much anywhere you go in Montana is absolutely gorgeous, especially if you're in the mountainous areas. A lot of central Montana is plains, tundra. It's still pretty, but western Montana, or in the high woods, the little belts, anywhere in the mountains is just, postcard photo. But hell yeah, coming to dig up shiny shit. That's right up my alley. Catching fish and digging shiny shit. That's what I want to do when I retire. Where in Montana you planning to come, Annie? Welcome those just joining. We're out here trying to catch some fish. We've been in the water for about 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. No signs of life yet, other than pictures on our graph. We will get some here eventually. Peach Izzy, welcome to the stream. What do y'all think is gonna hit first? Do you think we're gonna get a rainbow, a brown, a kokanee? What do you guys think? Type in chat right now what you think our first catch will be, or do you think we're gonna get skunked? What do you think? What do you have out for lures? So we got on our far troll here, our down rod in the back is what we always run when we're fishing for trout, our Lure Jensen baby cowbell hammered brass with our hand-tied worm harness rig in pink, tipped with pink gulp maggots. On the other side is and that's on lead coralline out about 2 colors. On the other side, we are running a Spade Dodger moon jelly, silver, and fluorescent orange, followed by a pink, white, and silver fly. Yes, we're trolling with a fly. And that one's tipped with a night crawler. On our planer board rod here, we are running, I forget what the hell they're called. They're like a thin mint or a thin something or other, thin fish. Storm Thin Fin. We're running one of these on the other line. I haven't run one of these in a while, and I bought it for trout and kokanee. And I think we've only ever caught 1 trout off of them, so I ran it for the hell of it. Brown trout kind of are predators like a pike. Crankbaits, I think, are usually a pretty good go-to for brown. Now, I would imagine the west slope bite similar to a rainbow. How fast you trolling? Faster than the fish, Braxton? Something like that. We're doing about, we're a little fast right now. We're at 2.5. I'm trying to dial it back here. We're trolling with our outboard right now, so our speed is a little tough to keep slow. I just bumped it down. We're down to 1.9. Preferably we'd be going somewhere around 1.5, but until I get our trolling motor, till we get a little bit mapped, we're gonna 1.8 to 2.2 is probably gonna be our range. Frank says, Big Rod. Good morning, Frank. Braxton, that's funny. Faster than the fish. We do that sometimes, Braxton. We do that. If you want browns, they tend to hit body baits more often than spoon. What do you mean by a body bait? You mean crankbaits? But yeah, so that's what we're running is one crankbait. I don't have our other planer board rod out yet. I was going to put a little segmented Rapala in yellow perch on the other side. I just haven't gotten to it yet. 27 thumbs up, let's go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Oh, I'm so glad to be back out on the water again. Stoked for a weekend of fishing here. Thanks for coming and hanging out, y'all. Hopefully we can get some fish in the boat. I cannot believe how many frickin' people there are here. I've never fished this water body. There's not a whole lot on fish brain for this water body other than some really fat burbot that are, most of them were caught during the winter. Top 60 feet of water body, meaning crank, Rapala. Okay, body bait, crankbait. That's what I assumed you meant. That's nice, must be elevated. Yeah, we're at the, oh God, you know why we're not catching any fish, y'all? How could we forget? The most essential tool in any fisherman's tackle box, the fish whistle. Y'all, let's call in a fish here. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's get us some fish. Fish whistles away. Hold on. Hold on. We got technical difficulties here. Our fish whistle is clogged. There we go. We're going for the double fish whistle here this morning. Handed it back to Mia for some extra luck there. Pink and orange work here, okay. Pink and orange crankbait. Sorry, I don't mean to cough in y'all's ears. Carl, any particular crank you would recommend? We have all sorts of cranks. Do we want shad style? Do we want stick bait style? 2 inches, 3 inches, 5 inches, 7 inches. What do you think? What do you think would be the best for brown trout? I've only ever caught a few brown off a troll. Most of my brown trout that I've caught have been fishing from the shore, surprisingly or not. Wrap X 4 inch. Oh. Well, this is what I was gonna run. It's a jointed shad wrap 5. It's a shallow diver. It's got that dished bill on it. That's what I was gonna run on the other side to start out with. 12 inches, says Animals Tech. He wants us to throw out the gargantuan. I don't know if we'll catch a brown off of a 12-inch crank. Pink and orange has been hot here too. More on the orange lately. Okay, well this got a nice bright orange belly on this jointed shad. X-Wrap. I think I have some X-Wraps, but they're bigger ones. 5,000 foot, I'd say, gives you a cool day. Braxton, yeah, it's like 53, or if somebody reads the description of the chat, or of the live, I posted the elevation in there. It's either 5,300 or 5,800 foot. Can't hurt to try it. Holy, are there pike in there? Sage, unfortunately, no. There's rainbow trout, 3 different strains of rainbow trout, including Gerrard, which are known to produce trophy-sized rainbows. There are brown trout. There are 2 different kinds of cutthroat trout. There's West Slope and Yellowstone. There's brook trout. There's Kokanee salmon. And then there are, oh, fish on, fish on! Grab this, put it in the pole holder. Oh, fish off. Fish off, fish off. All right, well, that was on our lake troll there. Who'd have guessed it? Shoot. That was over 25 foot bottom doing 1.8 miles an hour. Oh, he's still on there. Mia, pick it up. Pick it up. All right, tighten your drag on the left here. No, tighten your drag. Clicker off, pull up, slowly crank. Feel him on there still? Oh yeah. He's on there, he's on there. We got fish on, y'all. What do you know? 60 seconds after the fish whistle, we get our first fish of the day. Slow and steady, keep the pressure on. Oh, did he? It's hard to tell with the lake troll. You kind of lose the feeling for him sometimes. Keep pressure on it. Can't tell if he's on there or not. No, I think it came off. Well, shoot, that was 2 bites in a very short time. Oh, careful! No, 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 no. Keep, stop. Point it out. When you bring it up like this, it starts swinging. Always try and keep it out, and then bring your rod back, and the line to you. All right, well, good first try. We have action. Yeah, we have me on the boat, y'all. That's all right. We missed our first fish, but we will. That was right in front of the damn boat dock. So let's. It stole our pink gulp maggot, so we're gonna throw another one on here. But this is what we're running out here today, guys. This is our hammered brass lake troll, followed by a snubber, about a 18-inch leader, and our hand-tied double wedding ring here. But there we go. We had our first action of the morning. We did lose it, but that's all right. We'll get the next one. And we are spinning in a circle here, trying to drop everything on the ground. That's awesome. Our planer board's just hanging out next to us over here, waiting for us. We got a little turned around, but that's okay. Good morning, Tink Tink. You don't need the snubber on that rig. Yes, Carl, we absolutely do. The lake troll creates a whole bunch of drag, and I experimented with it and without it. We lose 3 fish for every 1 that we catch without the snubber, and I'm closer to losing 1 fish for every 4 now. So we lose about 25% of them now. So yes, the snubber is absolutely helpful. I'm running lead core straight braid, if you were running fluorocarbon or mono, you wouldn't need the snubber. If you had a super springy pole, you probably wouldn't need the snubber. We're using a medium strength, moderate fast action. It's got a fairly decent backbone to it. But without the snubber, we lose fish. We catch about 25% of what ends up on the line. Thanks for the guest membership. Dave, yeah, that came from Ted. Rod has company, hired help. It's Mia in the back of the boat. You guys see her in chat here all the time. Miyazaki. Fishing Extreme, good morning, welcome to the stream. 30 feet from the boat, that was 2 colors out, so 60 feet from the boat. Lost a 12-pound brown on, oh, that's what you, dang, that's a fat brown. Light in the leaders. Yeah, we're still running, well, I tie up all my worm harness rigs with 30-pound test because most of the waters that I fish in, we're fishing, there are pike in there, and they bite them off. Hope it's not an underwear. Owner, thanks for the guest membership. Does this mean you're gonna get her tacos for dinner tonight? That's the plan, Stan. You don't need the snubber, I read that. Rod loves his snubbers. I'd prefer not using them, but yeah, especially with that lake troll. The problem is it creates so much drag. It gives them like a fixed point to fight off of, real close to the lure. You want it. When you're running lake trolls, I would highly recommend running a snubber behind it. Good morning, Rod. What's up, Marcelo? Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Redacted. I use them for dipsies and sometimes flasher fly. Okay. Yeah, both of which create a ton of drag as well. Carl, are you running lead or are you running braid? See, I run braid on everything, either straight braid or lead core, which is braid with a lead core. So there's no stretch to any of my lines. From Tim, not Ted, sorry. My brain's, blame the fish whistle. Tim Dow, yes. Bruce Lee, your lips out of sync. Thank you, Carl, let me fix that. I run lead backed with mono. Okay, so you put top shot on it. That's your snubber. Do you do like 50 foot of top shot of mono? No, Lake Erie Lee, I've never fished here before. Concept, good morning. Mono leaders. All right, karate, kung fu dub mode should be disengaged. We're back to mouth matching sound. Mono leaders, good morning. Yeah, so Carl, if you're running top shot, and a lot of people will run 40, 50, sometimes 100 foot of mono or fluoro top shot on their reels, that basically acts as your snubber. I don't. I used to tie it up like that, and I got so sick of it. Didn't matter how well I tied my knot between the two lines, it always ended up, doesn't get stuck, but you always feel it going through the eye, and every once in a while you'll have to make an extra crank because it doesn't want to go through all the way. We're back, yes. Yep. All right, now I'm trying to here do concentric passes here to mark the map a little bit better. But no, Lake Erie, I've never fished here before. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. It's in south central Montana. It's just outside of a town called Whitefish, Montana. When I was younger, I used to snowboard right up in here, Showdown Ski Resort. So I've been up in this area a ton in my life, but I've never been to this water body. I've been scoping it out and reading about it for the past year. I've just never actually come up here. Hope you're having a head shaking good morning. Thanks, Born22. We've had one on the line so far. We lost it just a little bit before it got to the back of the boat. Say what?
That one put out the worm?
No, pink goat maggot. The one next to you is the flasher fly, or excuse me, the dodger fly with the worm. Is this place a far drive for you? It's about a 2-hour drive. It's not super far. I think it's about 90 miles. But most of it's 2-lane, twisty, windy mountain roads. Just subscribed, all because the title of your channel, I love fishing. Heck yeah, Horseman, I appreciate you joining the stream and supporting the channel. I'm glad you like the name. We're out here having fun being goofballs. Anybody who laughs at that name is my kind of people, so. Welcome, welcome. Do you fish every day? OGDM, I wish. No, I still have a full-time job, so I work a normal job, though I do work remotely and I work from home, and I have for the past decade. I usually try to fish at least once a week, and when the weather is nice, usually 2 to 3 times a week if I can help it. But yeah, our priority out here today is to map and mark where we can potentially find some burbot. This water body is known to produce some quite large specimens of burbot, 30 plus inches, 8 plus pounds. So some true trophy sized burbot. I've never caught one. It's been a bucket list fish for me. I've seen so many people growing up and living around here catch them. I have never actually got one in the boat. One of our previous streams, I was just talking to my mom about it last night. She was saying, oh, you caught one of those once. And I was like, no, I've never actually caught one. And she reminded me that we did on one of our streams. Oh, that was Loma, when we were fishing for sturgeon and catfish. I had one on the line. We had it almost to the bank, and it jumped off. So I've had one on the line. I've never put one in the boat or got one in the net. So that's one of our goals this weekend, is to catch our first burbot. But they typically, from what I understand, are a nighttime bite, usually. And oftentimes a fall and winter bite is when more people catch them. Though you can catch them any time of the year. How you doing? Crackit, we're doing awesome. We're out here fishing, my friend. Ted, welcome back. Sneaking in for a little bit there. We just had our first bite, Ted. We didn't get it in the boat, though. Alex Wynn, welcome to the stream. NM Fishing, New Mexico Fishing, welcome to the stream. I love burbot, delicious fish. My PB is just over 5.5 pounds. Very nice. Do you recall how long that was? 5.5 pounds. That's a good sized burbot. Alex Wynn, have you caught anything yet? Alex, we just missed our first bite probably 10 minutes ago. It was on our down rod in the back here. We're running 2 colors of lead core out, hammered brass, Lure Jensen baby cowbell is what it's called. It's a lake troll. It's 4 concentric Colorado blades. Wow, we are going way too slow, 1.1 miles an hour. Let me bump up our speed a little bit. We got the wind in our face. With our hand-tied worm harness rig, it's called a wedding ring, or I tie it with 2 wedding rings. I call it a bridal set, tipped with pink gulp maggots. It's one of our most productive trout lures at almost any water body we've fished in the past year. But that's what we got bit off of. We're running a small crank off our planer board on this side. It's called a thin fish in white with a pink bill. And on the other side, we're running a Dodger fly combo. Moon jelly and fluorescent orange. And the fly is tipped with a night crawler, pink and white. Didn't measure it, okay. Warm greetings from Germany, friend. What's up, Joel Halsey? We're here in United States. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. At least you caught one. Yeah, we got our first action of the day. We blew the old fish whistle and got smacked. So there is life in here. We are marking some fish. But I am trying to get a little bit mapped here so we can put our Lowrance Recon in the water and do some contour following. We got to make a few passes here to get some solid contours marked. But yeah, for those of you guys joining, we are in south central Montana today. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. We're out here fishing for trout, 3 different kinds of trout, kokanee salmon, and at some point today we're gonna stop and try and do some jigging for some burbot. We're marking spots right now on the map that look like they're potentially burbot. NFO, I remember you from Sleepless's stream. Yeah, NFO's in quite a few of the fishing streams. Good peeps. 44 thumbs up, let's go, y'all. Anybody got plans to go out fishing today or this weekend? We're gonna be out here for a marathon stream here today, sun up to sundown. We will probably do some night fishing tonight as well. And then we are gonna be out on the water. We're camping here tonight, and we're gonna be out on the water again tomorrow morning. What state are you in? Yeah, we're in south central Montana. Thank you, Redacted. Catch and cook. Concept, yeah, if we could catch, I don't like trout. I don't prefer eating trout. If we can catch a small kokanee salmon, we might do a catch and cook tonight. Trout tacos. No, I've never eaten West Slope, but rainbow really are not my thing. I don't particularly care for them. That's probably a burbot right there, 35 foot sitting on the bottom. Mark that guy for later. Oh shit. Oh, let's not do that. 27 foot bottom. Flag this guy. But yeah, so there's, I've never caught a burbot before. I've never caught a Yellowstone cutthroat trout before. So there's 2 different species in here that are on the menu to add to our new species list. And I've only ever caught a West Slope cutthroat trout once. So we have good potential for some new species today. Chase, good morning, Rod. How's the fishing going? Where are you at today? Chase, we've been in the water for about 45 minutes, and we've had 1 bite so far, just in front of the dock on the other side. But we are at Newlan Creek Reservoir in south central Montana, targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, and cutthroat trout, as well as kokanee salmon and burbot, ling, freshwater cod. There's a lot of different names for it. Caught 22 nice size bluegill, a couple of 9-10 inches, and released several small ones. Nice, PA. I've never caught a bluegill that big. All of the ones that I catch around here are like 4 to 6 inches max. 12-inch rainbows aren't bad if you fillet them. Big girls are really fishy though. So you gotta eat the babies, huh, Sage? You're not gonna catch a burbot trolling. Yeah, we're mapping right now and marking potential spots to come back and jig for the burbot. Maron Martina, welcome to the stream. What are you laughing at, Maron? Yeah, we've marked a few spots already that look like nice rocky bottom, that there were one or more big fish hanging out right on the bottom in those rocks. And those are almost certainly the burbot, sitting down anywhere between 35-foot bottom and 50-foot bottom is where we've been marking them. This water body does get to be about 90 foot in the deepest part of the basin. It's a fairly small water body. It's only 263 acres, though it's about, I think, a little over a mile long. Michael Casper, welcome to the stream. We're marking some decent fish between 10 and 20 foot. Also down at 50 foot, 50 to 60 foot. We're over pretty deep bottom right here, 63-foot bottom. So we're marking fish all over in the water column. Those down on the bottom are more than likely either Kokanee salmon or burbot. They're looking fairly small marks, but they are marking. Let me increase our sensitivity here a little bit. There we go, that's better. You should put in other rod, please. Alex, yes, here in a few minutes I will. PV burbot, I've never caught one before. This water body is known to produce 30+ inch, 8+ pound burbot. It's on my bucket list, and they are supposedly fairly plentiful in here as well. So we do have a good potential for getting one. Although again, we're trolling right now, we're mapping, we're marking. I've never fished this water body before. So we are gonna come back at dusk or during the evening to some of these spots that we're marking to try and jig for them. Any of y'all ever jigged and caught a burbot during daylight hours? I know I've seen people pull them in very infrequently from the shore during the day, but I've always kind of chalked those up to be flukes rather than normal behavior for a burbot. But if y'all go to Fishbrain, the app, and search for Newlan, Newlan, Reservoir, Montana, you can check out the fish that have been caught here, and there are some absolute monster burbot posted on there. Most of them, granted, were caught during winter months through the ice. But I believe that if we can find them and get a couple of good spots to jig for them later tonight, I think we still have a fairly good chance of pulling one or more out of them out of here. Dang, these fish are deep. 50, 60, 65 foot over 70 foot bottom. Those gotta be Kokanee down there. We might have to bust out one of my fat snap weights here. Or a Dipsy diver. We're marking good fish though at, I'll give you guys a quick poke at the graph here. So we're marking some decent fish. I got fish in the top, 30 foot of the water column, and some closer to bottom. Well, we're running our side scan here, down scan, but we're just mapping here. We have not, we've never fished here before, and I don't have a downloaded map for here, so we are building our own map with CMap Genesis on our Lowrance HDS 10 Pro. Yeah, this water body is much clearer than Pishkin, Sage. Pishkin was just cloudy everywhere. There was bullshit everywhere. You can see them fish on the side scan. They're right below us. Kind of see them up in there. But nothing real fat yet. Hey, back on the bayou, welcome to the stream. Love greetings from Germany. Welcome back, Joe Halsey. Yes, fishing for bass. I caught burbot during the day. Oh yeah, Ted? Fishing for bass, huh? Catching them shallow from the shore? What time of the year? Yo, what's good, Rod? Hey, Aaron Hughes, welcome to the stream. Refresh my memory on feeding instructions. Mom, yeah, I totally forgot to talk to you about that. They normally eat 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., though anywhere around there works. If you go into the house, go upstairs, go into my bedroom, and up in the closet is the food container. There's 3 plates out in the living room area, kind of over by where Roomba is. Put a fair amount, don't fill the whole plate, but put a decent amount in all 3 plates. Do those first, then go back into the bedroom, and Kitty Bean will follow you. And right near my computer, near my desk, she's got her own little ceramic food dish. Put food in there for her. You might have to talk to her and coax her into eating. You might also have to fight off 2 or 3 other cats that are in there trying to eat out of her dish instead of theirs. If she won't eat, don't worry about it. Just wander away and come back to her. Then go downstairs and you gotta feed Fred and Splotchy. And there's two plates down there, one for each of them. But thank you, Mom. I meant to text or call you about that. Aaron, any luck this morning? We've had 1 bite over by the boat ramp. We're marking decent fish almost everywhere we are going, but have not had a whole lot of bite action as of yet. We are going to need to, I think, swap out our planer board, or this crankbait, for something else in a moment here. Hi, Rod's mom. Yeah, Tracy is Rod's mom. She's watching the kiddo and on cat duty for us. So everybody drop a dub in chat for Tracy. For Rod's mom, she's awesome. She is the reason that we're able to be out here today fishing. Cats are interesting critters. They are weird little bastards. They really are. They all have such different personalities and they're so goddamn temperamental. I love them to death, though. Cricket Plays, welcome to the stream. Got dubs in the chat. There we go. How many cats is she feeding? 30? Mine is fucking Welby. We have 6 indoor cats that live upstairs, and then this past winter I took in 2 stray feral cats. Our winters are just brutal and they're out there. Most of the cats that live outside in the winter there, if they can make it through the winter, a lot of them do die. It just gets so cold. They get frostbitten, they lose the tips of their ears, tips of their tails. It's just miserable out there. I mean, when it gets negative 30 degrees below and colder, that's just not where they belong. But yeah, so we have 6 indoor cats. and 2 strays that I've been feeding from outside. So 8 cats total, which on most days is about 8 cats too many. But what are you gonna do? Temperature 51, feels like 48.9, gusts to 8. Marcello says, hello, Mama Rod. I was thinking about going later, but it's hot as shit here, man. Aaron, so many of the places around you, it's supposed to get toasty here, 85 degrees or so, but we're way up in the mountains. We're over 5,000 feet right now, 5,300, 5,800, somewhere around there. So it's much cooler up here in the mountains than it is at lower elevation. I was looking at some places. Billings, Montana is supposed to get up to 114 or 119 degrees, depending on which forecast you look at this weekend. It's gonna get toasty. So I feel y'all that are out there roasting your balls off on the East Coast. We're starting to get some of it over here on the West Coast as well. All right, we got fish all over the damn place. What gives here? What do you want from me? I'm seeing a lot of shit way deeper than I expected. We'll run shallow for probably the first couple hours here, and then we'll start moving deeper. We're out here, for those of you guys joining, we're out here for Sunup to Sundown Marathon stream. So get comfy, grab a beer, grab some potato chips, grab a coffee, whatever it is. Get comfy and enjoy the beautiful Montana scenery here of Newlan Creek Reservoir, south central Montana. We're here in the Little Belt Mountains, chasing a bunch of different species. There's 4 or 5 different types of trout in here. 4 different. 5 different there's 5 different kinds of trout in here. And at least 3 different strains of rainbows. There's also Kokanee salmon and Burbot. So we're stoked to be fishing here today. I've never fished it before. We might get our butts kicked here. We've had 1 bite so far though, so I'm not losing hope. We'll be here. We'll figure them out. Today's supposed to be 88, but heat index is 103. Dang, Aaron, toasty. And I feel like I've lit this cigarette like 10 times in the last 20 minutes. And I don't think I've gotten an actual good drag off of it yet. I have a snake and a pancake. Did y'all see that video that SoCal posted the other day when he was out in the boat? There's a goddamn, I think it was an eastern diamondback rattler, something like that, floating around in the damn lake next to him. No snakes in the boat, please. No snakes in the boat. Oh God, that sun needs to warm things up a little bit here. It's chilly. Real Outdoors 42, welcome to the stream. Smoking a pancake, that makes a little more sense. Smoking a pancake, smoking a pancake. Like snaking a pancake. What's this bro on? What's bro on about over here? That's why I dip, man. I haven't touched a cig in 4 years. That's good, Aaron. I can't do the dip. I've tried dipping. I don't know if I swallow too much spit. I don't know how you don't swallow spit while you're chewing. I mean, I know you spit most of it out, but you gotta swallow from time to time, but it just gives me a gut ache. My gut just, I can't do it. That shit burns, man. Your lip frickin' is on fire. Every time I've ever dipped, everybody gives me shit the whole time. Oh, you pussy. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. It burns, and my gut hurts. The only time I do now is like if I'm at a concert, I'm gonna be trapped indoors with no, smoke stocking area for a length of time. I've tried those Zinn pouches, and again, they give me a gut ache, but not as bad. And again, they're in the pouches, so you don't get loose tobacco all over in your mouth. I'm gonna check our flasher fly here real quick. We did bottom out earlier on it. I just want to make sure we didn't pick up some trash. Lose our worm. Will you grab another half a crawler out? Oh shit, we're doing the swirlies here. God, we need to get the trolling motor on. All right, so this is what we're running on the rod off cam. It's a Moon Jelly Spade Dodger with a fluorescent orange flame going down it. A leader to a pink fly, pink and white. And we're tipping it with half a night crawler. Oh, good God. We're about to run into our planer board. Hold this for a second. I'm making a mess here, guys. Hold on. A real big mess. Shoot. Real big mess. All right, let's just kill it for a sec here. All right, the shit show has begun here, guys. We have our first tangly. Not too bad, but definitely not what we're trying to do out here today. All right. So we're gonna make this a little easier on ourselves. We're gonna take off our snubber and lure. All right, I got turned around. I was trying to bring in that other rod. We got spoiled the last couple of streams with our recon and autopilot. I'm back to sucking at driving again. But again, that is part of trolling in a flat bottom John boat and using a jet outboard as your motor. All right, one more and we are out, we are free. All right. And we're all around our outboard in the back here. That's awesome. Sweet. Good Lord. All right. We are back in action. That wasn't too bad. And we are over a bunch of fish right here. Good spot. Supposed to, oh, I know, ooh. We got a little squirrely there, it happens sometimes. Good morning, Justin. Ever loving outdoors, this guy makes me nervous. You know, sometimes we're out here getting our lures stuck in trees. We're doing death rolls in the middle of the lake. It happens. We got a life jacket for everybody on board though. You guys are fine. Connection getting spotty, or is it me? Can't get over how much. Oh, we're getting low voltage. That doesn't make sense. Is the connection decent for everybody, or is it just Bill that's having issues? Kaba Bali, this. What's up, Kaba? Been dipping since I was 12. I quit smoking 10 years ago. Nice, ever-loving outdoors. Congratulations. Saw some kind of ocean snake the other day. We moved our fishing position. I don't fuck with snakes. You can have it. It's your spot, buddy. All right, let's get this. No, we're snapped on here. Let me fix this. We should swap this out, but we're just gonna get the board reset here. Ouch. God, my fingers can't pinch this shit. There we go. Lower our troll down a little bit. Who's smoking pancakes? Not me, not me. All right. Planer board reset. Try not to death roll again here. Let's get our snubber back on this rod. Do you want to try baiting that one? Did I get the bait on there? All right, well, you can let it out. So pick it up, hold it in your hand. Lift from the front. There you go. All right, so you're gonna put your thumb on the, put your thumb there. Clicker off, open your bail. This is your bail. Point the pole towards the back and let your thumb off a little bit. It should start feeding out. Slowly let it feed out, and you're gonna let it out to about 75 foot. Just go straight. You're giving me anxiety. We're trying to, have you ever tried trolling with a jet outboard and a flat bottom john? It's not as easy as a prop. Did you check out the community page posts? I've scanned through them. I didn't have a chance to respond to anything. Is it out 75? Okay, so back, it goes back in first and then the front. No. Back in. The back in, and then set it down. Put your clicker on, pull on it, and set your, you want it, feel how it is. It's about where you want it. All right, we're just gonna reset here, guys. And we're gonna get our trolling motor in the water here shortly. I almost have enough mapped over here to kind of do some trolling motor stuff. Thank you. Yes, if you could hop up there. Keep spinning left. All right, we'll let this feed out for a little bit. Straighten up, we're trying, sorry. But the girl on the wheel, she did, she just hopped on. I didn't even have to ask her. Lake Erie Lee, yeah, Miyazaki's on the boat today. CT, welcome to the stream. Welcome everybody, I appreciate those thumbs up. Sorry, we just had a bit of a snafu there. We got all tangled up. It's fun. All right. I'm gonna let it out to about, let's try 90 foot out. 3 colors. All right. Thank you. No butts in the lake? No, I got a pocket full of them. We, anytime I twist the cherry into the water and then I carry a pocket full of them until I hit the trash can. Awesome, hi Mia. So 4 rods now, does that mean double the amount of fish caught now? Maybe, Lee. Or twice the amount of tangles. We have 3 out right now. We have 1 planer board and 2 back rods. I have not yet deployed our 4th planer board rod. I'm waiting until we get the trolling motor in the water, which I should get it prepped here, honestly. We just don't have a map here yet, so. We'll get that in the water here shortly. Ram Kumar, welcome to the stream. Thanks for keeping Montana clean, great content. I appreciate you, Montana Southern Soul. We leave the lake cleaner than when we got here usually. I'm always picking up trash and bringing it with. It disgusts me the amount of disrespect people have for our outdoor camping and fishing spots and just nature in general. Find a trash can, people. It's not that hard. And if you're out fishing, I know it ain't your trash, but pick up a few pieces. Every little bit helps. Jack, right on. Thank you, pal. How you doing today, Jack? Where are you from, Montana Southern Soul? Where about in Montana? Rod's a proper outdoor steward. I try. We try to be as respectful and as humane as possible while we're out here fishing. I enjoy it, and I would like for generations to come to be able to enjoy the same privileges that we have. Hauser, Holter, or Canyon Ferry this AM? Ed, we're actually at a brand new water body today. I've never fished it before. We are at Newlan Creek Reservoir, and there's a deer walking the shoreline over here in front of all the campers. I don't know if I could show it to you or not. There was one poking around outside the tent last night. Every time I tried to, just about to doze off, I heard him rustling through the grass next to me. I don't know if you guys can see him over there. Where the fuck is he? Somewhere over on the shoreline. Oh. Is that him? I can't tell. We'll get a little bit closer. Let's try not to get snagged up here. Can't tell if it's a pretty sure it's a muley. Oh shit. Wrong way. Sorry guys. Denver tapping in. What's up, Denver Maid? How you doing, buddy? Mark it on your map for hunting season. Oh, there's deer everywhere around here. If I wanted to fill a deer tag, I could. They live in my backyard. I could go outside and strangle one. We got a whole herd of whitetails that lives in my backyard, or that passes through my backyard every day. What's up, Rob? How you doing? Is it junk? There we go. Oh, there was a fish that just jumped. He's just living life. Oh, starting to trot away. He's just running right in front of all the campsites over here. No fucks were given by this deer today. All right, let's put the phone down so we don't crash the boat again. All right, gonna fix my mic, be right back, man. All right, mic should be fixed. We're gonna move in a little closer to shore here. Honestly, I think I've been marking more fish out deeper over the basin, though our one bite has come in 25 foot of water. Man, prep the trolling motor. How deep are we fishing and what are you targeting? Justin, so I have not, this water body is brand new to me. I don't have a map for it yet. We will be putting the trolling motor down here momentarily. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir in south central Montana. It's about 263 acres. We're at about 53 or 5,800 feet in elevation. We're up here in the Little Belt Mountains. But we're up here today targeting rainbow trout. They stock it with 3 different strains of rainbow trout, including Gerrard rainbows, which are a strain known to produce trophy-sized trout, 20-plus pound rainbows. We are also targeting brown trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, West Slope cutthroat trout. There's brook trout in here, but I never catch brook trout, so those ones aren't really in our target list. They stock Kokanee salmon here, as well as this water body produces some of the largest freshwater cod, ling, Burbot, in the state of Montana. 30-plus inches, 8-plus pounds, very good-sized Burbot. We're almost certainly not going to catch a Burbot on troll. Any of those other species, though, are on the menu. We are looking, though, for some rocky bottom and some bottom-dwelling fish. I've marked 3 spots now that had some clusters of what looked to be big fish in deeper water all the way on the bottom on rocky terrain. Quite likely to be Burbot, and we will come back probably at dusk or after dark tonight to try to target those. Love to see a Burbot. They've been extinct in English waters for decades. Really weird. Yeah, I've never caught one. They're on my bucket list, and we are over 25-foot bottom right now. A little shallower than what I was expecting. Yeah, I would love to catch one today, or tomorrow, or tonight. They're a bucket list fish for me. I've had one almost in the net, but didn't quite make it to the net. So we still have not officially caught a Burbot yet, but we're back at it trying again. They are an absolutely bizarre and unique looking freshwater fish. They're like if a tadpole mated with a snake and then took steroids. I don't know, they're crazy looking. They're cool, and they're supposedly really good eating too. If we catch a smaller one, we may throw it on the stringer. See, like this right here is probably a Burbot. We just came down off of a shelf into 35-foot bottom. That big guy sitting on bottom right there is more than likely a Burbot. So they're in here. Where are you at now, big dog? Is that the same place? In Oregon? Rich? No, we're in south central Montana today. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir, just outside of a town called White Sulphur Springs. We're out here targeting 4-5 different kinds of trout, kokanee salmon, and at some point we will stop and do some jigging for Burbot. Trout are also good eating. Sage, I've only ever tried rainbow trout. I mean, I don't really care for them. Of all of the fish species that I've tasted here in Montana, they were, I would say, probably some of the gamiest. A lot of people love trout, though. Never fished Newlan, got to work all weekend, so no fishing for me. Tiber has ling up the ass. I fished for him at Miller's Bottom through the ice. Yeah, Tiber, I haven't figured Tiber out yet. Tiber kicks my butt every time I go there. I almost went there today, but the gusts were just too crazy both today and tomorrow. And I didn't feel like chancing it. Of all the different places in central and western Montana that I checked out, the wind forecast looked the best for here. Today it should be, there's gonna be moderate gusts. Tomorrow afternoon it's still gonna get sketchy. We might get blown off the water again tomorrow. I would love to learn how to fish for, or fish Tiber. Tiber has just big fish, period. Every species that's in that water body gets freaking gigantic. They call them Burbot, poor man's lobster. Yep, Justin, I've heard them referred to as that before. Everybody tells me they're absolutely delicious to eat. Richard, how's it going? Any luck yet? We've been on the water for almost 90 minutes. We've had one bite. We're coming right back up where our previous bite was. So maybe we'll luck out. Maybe we'll get another one on the road here. I think it's about time to swap out this crankbait on the planer board for something new. We are also going to, after we get past the boat launch here, I think I'm going to drop our trolling motor and engage autopilot. Yeah, so ling is technically not a burbot. People often call them ling though, ling. Ling is not technically a burbot. That's just, most people around here call them ling. And a lot of places all over the world will refer to them as ling, even though there is technically another fish called ling that is not burbot. Don't ask me why or how that is the case, but that is the case. I heard that the larger the trout, the fishier it tastes. Any truth to that? Rosalie, yes, absolutely. And that's in general, almost any fish species. The larger it is, the older it is, the fishier tasting they tend to be. And also, bigger fish, older fish tend to have a softer texture to them. They don't have the firmness that the younger ones do. And the older ones also contain a lot more heavy metals and toxins in them. BCPs, BC, the plastics, the garbage, the bad stuff. So yeah, preferably if you're gonna be harvesting fish to eat, you wanna try and stay on the smaller side. They taste better. The texture's better, and they have less toxins in them. Isn't it going to be hot there today? David, yes, mid 80s, mid to high 80s here today, I think. Tomorrow, even warmer. The sun is finally starting to warm things up a bit. It's still chilling somewhere around 50 degrees, though. My opinion is the larger fish should be left as breeders. I agree, Redacted. I mean, if you're not eating, if you don't eat fish very often and you eat in very small portions, the larger fish technically aren't that bad for you. You just don't want to eat them often or in large portions. But the smaller ones are better in every metric, so it's better to just harvest the small ones. Just east of you is going to be over 100 and 106 tomorrow. David, Billings, which is a little bit further east, is supposed to be 114 or 119. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, these are burbot down here. 100%. Yeah, so we're on a gradual drop right before a shelf. Yeah, these are burbot. So we're marking for later. We're gonna come back and try jigging for these damn things. Just East U's gonna be over. I read that. Scrounged 1 meal of walleye in 3 days last week. Ate them last night. Nice, David. Yeah, I haven't harvested any walleye yet this year. We've harvested 3 northern pike. That's all we've harvested so far this year, is just 3 pike. We've thrown back all I think we've caught 3 walleye so far this year. We haven't caught very many walleye this year. And out of the 100 or so trout we've caught this year, we haven't kept any. And I think we're up to 4 or 5 kokanee salmon so far this year. And we haven't kept any of those either. We didn't keep any of our catfish. Like I said, I've said it a billion times, pike are typically my favorite fish to consume, to harvest. Bite was way off where we camped. That stinks. Yeah, I don't know how the bite's gonna be here today. This is a brand new water body for me. I just know that there is a wide array of trout. There's also kokanee, and there's really, really fat burbot. And the main reason I'm here today is the burbot, and also the potential for trophy rainbow trout. They stock Gerrard rainbow trout in here, which are known to be quite aggressive, as well as grow to be of truly trophy size, 20 plus pounds. I'm headed for black sea bass today. Interesting. Do you troll for them, or do you cast, or do you jig? How are you catching black sea bass? Is that a buoy or a huge bobber? Richard, it is called a planer board. So I have one here. I haven't deployed the 4th pole yet, which I really should. So it's a planer board. You have, this is called a tattle flag. So when the fish bites on it, your tattle flag will go down or it will bounce. This is a permanent clip. This stays clipped to your line and doesn't come off. This one is just a friction clip. It holds it until you get a good bite on it and it pulls it free, and then the planer board will come back towards the center of the boat. But the purpose of this is it trolls on the side of your boat, and it planes the lure out away from your boat. So when you're running more than 2 poles, it allows you to run a spread of poles. You can, depending on how much line you let out, you can control how far away from the boat the rod goes. It helps keep you from getting tangled. All right, let's get Can you come drive for a sec here, Mia? Try and keep, you see where the dark blue and the light blue meet here? Try and follow along that edge, somewhere over there. We're gonna get the trolling motor deployed here, you guys. Give me a second. Maybe they don't like my outboard. We'll see if maybe that's why we're not getting bit. All right. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we're the black arrow down here.
Okay.
That thing is just showing our direction. So we're actually the tip of that. Deep jig. The float on the rock. Oh, the bobber? Yeah, that's a giant bobber. Sorry. That was rigged from the last trip that we had out. Cool, you have a partner today. Yeah, Miyazaki, who you see in chat here in a lot of the stream. She's on the boat here with us today. All right, so we're gonna get our contour following set up here. Depth routing, we're gonna do, let's try min depth, 30 foot, oops, not 300 foot, 030. Max depth, 033. Unable to find enough depth information. Damn it, we still need to open up more ground here. 34. Let's change the depth a little bit. Min depth, 035. 038. That's still not enough. All right, so we will do instead, let's just do course lock. Good morning here, Fishy Fishy. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Wiggles Factor. How you doing, my friend? Mia is a champ. That's right. Absolutely. All right, so we're gonna bump it to 1.5 miles an hour, and we're just gonna kind of course lock here for a little bit. Slippery hand, where's your rod? You are seeing two of them in all their glory. We're running the Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. The first rod here is got straight braid on it and a planer board run out to the side. The back rod is running lead core line. And is run straight out the back of the boat. Hey Rod, I'm back in the stream like always. What's up, Logan Outdoors? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. The Ever Loving Outdoors. What's your speed? We're starting at 1.5 miles an hour right now. And we'll bump it up from there. The one bite that we had a little bit earlier, we were doing about 1.8 miles an hour. Trout will hit at a variety of different speeds in my experience. So will the Kokanee. So normally I start slower in the morning and we'll bump it up. And if we don't get bit up to about 2.5, we'll bump it back down again and start cranking up. Big heat wave coming from Montana, bro. JR, I know it's gonna get real toasty out tomorrow. Today shouldn't be too bad. If you have any questions for Burbot, I'm the Burbot God, just let me know. I'll be here in the stream. Logan, absolutely, yeah, so I don't know a whole lot about bourbon. The plan is for today, this is a brand new water body. I don't have anything mapped or marked here yet, so we are mapping right now and fishing for the trout and the kokanee. I've marked a handful of spots. I'm assuming that the Burbot, everything I've always heard about them is that they're a bottom dweller. They're gonna be almost always on bottom or just suspended off a bottom. Rocky areas tend to be kind of like a walleye. Oftentimes you fish them like a walleye. Other than we're probably not gonna catch them trolling, we're probably gonna have to stop and jig for them. But I've got a handful of glow-in-the-dark jigs, weighted jigs. We have some night crawlers, we have some sausage, we have a whole bunch of different scents. I've only caught burbot through ice. Yeah, David, so it's not really the season that most people would target burbot. But it is the season that we're here, so that is what we're doing here today. But yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I'm just looking for rocky bottoms, rocky shelves, deeper areas in the lake or transition areas that are marking fish sitting on bottom or near bottom. And we're marking them to come back later and spot lock over them and jig. They hug the bottom most of the time, rocky areas, but they're 95% blind. Make sure UV light glow baits with scent and worms. Look for deep water basin, 70 to 100 foot of water. Okay, so deepest water here is about 90 foot. The basin, kind of the next shelf up from there in a lot of the areas is about 60 to 70 foot. And where I've marked them so far has been kind of in that first ledge right before the deepest basin. And then there's another ledge up at like 35 foot bottom that I've marked a handful of spots. But we do have UV. I've got a bunch of scents. We have big fat crawlers. So I think we probably have everything we should need if we can find them and get them to bite. Like right here, we're over 65 foot bottom. A little bit chunky. This is almost certainly a burbot down here. That is quite likely burbot sitting, I'm assuming. We do have some rock on the bottom, but there's not really anything else in this water body that's gonna be that deep this time of the year. That was just one lone ranger there. We've seen a couple of spots with some groups of them. Do you typically find them solo or do you find them kind of grouped up? 60 to 70 should be good. My biggest tip, pound your lure off the bottom, smack the mud. They feel the vibration. That makes sense. Makes sense where you're marking. Yeah, see, there's another one at 60 foot off 63 bottom. I really should get this other planer board rod out. Went beach fishing yesterday. Nice, Bass Brothers. How'd that work out for you? Good morning. Some of them will be solo, others of them will be in groups. Okay. All right, Mia, we're gonna move this rod to the, you're gonna have to move over here. So you're not sitting on the rod itself. What are you doing? No, you're going right here. Here again, another fish sitting 60 foot off a 67 foot bottom, 58 foot off a 67 foot bottom. Hit my pike spot last night and got 7 in about an hour. Heck yeah, Justin, that's a good hour. They get big too, little slime balls, but they're fun to catch, so not popular target. Logan, they get to be 30 plus inches, 8 plus pounds in this water body. They're quite large. All right, let's get we're gonna run a jointed shad wrap in 5, perch with an orange belly. I'm gonna put a little Potski's fire gel on the beak. Did you say earlier mid 50s? Low 50s. We were at 51 something, and it feels like a 48. It was chilly, really chilly this morning. It's probably mid 50s right now, maybe high 50s. But I just dipped the bill in there, get a little goopy on there. We're gonna let this guy out and get a planer board running on this other side. So again, you open up your bail and you put your thumb on there just a little bit so it doesn't rat's nest out. Open your clicker. Towards you is loosening, away from you is tightening. So we're gonna let this out to probably 30 foot or so. And then we're gonna put on our planer board. Give me just a minute here, guys. I'm getting our fourth and final rod out. We have 2 people in the boat. Each person is allowed 2 rods with up to 2 hooks. So we're gonna take full advantage of that. We're gonna throw a planer board on our outside rods here to get them away from the boat. And the orange clip goes on the front. So this points towards the front, the orange clip goes on here. And then you put a little bit of slack, and this one just goes in there, so you got a little bit of slack in between. Oops. And then it clips all the way forward. Shit. There we go. So when you're taking these off, you just flip it. Oh, and it just pulled already. And I think I'm gonna need to tighten this. You lift that rod out of the pole holder and point it down so I can get over it. Thank you. And then we turn our clicker on and let it peel out. All right, you can put that back in the rod holder. All right, we got our 4th rod going out. What's the score, boys? Wes, we still have not caught anything. Nice to have another person when running boards. Yeah, I'm trying to teach her how to use them. What's up, Dylan in Denton? That's right, Concept, 4 rods, let's go. I wish I won't see 50-degree mornings till November. Oh, really, Spot? Where are you at? All right, then we're gonna let it out. So we let it out 40 foot, put on our planer board. Now we're at 120 foot, so another 80 out. And that just makes it 80 foot away from the boat. Tighten our drag up a little bit. Always test it afterwards, feel that again. That's about how tight you want it. And we're good to go. We just had a fish jumping back there. We might have just got smacked on this. We don't have a fish on, but I think we did just get a bite over here. All right, so we got our full 4 rod spread out. 2 down rods on lead core, and then 2 planer boards, 1 on each side with just straight braid. Say what? Not for your phone. It's at camp. Is your phone dead? You have to wait a little bit, but we can swing over there at some point and grab it. I don't have my lightning cable that I had on here burnt out. It caught on fire during our rainy Pishkin stream. Food. Flaming hot Cheetos. Of course she'll go for the flaming hot Cheetos. How's everybody doing this morning? Sorry, we're a little sidetracked. We have Mia on the boat, feeding her belly right now. But welcome to the stream, everybody. We're out here in south central Montana today. We are targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout, kokanee salmon, and later today or this evening we will be trying to go after some, oh shoot. Trying to go after some Burbot. Hottest days in North Dakota today and tomorrow. What are some possible other species? So there's 5 different species of trout in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, West Slope cutthroat trout, brook trout, kokanee salmon, burbot. There's 2 different kinds of sucker in here. There's carp, there's mountain whitefish. There are, I think there's 2 or 3 other smaller species that we probably won't catch. So there's a decent amount of species in here, a lot of them being trout. It's one of the few water bodies that I fish in that doesn't have yellow perch or pike. John Joe, I wish I was fishing. Well, pop a squat there, buddy, get a drink, get some chips, and hang out. We'll be here sun up to sundown. We'll be fishing all day. You're more than welcome on the boat, John. Huge brookie would be awesome. So there are brook trout in here. I've never caught a brook trout in my life. There's brook trout in almost every water body around me, and for whatever reason, I'm like the brook trout repellent. I can never seem to catch a brookie. But yeah, that would be awesome. A giant cutty would be sick. Logan, absolutely. There's two different kinds of cutthroat that they stock in here. I've only ever caught cutthroat at one water body, Tunnel Lake, which is kind of by Pishkin, where we always go pike fishing. But this water body supposedly has some really nice cutthroat in it. But we have a handful of different rigs out. We're running a storm thin fish in white and pink. So a small crankbait on our planer board off on the port side. Our down rod, we are running a hammered brass Lure Jensen baby cowbell lake troll, followed by a hand-tied worm harness rig tipped with pink gulp maggots. That's the only thing we've been bit on so far today. The other side, starboard side down rod is running lead core, and we're running a moon jelly dodger, followed by a pink and white fly. That one's tipped with night crawler. And then on the planer board on the starboard side, we are running a Rapala jointed shallow shad wrap in yellow perch. Got a bunch of brook trout, but I've never caught a cutthroat. Oh, really, Wes? Yeah, I haven't caught a whole lot of cutthroats, but they're in here, and there's two different kinds of them. I would not be surprised if we caught a cutty or two today. I caught coastal cutties years ago. Nice. Catch brookies in North GA. They're the only native trout. Interesting. Sorry I didn't make it to Pishkin. It's too hot to get this old man out. That's all right, Matthew Letter. Always next time, buddy. We do fish Pishkin quite often. That's one of my absolute favorite water bodies to fish. We can wrench your rod. Absolutely, Carl. Pimp that rod. Let's go. What kind of structure do you look for when trolling for trout? Trout, oftentimes, you're not usually looking, at least in my experience, you're not looking for structure. Trout are almost always going to be suspended in the top like 1 to 20, maybe 25 foot of the water column. As it gets warmer and the water temperature starts really getting warming up, they do push a little deeper. But rainbow trout are not nearly as temperature sensitive as a lot of other fish. They're kind of all over in the water column. But most of the time I catch them is in the top probably 20 foot of the water column. Very rarely do I really get into the rainbows any deeper than that. Usually if you're going deeper than that, you'll start getting into the salmon, the Kokanee salmon, sometimes the brown trout. Every once in a while you'll pull a rainbow out from deeper. I assume that the cut bows are going to be in similar, top 1 to 30 foot. Just like the rainbows are. But yeah, rainbow trout, honestly, I don't really look for structure in most cases. What I look for are transition areas. And that's most of my trolling. I don't tend to troll in the super shallow, and I don't tend to troll in the super deep. What I look for is kind of that first drop off or first transition area from the shallows. So you'll have a bunch that's, 10, maybe 12 foot, and then you'll see kind of your first slope, and it goes down to maybe 25 foot. I like to fish that first transition area. It's not a place where a lot of fish hold, but it is a pathway, a transitory area from the fish that are feeding to going back down to cooler water. So you will almost always catch fish moving between that depth. So it tends to be a good place to fish for them. But for rainbow, oftentimes what you want to do is watch topwater. If you're seeing a lot of topwater bite, bring your stuff up just under the surface, top 3 to 5 foot. If you're not seeing a whole lot of topwater, usually I'll drop down. I often fish with lead core, and I'll usually fish with anywhere from 1.5 to 2 plus colors out, and that gets you down to 10, 15 foot. And that's kind of the sweet spot in a lot of the water bodies for the rainbows. They hang out in that top band of the water column most of the time. What is a burbot? It is, as far as I understand it, it's the only freshwater cod species. They're a really oddball looking fish. They're almost like an eel body with like a tadpole head. They're like a giant spermie almost. I know it's kind of weird to say, but that's kind of the shape of them. They're bizarre looking. They're really, really neat. Hug the shore for brookies. Are they going to be up super shallow? Huh. Had my first one last weekend. Tasted good. The skin itself was amazing. Thick orange meats with not many bones. It was very good. Are there any lake trout? No, unfortunately, Wezax, there are no lakers in here. I miss living in Utah. It was fly fish cutties in the mountain streams, giant lakers on Bear Lake. Heck yeah, man. Lake trout's my favorite fish to eat. Really, John Joe? See, I get really mixed responses from people about lake trout. Some people say that they're good to eat, like you just did. Other people said that they're absolute trash. All right, what the heck? We hit the fish whistle the last time. We blew the fish whistle and we had a fish on the line within 2 minutes. I think maybe it's time again. I watched you a few days ago. What's up, Lando boy? Welcome back. I'm glad you found the stream again. Missed this type of fishing since I moved from Alaska. Ah, dang. Alaska is incredible fishing. Bet you could pull brookies. We might go up a little more shallow. We could try that. Burbot's also called eel pout some places. Justin, yeah, I've heard that before. I filled the cooler last weekend. 10 fish, 6 Lakers, 4 kings. Heck yeah, man. If your water is cool, probably around trees and structure. The surface temperature here is actually a little warmer than I expected. 65 degrees at the surface here. So we are warming up a little bit. It's a small water body though, so it doesn't take much to heat up these small reservoirs. It's about 263 acres, so on the smaller end of the water bodies that we fish in the boat. It's my favorite fish now, like it over walleye, perch, and crappie. Interesting. Fish Lake, Michigan, out of Fairport, and pike. Pike is my favorite to target and my favorite to eat. Feel like lake trout right now, regulation size are the best. Anything bigger than that, it does get a little rough. How big is regulation size? Most of the fish that I eat, and what I usually recommend to people is to target for eating 18 to 22 inches and like 2 to 3 pounds. That's kind of the sweet spot for most species. In cottage country, I fish on my kayak, okay. I couldn't do it, I would drown. William Hodge, welcome back, good morning. How fast are you going? We're doing 1.5 miles an hour right now. We might bump it up a little bit. The one bite that we did have a little while ago was at 1.8 miles an hour. And I don't know in knots, it's in miles per hour. Every place is cottage country, Muskego region. Fishy fishy, we have not caught anything yet today. We'll get into them here. I have high hopes for today. It's a small water body, there's lots of fish in here. We will eventually harass something into biting. Muskego region, peak for giant pike and eyes. Nice. I fished all the Great Lakes, Pacific Northwest, Finger Lakes, and many lakes across the country. Heck yeah. Most of my fishing has been in central Montana, though we are trying to expand. A few lakes that have trout, and we have to chase bait schools. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not really looking for bait with the trout. They are, a lot of the water bodies, they're stocked here. They're not, and they stock Arley and Eagle Lake, and in this water body also Gerrard. And the Arley and Eagle Lake tend to be not shy. They bite at a lot of different things. We just need to find the ones that are feeding and not just suspended. We also may need to swap through. We'll try some small spoons. We'll try hoochie rigs. We got a couple of crankbaits. We'll try some different worm harness rigs. So we'll jump through a myriad of different presentations here until something works. Real Midwest Outdoors, good morning, welcome to the stream. If the meat is bright orange, good eater. If pale, donate to a neighbor. Is that it? The bright orange is good, but nothing else. Huh, I'll keep that in mind. "15 inches was regulation size." Okay, so quite small. Interesting, Wes. That would make sense. Those are much smaller than what I think people typically harvest to eat for Lakers. I've fished the Great Lakes, 100 smaller lakes around the country, both oceans and the Gulf. Peachizzy, we are still a big goose egg. We've had one bite, we almost had it to the boat, but it spit the hook right before we got it in the boat. We got 4 rods out right now. We have a guest on the stream here today, Mia. She's munching back here, waiting for the fish to bite. Agree to color, the redder the better. Huh, I've never heard that. I will keep that in mind. big fish, 10 foot all the way down to 30 foot. We're over about 35 foot bottom right now. I'm gonna bump our speeds up just a touch. We're gonna jump up to 1.7 miles an hour. We'll speed her up a tad and see if they want to chase maybe. And while you're out trolling, if you're not getting bit, change things up. Change your speed, change your direction, change lures out. Here's a whole bunch of stuff on bottom. That is interesting. Ever sucker fish for pike, quick strike rigs? Peach Izzy, yeah, when bank fishing. I've never tried trolling them though. Got into good lake trout bite on Lake Michigan one time casting spoons. Hit them for a couple of days. Oh heck yeah, Ever Loving Outdoors. Yeah, we went to Flathead Lake last year and I caught 2 lake trout, but I've not fished for them a whole lot in the past. They were fun. Catch a lot of brown trout here in Georgetown when fishing for bass with jerk baits. Okay. So, jerk baits, longer, skinny minnow baits. I'm trying to keep on the smaller size of cranks, hoping because the rainbow will bite at them too, and I would assume that the cutthroat might as well. I don't know, I have been catching some frickin' rainbow trouts off some bigger crankbaits recently, so maybe we could try some bigger cranks. Pale Laker's still good for the smoker though. Didn't mean trolling, just curious. Oh, we just had which rod was that? Okay, keep an eye on them. We might have just, I heard drag zip for just a second. We might have had a drive-by. Just curious, only ever did it for muskie, but not northern. Yeah, dead baiting for pike is one of the most effective ways to catch them oftentimes. There's fish surfacing back there. We might come up a little bit on these rods. 54 miles from my local harbor. I believe all fish taste good if you put them in a smoker. Wes, yeah, it definitely does improve the flavor of almost any fish you put in there, but some are still better than others. Lakin said, yeah, what's up, Lakin? Megabass 110 Junior is killer jerkbait. Who makes that, Sport Snatcher? I've not heard of that. Megabass 110 Junior. Beartooth Highway is insane. So many lakes, rivers. Go out the north entrance of Yellowstone and head towards Red Lodge. Yeah, Concept, I've not fished that area a whole lot. I'll keep that in mind though. We're always looking for new and interesting places to fish. That's what brought us here today. We've never fished. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. It's about 2 hours from where I live. We're up in the foothills of or not really the foothills, we're up in the Little Belt Mountains. We're at an elevation of about somewhere between 5,300 and 5,800 feet. So we're pretty high up in the mountains right now. Megabass designed for bass but catches everything. Okay. Should go hit Idaho for sturgeon. God, that sounds so fun. I'd have to do some planning for that. There, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh, it's pretty out here. But seen a bunch of deer here so far. There was one walking right along the shoreline earlier. There were a couple of them munching on the grass next to the tent while I was trying to fall asleep this morning. God, we're awfully shallow over there. I hope we don't snag up on anything. Sturgeon stream, yeah, we've only targeted sturgeon once so far this year. We did a bank fishing stream from Loma, Montana. We had one sturgeon on the line. We did end up snagging it up and losing it. We also caught 3 good-sized channel cats as well. Yeah, sturgeon are fun. They're, I think, honestly, one of the neatest freshwater fish. And we have 3 different kinds of sturgeon here in Montana. Only one of them is legal to target, though. The shovel-nosed sturgeon is what you can legally target. We do also have pallid sturgeon, which is I don't know if it's endangered. There are low numbers of them. They don't allow you to fish for them. And white sturgeon, which are nearly extinct in Montana. Those are the ones that get real big, though. 22 bucks. Dang, yeah, a lot of... So, crankbaits are so expensive these days. Sweet Beartooth Highway is on the list. We are staying on Island Park, Idaho. I plan on exploring as much as we can in a week. Ooh, which pole was that? No. You gotta, don't watch the pole tip. See the orange flag back there? You'll hear the drag zipping, or that orange flag should bend over. God, we're marking fish all over the damn place. I don't know what they want from us. You want to spear a sturgeon? I don't know if that's legal here in Montana. I know you can spear for carp, you can spear for northern pike in certain water bodies, but I don't think they allow spearfishing for sturgeon. Speed up, then slow down. We could bump it up. Let's go up to 1.8. We're just doing a slow turn here, coming back. Again, trying to map a little bit better the ground that we've covered so we can hopefully turn on autopilot at some point here. We're over about 40-foot bottom. We're doing 1.8 miles an hour. 4 rods out, 2 lead core lines, 2 planer board rods on just straight braid. We're running a worm harness rig, a dodger and a fly tipped with night crawlers, and then 2 small crankbaits on our outside rods. So we got a decent variety of things running out here. Hopefully we can get some fish. Let's bring this guy in just a little bit so we're not snagging up on the shoreline here. I used to live right close to Great Lakes, but a left has been better for me down here. Where did you move to, John? John Joe? Hold the trigger on a Motor Tuesday. Should be back in action soon. Nice, Wiggles. Congrats. Hit the fish whistle. Yeah, we gotta blow the fish whistle again. It did work last time. Let's try the fish whistle magic again here. I want some trolling lures. Do you sell lures? No, I don't sell lures. I buy lots of them. And sometimes people gift to the channel lures to try out. But no, I am not a lure maker. I make hand-tied worm harness rigs, but that's it, and I don't sell them. I could show you how to make them. They're really, really easy to make. Anybody who can tie a knot and owns some hooks, some fluorocarbon, and some beads can make worm harness rigs. Spear sturgeon in Michigan and Wisconsin. Michigan season lasts about 20 minutes. Dang. Oh. We just had another drive-by over here. We're getting bit, they're just not committing. I wish I was tall enough to be a jet fighter, man. Moon Felch. You're always in here talking about crazy shit, Moon. But welcome, good morning, Moon. There's some stuff on bottom. That tattle flag is kinda, we might have a baby on here. Our tattle flag is moving back there. It's just, that or we picked up some weeds, which is a possibility. I have seen some longer floating weeds. We'll bring that one in a minute and check on it. What's up, Danuche? Good morning, welcome. Welcome, like for work. What's up, bro? Do you do content full time? Steven, we, on this channel, we try to stream at least once per week. During summer months when it starts to get warmer, we do typically stream 2 to 3 times per week. And typically they're marathon streams from sunup to sundown. We do 12, 15 hour plus fishing streams. We got here last night and camped. We will be fishing all day today. We're gonna camp again tonight, and we will be back out on the water again tomorrow. We may do some night fishing tonight as well to try and target some of these burbot that I believe we're marking. Yeah, I don't know what that is. We're gonna bring it in. We have weeds or something on there. Feels funny. So you just saw me, I pulled on it. That basically releases the front clip on your planer boards and allows you to pull it in cleanly without drawing drag on it. No, at least I thought I unclipped it. Yeah, we got some weeds and some bullshit on here. All right, that'll make it do funny stuff. What are we at? 32-foot bottom. Let's go ahead and bring this in all the way and check our lure. It's been a while since we've been bit. If you haven't been bit on a lure in half hour, 45 minutes, an hour, bring it in, take a look, make sure you're not fouled up. And we are not, we're good on this. So that's what we've been running out there. We're gonna run this for maybe a little bit longer, then we're gonna switch it out. It's a Storm Thin Fin 6. Let's put a little bit of Potskis on this. Give her a fresh dose of some good over here. This is the Potskey's Fire Gel in crawfish. We're over about 30-foot bottom, trolling at 1.7, 1.8 miles an hour. We're gonna put this rod back out in the water. We're gonna let it out probably, let's try 50 foot. We'll do 50 foot, clip on our planer board, and then do like another 50 foot. And again, that just moves your rigging away from the water. Or excuse me, away from the water. It moves your rig away from the boat. So some fish are a little, get spooked by the boat. Some fish are curious about it. Also, when you're running multiple rods, it helps to run one planer board, one or more of the board to get them away from your other lines. And what we do here is we clip on, the front hook on this releases. It's just a tension hook, so when you pull or you get a big bite, it pulls off, and then your planer board falls back and you don't have all the drag from it. The back clip is a permanent clip. It does not come off. That's what holds it to your line so you don't lose your planer boards. But you create a little bit of slack, clip your front clip in, and then when you get a bite, your tattle flag goes down. All right, so we have that clipped on and we're gonna get it in the water. And what I do is I just turn on my clicker and open my bail, and it'll slowly feed out. So I can put it now back in my rod holder. And so we put out 50 foot of line. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, I had to turn away from the shore there. We were getting a little shallow. "50 foot of line, clip on the planer board, and then we're gonna put another 50 foot of line on. That gets it a little ways away from the boat, a little ways away from our down rod in the back. All right, there we go. We're gonna let this one back out a little ways. Striper guides here will have 6 to 7 rods. Yeah, I couldn't do that. My boat's too small and I can't keep my boat straight enough. Swap it out. Spoon time. Yeah, we could put a spoon in, reel in, check on it, grass maybe. Weeds make you feel funny, that is true. Feel bad for you, you're always dressed like it's fall. It's freaking July, man. It'll be 85 degrees here today. It goes from freezing in the morning to sweltering heat during the day. What's your favorite fish to fish for and catch? Lamafi, northern pike. What you troll with at night for bait? UV, glow in the dark, stuff with a lot of rattle, a lot of sound. Use a lot of scents. What's up, Chase Robbins? Welcome to the stream. One reason I like cranks is bite has very high hook percentage. Absolutely, David. Did you ask the bait shop about the bite here, or is there not one around? Not really one around that I'm aware of. So we're flying blind today. Concept, what kind of spoon do you think we should run? What's up, Rod? Just cooked a nice omelet for breakfast. Heck yeah. We had breakfast burritos for dinner last night. We cooked them on the grill. Three lines per board and one board on each side. Yeah, I need to look up those multi-rod boards. I've never seen them before. Brock Rolf, good morning from George, Utah. Hot as hell here today, 108. It's gonna be mid to high 80s here today, I think. I like glow lures during bright days. Oh, you use glow during bright days, huh? Interesting. Panther Martin, number 9 yellow. I do have some Panther Martins. That's not a spoon though, that's a spinner. Glow and chrome. I don't know if I have a number 9, but we could bust out a Panther Martin. I'm pretty sure I have at least 2 of them in yellow, yellow black, yellow red. Come on, fishies. I thought your phone died.
I have 2%. Now I have 1%.
Oh. Yeah, I don't have a lightning cable in here.
Besides the one right there.
Huh?
Besides the one right there.
What? Oh, besides, yeah, this one. I mean, I guess we could, we're at 95%. It's not gonna, I don't think we want to dangle your phone. Oh, and that's not actually, that's, yeah, that's my new iPhone. That's the iPhone 16. Yeah, everything uses USB-C now. Lightning was a proprietary garbage fucking iteration that Apple forced us through. Everybody else uses USB-C. All right, we keep forgetting it's time for a fish whistle, y'all. We need a fish. Y'all bust out the fish whistles. Let's call a fish in. We've been on the water for over 2 hours now and have not put a fish in the boat yet. So we need all the help we can get. Man, our fish whistle is running dry. That is sad. I should have stopped at the fish whistle supply store, picked up a new fish whistle. All right, that'll do it. All right, y'all, get ready for a bite. Jean-Claude Lopez, welcome to the stream. Good morning, good morning. Let's go, 104 thumbs up. Y'all are awesome. Thank you guys for tuning in today for another marathon stream of Wanna See My Rod. We're out here for another sunup to sundown marathon. Today we are in South Central Montana. We've been kind of bouncing all over the place lately. South Central Montana, this is Newlan Creek Reservoir. It's a brand new water body for me. Whoa, we are super shallow. Bring in that line. Pick it up, bring it in. Tighten the drag, flip it over. Yes, tighten it, clicker off, reel. We're gonna snag up. We're in 10 foot of water. Reel, reel, reel. Oh, I was not paying attention. That was a really shallow spot there. We just got to bring them up a little bit. We went over a really shallow spot. Tip of the pole down, not straight up. Standing up helps. All right, so we're doing a bait check, I guess. Well, that's interesting. We lost both of our pink gulp maggots, which they don't just fall off, so we have been bit. Interesting. Don't pull that out of the pole holder. This is what I love about fishing a lake that I don't have mapped yet. You never know what the hell you're gonna run over. And we just found a very shallow hump. Speed up, yes. Speeding up does help. For those of you guys who are wondering how or why speeding up might help, usually speeding up will bring your presentations up in the water. It creates more drag. So that is an excellent, excellent advice. We're gonna let this out about 30 foot, and then I'm just gonna turn the clicker on and we'll let it spool a little bit further. We got one tangled up over here. Oh, you did a number on that one. All right, I'm bringing it to you and you're gonna fix it. Both hands, both hands. Very good job. All right, and this is what we're running on the other side. Oops, oh, there we go. Let's just tangle her up a few times. All right, so we were running a Spade Dodger, Moon Jelly, Silver, Orange Flame. And we've been trying to troll this pink and white fly tipped with a crawler. We're not getting any love on it so far, but we'll run it a little bit longer. All right, you wanna let it out? All right, so clicker off, thumb on the bail, right, other hand. Hold with your right hand, reel with your left. There you go. Don't tangle it up again. Open the bail, point your rod back, thumb on the bail, point your rod back. Wrapped up around, hold on a second, let me see. So sometimes you might have to feed a little bit out, but the reason it's not going is because your clicker was on. Turn your clicker off.
So it was already off.
Feed it out. Thumb on, other hand, right hand. Left hand reels, right hand goes on the rod. Point it towards the back or it's not gonna go. You're creating too much tension. There you go. Now watch it, you're going to want it out about 75 foot or so. Sorry about that, guys. What are you fishing for? We are fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, two different kinds of cutthroat, West Slope and Yellowstone. There is also Kokanee salmon in here, and we are also mapping to go after, and you know what, let's try going, we've been going clockwise or counterclockwise around the lake. I'm cutting back over and we're gonna go counterclockwise. Sometimes changing your direction will get bit. Don't ask me why. A lot of tree pounders, he's going for trouts. But yeah, we're also marking to do some jigging for burbot later. Turn towards you to loosen, yep. More. All right, rod holder, very good job. All right, come on. All right, we're gonna try a little shallower rather than deeper. Let's do 2 colors instead of 2.5, so we're out 60 feet. Was that just peeling a little bit? Was that one? Interesting. Are burbot kind of like catfish? I always imagine them as northern catfish. They're so kind of a similar body shape to a catfish, but the tail of it is more like an eel, and the head of it is more like a tadpole. They're like giant sperm on steroids. They're a freshwater cod, a very unique fish. But we're coming over the basin right now. How did our speed get so low? All right, bumping our speed back up to 1.8 miles an hour. You know what? I did just buy one of these. I forgot I bought this. How do you bring everything except for the shit you need? You didn't bring any charging cables, you didn't bring any batteries. Uh-huh. Actually, we'll just hold on. This is brand new. I've never used it before. Please don't break it. So, like, just put it down, let your phone charge. Alrighty, freshwater cod, poor man's lobster. What brand rod holders do you use? These are, so I have 2 different kinds of rod holders on the boat. These are the Scotty. They're kind of an oddball. These are Scotty brand, and so they're real prone to your rods coming out of them if you're not careful, but I love them. They're super easy to get your rod in and out. You don't have to ever have to fight with it. But it's just got your butt goes under it on one side and above it on the other, and you just lift and set down. I'll show you. Oh, come on. All right, goes in and then you spin it around. So you lift the back end of it, you set the butt down and set it in, and that's it. It will not come up from the back. This holds it in place. When you want to take it out, you don't have to fumble with moving it forward and getting it out. You just simply lift from the front. So they're super, super easy action, but you notice also that I do have the rods leashed to the boat because these rods are, if you bump it, you know, you get another rod snagged and they'll come out. So it's a good idea to have a leash on. And I just use a little Velcro clip with a D-ring and the same Velcro clip with a D-ring. And good to go. These back rods are Canon brand, and they're the adjustable rod holders. They're expensive. These are almost $300 for the set. But these can adjust left and right. You can swing them back and forth. They also adjust up and down, so if you wanted it straight up or you wanted it straight out the back, they do have some adjustment to them. They're really nice. I rewound, it wasn't a fish, chump, it was an osprey diving. You think so? Osprey, huh? All right, I'm trying to get the trolling motor line back up. They do kind of look like, they are cod. They're freshwater cod. They're the only species of freshwater cod. All other cod are saltwater fish. My biggest burbot was 36 inches. Wow, Wiggles, that's a tank. Yeah, they get to be 30 plus inches, 8 plus pounds in here. They get to be quite large. It's the absolute wrong time of the year to be targeting them, but they are still catchable. They're just not as easy to catch. Do they taste good? Burbot, I mean. Everybody that I've talked to says that they're one of the best fish they've ever eaten. A lot of people call them poor man's lobster. Those rod holders are cool. I like them. I've had 3 or 4 different rod holders on the boat. And out of all of them that I've used, I like these ones. Even though, like I said, they are prone to your shit falling out of them if you're not careful. And I would not recommend using them if you're moving, if you're gonna be bouncing, take them out of those holders. Put them somewhere else on the boat. They will not hold them when you're bouncing up and down. All right, so we're now going the opposite direction in the water body. We're gonna go clockwise instead of counterclockwise. See if maybe we can get bit. This water is like really green. Is it just me, or is this water like abnormally green?
Is it abnormally green?
I don't know. It seems greener than the other water bodies we fish. It's definitely greener than Fishkin. Does that come through on the cam? Does it look like we're fishing in toxic waste? We fish for them early December. Yeah, most people, it's like a cold water fish, cold season. Late fall, during the winter through the ice, early spring. That's also, I believe, when they're spawning. I could be wrong on that, but I think so. But they are still catchable during warmer months. But usually they're also a night bite. I've seen people catch them during the day, but everybody tells me that they're more like a walleye, that their most prominent bite typically is dawn, dusk, or, you know, the dead of the night. Minnow or shrimp. Corpa, hello Rod, how's things, mate? Doing awesome, Corpa. We're out here fishing, my friend. We're living life. We're enjoying it. Wifey said, don't come home with no fish, brother. Well, Mia is sitting at the back of the boat. If we don't come home with fish, she's half to blame, right? Just one short bite so far. Yeah, we had one solid hookup. We got it almost to the boat, but then it was off. We've had a couple of other smacks. We've lost our bait a couple of times, but nothing too crazy yet. Ooh, oh, dang, you're going crazy there, trolling motor. But we're running 4 rods today, 2 down rods with lead core, a worm harness rig, and we're fish on. There we go, first fish of the day, guys. Doesn't feel very big, but let's mark her on the map. Let's see what we got. There are a myriad of different things in here. We got rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout of 2 different species, brook trout, kokanee salmon, mountain whitefish. Ooh, got some tuggies. Ooh. Will you steer the boat for a second? Actually, you can't. It's the trolling. Oh, is it still on there? I think it's still on there. Oh, a little guy. What is this? This is the tiniest fish I've caught trolling all year if we can get it in the boat. Oh, God. We got bait here, guys. A foul hook, we got a rainbow in the head. How about that? Not a legal catch, but oh. That is the most ridiculous trout I've ever caught on a troll. Will you take a picture? Quickly, quickly. Give you guys a quick look. Very pretty. A little stalker. You can tell the adipose fin is cut off. We hooked it in the top of the head. That's not.
I could just press the camera.
Come on, bro. No. Hurry up. All right, we're gonna get her back in the water. What a cutie. I'm not even gonna measure it. Too small. Most ridiculous rainbow trout ever. We're starting real big here today, guys. Fucking snagger. Yeah, we hooked it right in the back of the head. I don't know how we managed that. It counts, I added it. That was spawned 2 weeks ago, right? We're robbing the cradle on that one. No, they did just do a round of rainbow trout stocking here, I think, a couple weeks ago. So you're almost right on that. That was probably one of the most recent stalkers. I'm sure he probably tried to bite at it and missed and then got snagged up. But that was our trusty worm harness, our double wedding ring or bridal rig, followed behind our lake troll. Now, this is what it is. I tie these guys up. It's just a Colorado blade in hammered brass or gold, salmon pink beads, 2 wedding rings, UV glow bead, and then we have 2 Gamakatsu 1/0 drop shot hooks, followed behind our lake troll here. But let's move over here. Let's get her back out and catch another one. Oh shit. Can you, I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, we're back here snagging shit. All right, well, that was an interesting way to start the day. .8 miles an hour. That was over about 25-foot bottom, 30-foot bottom. Oh, we were turning way too sharp there, trolling motor. Calm down. We were 60 foot out, so 2 colors. Mic is way off. Let me fix that. Thank you, Trudge. All right, we are back. I've got glide baits for bass bigger than that trout, right? I'm a big fishing guy. Well, welcome to the stream, Clash Royale. Get her done. Positive outlook. You can only go up from there and set her right. Challenge accepted. We are going to catch an absolute minnow today for you, buddy. All right, Mia, the next one is on you. We're gonna bring this in a little bit. This is the spillway. This is where the reservoir empties here. So basically our dam. They all count. Back to work, tight lines. All right, Trout John. Appreciate that. Hit the like if you have not already done so. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're out here for another marathon stream in south central Montana today. It's a brand new water body for us. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. We're out here targeting like 5 different kinds of trout, Kokanee salmon, and we will be trying also for Burbot at some point this evening or overnight. We're going to be also out here tomorrow as well. We're camping tonight and we'll be out again in the morning. So it's going to be a 2-day long double header. Nice view, more trees than your normal locations. Yeah, we're right up nestled in we're just kind of in a kink in the Little Belt Mountains out here. That lake looks fishy. Yeah, there should be some good fish in here. There really should be. There's 3 different strains of rainbow trout in here, including Gerrard, which are rumored to get up to be potentially true trophy trout, you know, 20 plus pounds. Ooh. Overcorrected a little with the trolling motor there. I'm still getting the hang of this, you guys. Market good fish all over the place here. But there's also Kokanee salmon. I don't know how big the salmon get in here. All right, but it's getting toasty. I need to take off a layer, y'all. Putting the mic down, somebody remind me to put that back on. Whew, toasty. We go from being frigid 45 degrees up to, it's got to be in the 70s right now. It feels like it. Somebody type W for weather. There's cigarettes down here.
I was wondering about that.
Long before it breaks the sound. Put the mic back on. Thank you. My biggest rainbow is 4 pounds 20. Would be a giant. Yeah, my biggest rainbow is right around 5 pounds. And yeah, they do get real big. Oh, there's a dead some kind of fish over there. What is that? Do you see that, Mia? That white thing. That's a fish, isn't it? Or is it a feather? I don't know what the hell that is. There's something floating over here. We almost hit it with the planer board. Where'd this wake come from? Is that, it's not from us. Forecast 83. Oh, it's just these wake. I don't know. Is there another boat out here? Where the hell did all that wake just come from? That definitely wasn't from us. Weird. Rogue wake. Yeah, there's no other boats out on the water. We just got some random ass wave attacking us. I mean, there's a whole bunch of boats on the shoreline, people camping here, but nobody else is actually out on the water right now, which is a little weird. Earthquake, tremor? That could be. I didn't even think about that. We do have tremors up here in the mountains sometimes. Yellowstone about to blow, it's a precursor. There is a very real possibility. But welcome everybody that's just joining the stream today. Thank you for tuning in to another marathon episode of Wanna See My Rod. We're out here for a sunup to sundown. Fat fish on the bottom. Those are, we need to mark that one special. We're gonna mark that one the American flag. We're gonna be back there. That was 100% burbot. We are over 35-foot bottom. They're not super deep. 3 fat fish sitting right on the bottom in a pile of rocks. Absolutely burbot. Are you good, or do you need to go pit stop? It's that 20-pound rainbow waking to your bait. I hope so, Spot. Man, you will see me absolutely lose my shit if we get a 20-pounder on the end of one of these rods. You've seen me get excited for a fish before. You ain't never seen me get excited about a 20-pound fish. Oh, shallow. Are we good? Trolling motor, calm down. All right, we're gonna bump our speed up a little bit more. We're gonna go up to 2. Again, we're just changing things up. We're getting some bites, we're getting some nibbles. But let's see if making them chase will entice a little bit better bite. Some days it does. Some days they want it frickin' hovering in place, barely moving. I've found though that oftentimes a faster troll will produce more bites than a slower troll. You're triggering that natural instinct for fish to chase, for a predator to chase. That is also 100% burbot right there. Right on the lip. I'm gonna mark a flag there. Right kind of on the bottom of an incline. Bottom of a little ledge. Do you guys have tiger trout in any of the lakes in Montana? Sworn. So from what I understand, there have historically been, there's like 1 or 2 remote mountain lakes that have been known to produce them naturally. They're very, very rare catches. Here in the last few years, Montana did just introduce and started funding a program to stock 2 new mountain lakes with tiger trout. It's just a fledgling program. I think they've only been stocking them, it's like for 2 years now. And it's only 2 lakes. And I think both of them are not lakes you can drive to. You have to park at a trailhead and hike up to them. I don't know how far. I haven't done a whole lot of research on them. But that would be a neat fish to catch. Tiger trout are so pretty. Speed makes the commit or run. Right, you're either gonna spook them or they're gonna chase and they're gonna bite. But 2 miles an hour isn't too fast for a troll for most rainbows. I've caught them up 2.2, 2.5, 2.7. What is this lady doing to the tree next to our camp? She's like over there with something red in her hand, attaching it to the tree or something. We have sterile ones here in Arizona. They're starting to get near 4 or 5 pounds now. Oh wow, those are good sized ones. I've caught a tiger trout, have you? Mac Borco, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Let a little line out maybe if you're going faster. We could try that as well. Let a cobra Hester come out and show us cobra as a child. Long line them. Yeah, we can, no, we did catch our first fish. It was like a 6-inch rainbow trout. Maybe it was a little bigger than that, but not much. We'll let our planer boards out a little bit further. What time is it? 9 o'clock. Let's say in 30 minutes, if we don't get hit on either of these planer boards, we're gonna swap the lures out. All right, we're at 125 foot on them now. Oh, and we are getting stupid shallow again. All right, we're coming over a really shallow hump here. I hope we don't snag up on anything. You want sunscreen? Was that the one next to you? Pick it up and reel a little bit. Upside down, upside down. Reel is on the left side, there you go. Clicker off, drag forward. Reel it into like 60 foot. That might have been bottom. We were coming over that shallow hump. Clicker on. No. Clicker on, right side. There's one more boat. There you go. Good job. Mia is becoming pro at the trolling reels over here. Have another smoke. Wish I could join you. Airplane, y'all are welcome to join me out here. Come hang out. We're going to be out here all day long. Ever rub some potskis on her face for sunscreen? Outdoors, I would not suggest that. You can try it first. Let us know how it goes for you. How the heck do they sterilize fish, or they farm that way? What lake are you on today? Hudson, we're in south central Montana. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. It's a brand new water body for us. We're out here, there's like 5 different kinds of trout in here. There's Kokanee salmon, there's Burbot. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. Axel, thank you for the flow state. Let's go. So the sterile fish, they don't make them sterile. So that's like a tiger muskie is a muskellunge bred with a northern pike. When they breed them, the offspring that it produces is sterile. They can't reproduce. Kind of like how, what is it, when you breed a horse with a mule, you get a donkey and the donkey's sterile, or a horse with a donkey and you get a mule, one of those two. But tiger trout is the same way. They breed a brown trout with a brook trout, and it creates just an absolutely incredibly colorful, just really pretty trout, but they're a sterile trout. They can't then make more offspring. Most if not all of the tiger prefixes are hybrids like that, that are a sterile offspring. They can't make more of themselves. And I'm not entirely sure why that is, but I don't think it's them making them sterile. It's just something about the offspring that it produces that they are sterile. Good luck. Thank you, Hudson. What motor are you using? Airplane. We recently acquired and added to the boat one of the top of the line freshwater trolling motors. It's a Lowrance Recon. We have it runs in either 24 volt or 36 volt configuration. At 24 volt, it's 90 foot-pounds of drive, and at 36, it's 115. So we're running it at 24 volt with a 200 amp hour Vader lithium battery. And we have it matched with our Lowrance HDS 10 Pro graph and the new all-in-one HD transducer. So it's all networked together, and I can actually control the trolling motor with the graph unit, with the head unit. This is a brand new water body for us, so we don't have a map yet. There was no pre-built map that came loaded with this unit. So we're using a feature on Lowrance called CMap Genesis live mapping, and you can record your own 1 foot depth contour maps, as well as record bottom, structure, vegetation, etc. And then what I do is I take that at the end of every trip and I upload it to CMap Genesis social maps, which then anybody who uses Lowrance or that wants to use CMap maps on their unit can download those maps, and you'll get all of the nice detailed maps that users have created. Unfortunately, most of the water bodies that I fish, I'm the only one using it. It seems, or the only one that uploads. So most of the maps that you see at the water bodies that I fish at are almost all created and uploaded by me. But what we're doing right now is mapping and fishing for trout. And then we're gonna turn on our autopilot here in a little bit, which will allow us to do contour following. So we can just tell it, you know, we wanna go 30 to 35 foot bottom, and it'll just weave us throughout the lake following that depth. Hey brother, we talked about this in the past, the gold money clip for trout, man, between 6 to 9 colors out, lead line, or the gold cast master at the same. Dude, 6 to 9 colors would be putting us at, it's 5 to 7 foot per depth. I don't know what kind of trout you're fishing for, but our rainbow trout are almost never that deep around here. So at just at the low end of it, 5 foot per color, 9 colors, that's 45 foot. At 7 foot per color, that's 62. I mean, that's 45 to 60 foot deep. We're fishing in 20 foot of water right now. 25, 30 foot of water. We will be out over the basin here in a little bit. But yeah, that's just, that's way too deep for where we're fishing right now. We have 2 colors out right now, which is almost too deep for the depth that we're fishing at. We're marking fish anywhere from 5 to all the way down to, we're fishing over about 22 foot bottom right here. We can throw on a spoon here. We really should. We should swap this out. What do we got? 908. Let's give it a few more minutes and we'll swap our first one out. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that strategy in this depth wouldn't work. We'd be dragging on bottom. Gold Cast Master on the lead line. Rod, my man, respect always from Toronto. What's up, Russ? Welcome, welcome. Outdoors, maybe you gotta go more towards the center. Yeah, we were marking more fish out at the over the basin. But again, our mission here is threefold today: to catch some fish, to map as close to the shoreline as we can to get nice clean contours, and to mark spots for burbot. Right here, that's burbot. We're marking potential spots to come back and fish for burbot once the sun goes down. Sure like that Gold Castmaster surf fishing. Yeah, the last time we were out, we ran Gold Castmaster for almost 3 hours and didn't get touched on it. Sorry, that's Southern California water temperatures. Yeah, at the surface here, we're only 65 degrees at the surface here. There's no need to be fishing that deep, other than for the Kokanee. Or the burbot, but we're not gonna catch a burbot on troll. Trip on two wheels, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream, how we doing? Any caught? We're doing good. We're out here at a brand new water body today. We're fishing for a bunch of different species. We have one in the boat, one tiny little trout that he smacked at the lure and missed and got a hook in the back of his head. So we caught the season's smallest trout so far. But as somebody in chat said, we can only go up from here, so we're doing good. Oh shit, I forgot to. All right, we're down 2 layers now. It feels like it's almost 80 degrees out, y'all. It's getting warm. We're gonna put our hoodie on so the back of my neck doesn't get burnt. You should probably take your jacket off and put your sun shirt on. Well, that's helpful. Well, start taking layers off then, I guess. A bit warmer today. Yeah, it was 45 degrees when we got here, or when we put the boat in the water this morning, and it's now got to be somewhere around 70. How deep does the lake get? In the deeper part of the basin, it's about 90 foot. We're over about 70 foot bottom right now. And again, I'm just trying to take, the way that I map usually is kind of concentric circles. One pass next to the last pass, and we just kind of go in a spiral. Getting, you know, a few boat lengths in between each pass so I could get a rough idea of the contours everywhere. And that really seems to help with the trolling motor autopilot. It also gives you a good, you know, view of what your bottom looks like, so you can start picking out unique structure, humps, saddles, you know, rock piles, any debris that's on the bottom. We are marking some fish damn deep here though. Your 9 colors would work over 70 foot here. I will tell you though, I have never on purpose run that many colors of lead core out. We do have the rods rigged up with a full 10 color spool. So we could do it. But the only time I've ever had that much lead line out on any of my rods is when I forgot to close the bail or when I got snagged up real bad. Yeah, 90 foot bottom. Temp 68.5. So you guys can see it, it does not feel like 59. The sun's beating down. It's jumped up 20 degrees in the last hour. I do my trolling near surface, but lakes here are shallow, less than 30 to 40 feet at the deepest point. I catch a lot of trout. F7, really on the Raplas? I've just, prior to this year, I think I've only ever caught a couple of trout on cranks. And I think this year already we've caught 4 or 5 off of cranks. We've caught, the biggest crank I've caught one off of so far is our Berkeley Dredger 14.5 foot diver. That thing's chunky. It's about 5 or 6 inches. Big old fat body, big old huge bill on it. And the rainbow's readily bit at it. But most of my trout are caught within probably the top 20 foot of the water column. Sometimes 25, 30. But rainbows tend to be shallower when they bite. Normally if I'm fishing deeper than that, I'm fishing for salmon. All right, let's get it out of the way. Everybody wants the damn gold cast master. We will do it. You want to reel in that line next to you? This one, on the lead line. Again, your order, clicker, drag, hold it the right way. Always grab the pole the right way to begin with. Yep, there you go. Drag up, reel. Point it back. There you go. All right, we're bringing in our lead line on one, and we're gonna throw a gold cast master for y'all. Bet when you find the trout, they'll be wadded up. Probably, yeah, we've been marking stuff real sporadic here and there. There's probably a whole pile of them somewhere out here on the, out in the basin. Glow and chrome, not gold. I only have a few cast masters. I don't know if I have a glow and chrome. Shit, I don't know. I put my gold one in a different box. So we have a green, white, and silver, a blue and silver. This one I think is a little bit heavier than the other one. What you guys think? Blue and silver or white and green? Blue chrome? All right, collapse it down. You got to twist on it a little bit sometimes to get it to. All right. Now bring your rod tip up and swing it towards you or towards me. There we go. Ah, shit, I need to get a leader for this. Hold it for a sec. Green, blue, silver. Running high 80s. Wow, yeah, that's warm. Blue, silver, chrome. Put them both on. And we're gonna just dip the hook here in the potskis. Give her a little scent. All right, swing it back. Drop the lure in. All right. Yep, just like that. Thumb on the bail, clicker off. Yep. Thumb on the bail, so rather than holding your right hand above, you could do that too, I guess that works. But here, bail open, clicker off, point it back. There you go. Run that out to hell, run it out to 120 foot. Do 4 colors on that. We're gonna run this one out. We're gonna run it out 4 colors. We're gonna go into slightly deeper water, where our passes are going deeper and deeper. We're doing about 2 miles an hour right now. 2 different rods. Yeah, well, we have 4 rods out right now. 2 lead core lines are down rods, and then we have 2 braid rods that are running planer board rods that are running crankbaits. We just took off our fly. We've been trolling a fly with a night crawler. We did not get bit on that one. Bro, weird question, but how do you so much time for fishing? Do you make money off of it? I wish I could do that. Casanova, no, we don't make money off of fishing. Every trip out, I spend at least $100 in gas, usually $10 to $15 on parking. Actually, it's closer to $150 in gas. 100 bucks in the truck, 50 bucks in the boat. We also then have a Starlink Mini that we run for the channel. It's the only way that we're able to get signal up here in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. That costs us about 175 bucks a month. So no, we don't make money fishing. We do have some nice people that enjoy the stream and like to come hang out, and they flick us a few pennies from time to time to help pay for the Starlink. But we're not out here trying to make money. We're just out here living life and enjoying the fishing. I have a decent job. I've invested well, so we have a little bit of disposable income to come out and play every week. What type of fish are you trying to catch? VJ Bigs. We are after rainbow trout, brown trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, West Slope cutthroat trout. There are also brook trout in here, but I've never caught one, and I don't expect we'll see one. Kokanee salmon are also a good possibility. There's mountain whitefish. There are, what we really came here for was the burbot, ling, pout. There's a lot of different names for it. It's a freshwater cod species. They get to be 30 plus inches, 8+ pounds. We're not gonna catch them trolling unless we have just stupid dumb luck. But what we're trying to do is mark and find them, and we're gonna come back during evening hours and jig for them. Living the dream. Yeah, we are. We're trying to enjoy life out here. We're out in this breathtaking country out here having, there are fishing opportunities here that don't exist in a lot of places. So we're taking advantage of what we can while we're out here. Can I see some? VJ Biggs, we've only caught 1 rainbow trout so far today, and it went back in the water. It was very small. It was like that big. Beautiful little fish, but not what we're looking for. Man, every time I took my daughter out troll fishing, she wasted the pink rooster tails because she said Barbie and she would hook up every time. Kid theory. We've caught a few fish off of this little fly. I just started trolling flies. Prior to this year, I've never tried trolling flies. I've trolled a whole bunch of things, but never flies. I was like, what the hell is going on with the trolling motor? It's you bouncing around back there. Welcome to the stream, Sanchez. I need to get a drink here. But we are marking a whole lot of fish. Again, this is a brand new water body for me, so we are mapping. It's a small water body though. It's only 263 acres. So over the course of this weekend while we're fishing out here, I would imagine we should get the bulk of it mapped fairly well. We'll get a few fish caught. We will hopefully start marking some spots that we get multiple hookups at. We'll start pinpointing where the fish are, figuring out what they're biting on. So far, the only fish we've had one bite almost to the boat and one bite in the boat on our down rod back here that you guys can see. In fact, let me move that over a little bit so you guys can see it a little better. Oop. There, we'll just spin the angle over a little bit better. But yeah, the down rod here, running our Lure Jensen baby cowbell lake troll in hammered brass, followed by our hand-tied worm harness rig, has what all of the action's been on so far. Let's go, Real Midwest Outdoors 1999 Super Chat. I appreciate your support, brother. I've been listening while working, so I'm a little late replying to the conversation, but parking fee is on me. Thank you, Real Midwest Outdoors. I appreciate your support. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us, especially while you're working. I hope it's helping your Friday go a little bit faster, a little bit more enjoyable. Next fish is for you, Real Midwest. And thank you all for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. It's an absolute pleasure bringing you out here to central Montana. We're after some cool fish here today, hopefully. We can get some of them in the boat, not just near the boat. There are a ton of people out here. I think I've only seen 2 other boats in the water so far though. There's one slow trolling further up the river channel, the reservoir. Newlan Creek flows in here from like the northeast, and that's where that boat is headed. We've kind of been sticking towards the southwestern basin area. We're gonna get this area mapped first, see what is going on out here. We're marking some damn deep fish though. We're over a 45, 50 foot bottom, and there's just consistently fish at 30, 35, 40 foot bottom. I suspect a lot of those are probably kokanee. Let's dial our speed back just a touch again. Let's bump back to, let's say 1.6. We'll slow it down a little bit. We'll speed up a little bit. You adjust the lengths, how much line you got out. Change things up, not just your lures. Change your speeds up. Do more erratic patterns. When you're not getting a bite, just play around with it. See if you can coax a bite. Sometimes the fish are picky. They really want it one way. Other days they'll bite at anything, but today seems like one of those days they just want it like they want it. We haven't quite figured out what that is. I think our first bite was at 1.8 miles an hour over about 25 foot bottom. The first fish that we caught that ended up in the boat was, we were also 1.7, 1.8 miles an hour. That one was over a little bit deeper water, I think about 30 foot bottom. Both of them have been with lead core line about 2 colors out. So our lure, for every color you let out, when I say color, I mean 30 foot. Lead core line physically has, you have red, then you have yellow, then you have black, then you have white. It alternates colors so you can visually estimate how much line you have out. And every color is 30 foot. But for every 30 foot of this particular lead core that I have out, drops your rig down about 5 to 7 foot of depth per color. So when we have 2 colors out, that means our lure is dropping down anywhere from 10 to 14 foot depth. 3 colors, you add another 5 to 7 foot on. 4 colors, you add, another 10 to 14 foot on. So both of our fish that we've had almost in the boat and in the boat have come at about 10 to 14 foot of dive depth over 25 to 30 foot bottom. Warm enough to swim laps now here? Yeah, Carl, it's toasty. You've noticed I'm down to my my last layer here. We went from winter jacket to inner jacket to now we're just in our sun shirt, and it's warm. Gotta go left and fast. We're just trying to get a bit more of this mapped with, bit more mapped so I can throw on my autopilot. And the autopilot automatically does nice S-curves and some erraticness that honestly I believe helps trigger bites. I do love when that sun comes out though. I can automatically tell my voltage meter that we're getting juice back into our house battery instead of draining it. All right, our crankbait needs to go here. It's been running, we've been running this guy far too long with no action on it. What else do you guys want to see? Should we do another spoon? Should we do another crank? Should we do another worm harness rig? Sup, sup. Hey, Ryan Hahn. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, so if outside keeps getting hit, turn means you're trolling too slow. Yeah, I'm trying to, I can't recall whether it was an inside rod or an outside rod when they've been hit. We've almost kind of been going straight. They were really neither inside or outside. I don't think either of them got hit on a turn. But we're out here more over the basin now. We're at about 50-foot bottom. So we're just doing smaller and smaller circles kind of in this basin area, trying to clear out the map, get nice contours. The glow green chrome spoon. You want the other spoon on too, huh? Well, we're keeping the lake troll is going to stay on. That one has produced both of our bites, both of our fish. So I don't have any other lead rods in. We would have to do either that spoon as just subsurface on our planer board rod, or we could put the spoon, then a snap weight, then the planer board rod, or then the planer board to get it down. That or a spoon and get a northern. We don't have, there's no northerns in here. There's 5 different kinds of trout. There's mountain whitefish, there's burbot, a couple of different kinds of suckers. How nice was the trout? It was tiny. It's the smallest trout I've caught, I think, ever trolling. It was 6 to 8 inches. Just an itty bitty little guy. Very, very pretty, but it's the smallest trout I've ever caught on a troll. Very pretty though, very nice coloring. All right, let's try it. Let's try the other Castmaster. We'll run these Castmasters for about an hour. If we don't get hit, we'll swap them out for something different. Everybody's always wanting to troll the Castmasters. Oh, I hate doing snap weight and planer board though. It's so many things to unhook. But we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it different though. I'm not gonna... We're gonna cheat. What do you guys think? 2 ounces or 4 ounces on the snap weight? How deep do we want to go? 15 to 20 foot or like 35 to 40 foot? couch fishing doesn't get any better. 2 ounce or 4 ounce on the snap weight? Go 4. You guys want to get down there deep, all right. No, we're not gonna do it super close. I'll let it out. Let's go 30 foot, snap on our weight. And then we'll go out probably another 70 foot and put on our, no, 30 foot. Let's go 40 foot. So we'll bring it out to 70 foot. So 30 foot of line, 4 ounces. $40 foot of line, planer board. And then we will throw on the literal kitchen sink because we need more shit on the line here. Right, guys? More is always better. More better. Clicker on. Drag open. All right, and then we'll let out. Man, that board's riding real funky. What did I do there? I think it's that 4 ounce weight on there. The board's like, help. All right. She ain't planing, y'all. I don't think the planer board will take 4 ounces. Nope. 4 ounces with the planer board ain't gonna work. That or I got it hooked on here funky. Let me see what I did. Is that a fish? How fast are we going? We're only going 1 point. That might be a fish. Yeah. You feel a fish on there? Tighten the drag. No, don't open the bail. Tighten the drag. Drag. Yeah. Turn the clicker off. Do you feel anything tugging? All right, yeah, 100% 4 ounce weight on a planer board doesn't work. Let me see. Just let me hold on to it for a sec. Yeah, that feels like a fish, I think. So keep it up, bring the board in. We might have another fish on this planer board on the side. If it is, it's just another itty bitty. And when I'm holding it like that, I often will, I got it. There you go. And then you can kind of dig it into your, got the co-pilot out today. Yeah, we got a special guest on the stream here today, Miyazaki, and it does actually look like it's planing a little bit out there now. It's not liking it, but it's planing. All right, so you're gonna stand up and you're gonna walk towards the front of the boat and bring that planer board towards me, this way. Walk up over towards the front of the boat so you can bring the planer board to me. Reel, keep reeling. There you go, bring it in. Oh, is it just weeds? Bring it in, keep going. Let's bring it in and check it. All right, now come back down. Yeah, I don't know if we got an itty bitty or if it was just weeds. There was a bunch of weeds on the planer board. Fish Kings, welcome to the stream. Concept says, go Mia. Put the 2 ounce on. Possible fish on. Yeah, it's unsure here. Nope, nope. Just weeds. All right, well, no, not straight up. You're gonna tangle. Always out. That's your lure. Do you want to pick something new? We got lots of different things for you to pick from. Little crankbaits, worm harness rigs.
What do the pike usually bite off of? I don't
There are
think
no
so.
pike in here.
Oh, no, not pike. I mean trout. Sorry.
Trout, worm harness rigs, hoochies, which are the little squids, small crankbaits like that guy. The trout they'll almost bite on anything.
Maybe a different color.
Different color, we can do a different color. All right, so collapse it down, swing it in. No, hold on to it. All right. We're gonna swap out this little perch. We haven't caught anything on it. It's time to switch some things up here. We're gonna let Mia pick the next one. Let's get it out of the way.
How long ago did you put that one out?
What?
That one?
This one's been out all morning. Wanna try that guy?
Sure.
We're gonna try a Lyman's. Oh, a Lyman something plug. I forget what the hell these are called. These are gonna run just subsurface. They have a really erratic. We're gonna throw that out there. A Lyman's plug in, it's like watermelon. Do they have any chartreuse out? No, we don't have chartreuse on anything yet. We could try chartreuse next. Well, we did just put like a chrome and green, almost chartreuse Castmaster out on this guy on a 4 ounce snap weight. We're gonna try one of these little Lyman's plugs. And, pink gulp maggot.
Yeah.
We're gonna tip that with a pink gulp maggot. What kind of fish are you catching? So far, just one rainbow trout is what we've put in the boat. There are 5 different kinds of trout in here. We're targeting 4 of them. Rainbow trout, brown trout, West Slope cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, Kokanee salmon. This is a good Kokanee lure, actually. That one, let's let it out 30 foot and then let's put a snap weight on it. Loosen your drag, take your clicker off. There you go, thumb it out to about 30 foot. I'm gonna get a snap weight. We're gonna use a 2 ounce snap weight on that one. All right, close the bail, lift it up. Lift the tip up. Drop your rod back. Hand over hand to bring it down. And then again, these open up. That's open. It just slides in between these 2 pinchers. And then it just clips up. So when you bring it in, you take and you just flip it back and it comes right off. All right, tip down to the water, bring your pole back up, twist it, bring it back out. Your bail. Thumb it and let that down to about 80 foot, and then close your bail again. There you go. Bring it back up again. Bring it back, hand over hand. Bring it back. There you guys, I'm teaching her how to do the clip weights and the planer boards. Thank you all for joining us out here today. We are targeting, and this just clips, this one pinch clip. Don't let go of it there, because this one can let off. This one's your permanent clip, just like the other black clip. The orange goes in the front, that's your front. Bring it down, put it in, snap it closed, and then dip it down to the water. Don't push, you're at the line's length. So, no, close your bail. Listen to what I'm saying. Don't do and just listen. Turn your clicker on, open your bail. Well, you can set it down in your rod holder. And then at 125 foot, thumb it to slow it down, and then close your bail and adjust your drag. All right, y'all, we're back out. We got 3 new lures on in the last 30 minutes. We're running 2 different cast masters. One of them on a 4-ounce snap weight. One of them on, we're out 4 colors, so 120 foot. We also did just put on a Lyman's plug in like watermelon, tipped with pink gulp maggots, and on a 2-ounce snap weight. We got planer boards out both sides and then lead core rods down the back. So we're running 4 rods now. Who dat on deck? That's Miyazaki. Do bait casters have bails? Yeah, so this is essentially the same format as a bait caster. And your bail is this switch on the side. So if I open this, it lets line out. They also have a clicker on them. So this, you turn the clicker on and off, so it'll spool freely. If you turn the clicker on, it's like a small drag, and it allows you to feed it out slowly. And then when you're out as far as you want to go, you close your bail, and then you adjust your drag on the side. Towards you is loose, away from you is tight. So what I do is loosen it up to where you can pull a little bit out. You're looking for anywhere from like 3 to 5 pounds of pressure usually. And once it's a reasonable amount of drag, set her back in your rod holder and you're good to go. And sorry, I've missed a whole bunch of chat, y'all. I'm not trying to ignore you guys. What is this? Billiard with 5 WannaSeeMyRod gifted memberships. Thank you, Billiard, for your support. Congratulations to the 5 new people. Pinstriping by Bear. Do you think spoon's actually working with 4 ounce of weight? Yeah, so we have this 4 ounce snap weight set 30 feet back from the spoon. So the spoon's a good distance away from the snap weight. So the snap weight brings your line down, and then your spoon is going to kind of go out and usually a little bit up from there. And then we have another 40 foot of line out and our planer board, and then another 50 foot of line out. So there's quite a bit of line out. It's pretty far away from the boat, but yeah, it will absolutely work. If you had it too close to the spoon, you might not get good action on it, but it's got plenty of leash on there that it should be down there whipping nice. Ryan Hahn, Path Monster Mike, 510 Bran, and No Mercy. Congratulations on your 1 month in the Rod Squad. You are part of the cool kids now. Trying to catch up on chat. I think the spoon would work better with 2 ounce. We put a 2 ounce on the Lyman's plug that's on the other side. No, I've never fished Colorado Monroe. Pinstriping, you could thank Billiard for that. He just gifted 5 memberships. I have a deaf buddy who likes to turn off the clickers. Really? Why would he turn it off? You'd be able to feel it. I don't know. It's also faster, interesting. Sync mic, thank you, Ann. I will fix that. All right, we are back. My lips should now match the sound. Thank you, Ann, for letting me know. Thank you, Billionaire Bago. Living the freaking dream. That's right, Dutch. So let me get my fat ass out of the way of the rods here. You guys can't see all the action. So we got 4 rods out today. We have Miyazaki manning 2 rods on the boat here today. So we have 2 down rods. We're running lead core line out. 1 rod is out 2 colors. The other rod is out 4 colors. We have 2 planer boards on just straight braid. One of them is on a 4-ounce snap weight. The other one's on a 2-ounce snap weight. So we're kind of various different depths right now. We're fishing kind of the deeper basin area, anywhere from 40 to 90 foot bottom. And we're just kind of doing concentric circles out here, trying to map and find the fish. I hate the clicker, just have the drag set right. David, I love the clicker. I love that sound. Hearing that drag grip is one of the most exhilarating parts of trolling for me. Oh no, it's an AI live stream, that's right. Green screens and AI. Every once in a while we generate a fish. Sometimes my assistant, you know, hooks one on underneath the green screen back here and we yank it in. You know, we're just out here trying to have fun. Fool you all. No, we do catch fish every once in a while, I promise. Sometimes it is every once in a while though. Other days it's back to back to back. You never know what kind of a day it's gonna be till you get out on the water. And some days what kind of day it's gonna be can change by the minute, by the hour. I'm having fun. Well, I hope you are, the ever-loving outdoors. I have an absolute blast out here, whether I'm catching fish or not. It is more fun when you're catching fish, but you know, you can't win them all. But I also enjoy bringing you guys out here, letting you guys see some of these remote Montana waterways. We're out here in such beautiful country. Now if we could just catch some of the beautiful fish that are living in these beautiful waters out in this beautiful country. Your rod with your name and Mia on the boat with you. Softballs are flying. I'm letting them pass the boat. Let's see your 6-finger hands, goddamn auto text. Right. I'm still getting fired up replaying the rod bending when that 31-inch walleye smacked it. Oh, I bet, David. I rewatch my streams all the time. It's kind of weird. I don't know, is that weird that I rewatch my live streams? I miss so much shit while I'm out here trying to talk to you guys and figure out the rods and the chaos that's always happening. When I get home, I will rewatch, if not the full stream, I watch large portions of it. And I have almost as much fun rewatching it as I did when I was out on the water. I don't know if any of y'all, oh, that was a fish. Pick it up, pick it up. Big fish, big fish. Oh no, never mind. Reel it, reel it, reel it, reel it, reel it. We're snagged up. I didn't realize we were, hold on. Sorry you guys, we came over, I found a shallow hump that I did not know was there. Reel, reel, reel. We're just dragging bottom, so we're not SOL yet. Dang, I thought we had a fish. Rogue wave. Where are these rogue waves coming from, y'all? What the hell happened to our planer board? Oh, there it is. It deep sixed back there. We pick up some bullshit or what? All right, we're good. You can let it back out again. Thumb it. Oh, sorry. Let me get the boat straightened out. This is why we need our autopilot. All right, slowing her down. The shit show has begun, y'all. Hold still. All right, how far out do you have it? Ah, shit. Actually, just bring it all the way in. We might have some tanglies here. Get that one cleared before let's let these other rods straighten out here. Sorry, guys. Oh, and shit, there was a boat that passed? Where'd they go? Oh, they're over in the corner there now. Shit, I didn't even see that. Canyon Ferry. No, we are at Newlan Creek Reservoir today. All right. Yeah, no, we came over, we're mapping a new area, and we came over a real shallow hump that hadn't been marked. All right, we're gonna bring this one in. Something's on our planer board, or we picked up something on our spoon. We're gonna reset here a couple of these rods real quick. I think we got some weeds or something on our... Oh! We got our first stickfish, guys. God, that is a gnarled ass stick. That is a true stickfish, y'all. Look at that shit. Well, let's try that again. All right, 30 foot out. Clip our weight. $40 out. Clip our planer board. It's like a seed pod. Yeah, I don't know what that's wood. It's just old driftwood. Rotten, gnarly. Put the 2 ounce on. We'll have to do that next time. All right. Let me fix this planer board. You can let that one out, but you got to point it straight out the back to let it down. We're just checking these rods, make sure we don't have bullshit on any of the other ones. Straight out the back, not out the side. All right, we're good on this. Too tight. Howdy, guys. Having any luck? Just little? Yeah, I caught like an 8-inch rainbow. It's the smallest rainbow I've ever caught on a troll. Man, that guy's running 4 downriggers on his boat. All his rods are just straight down. £30 mono, extra light. Miyazaki, I always go light as possible on my trout, salmon, steelhead, walleye setups. Yeah, see, I run the same rig for all the species I fish for. The braid is 65-pound test, Suffix 832 advanced. The leg 27-pound Suffix 832. I usually don't find a rational reason to go shallower or lighter than that. A lot of people do though. I just, again, I'm usually fishing multi-species, and in a lot of water bodies, you know, potential for 10, 20 plus pound fish is very real. So I'd rather have way too heavy a gear than way too light a gear. Pulling some kind of snack. Way left on the back there. That's a planer board. All right, let's try and quit snagging shit up here. Not a very productive way to spend the morning. Looks like a seed pod, probably salad. Yeah, we had one stick out of that. That's all we caught. Who's on the boat with you today? Miyazaki is on the boat. From Anaconda, Montana originally, now live in Florida. Nice, Badger. Small fish for me is 5 pounds. Man, I wish. Oops. All right, we're over about 60-foot bottom. Marking lots of floating debris over on this side. Lots of fish though. 15 foot, 20 foot, 30 foot, 40 foot. So they're spread all over in the water column. Middle one? Middle what? I have no idea what you're talking about. We have 2 down rods that go straight out the back or slightly sideways, and then 2 planer board rods that are planing away from the boat. I'm gonna bring this one up too and make sure we don't have garbage on it. This is the rod we've caught all the fish on, or had the bites and fish on today. Still got our little gulp maggots on there, we're good to go. Our hammered brass lake troll. This is our lead core line down rod. What is our speed right now? 1.7. Let's bump our speed up a little bit. All right, we're good. Long week, ready for the weekend? Well, I hope your long week is almost over there, my friend. Today is Friday. We're gonna be out here all day marathon stream fishing, sun up to sundown. We're trying to do some mapping. We're trying to mark some potential spots to come back and look for some burbot later this evening. But there's a whole bunch of different kinds of trout in here. There's Kokanee salmon. There's a bunch of stuff in here we can catch while we're mapping. My Rod, are you live tomorrow? John, yes, we should be. We're gonna stream marathon today. We might do a little bit of a night stream tonight, and then we're gonna try and do another stream tomorrow morning. I have a tournament tomorrow. Nice. Mr. Largemouth. Well, I hope you do well in your tournament tomorrow. No fishing, I will change that tomorrow, maybe this evening. Yeah, wait for that sun to die out a little bit and go catch yourself some fish. It's not too bad here yet. The sun is definitely warm though. But it should be a nice day out here. I wish there was a little bit of clouds. I don't know if we're gonna get any overcast today or not. I hear burbot's good eating. Yeah, I've never caught one before. It's a bucket list fish for me. They're in a bunch of water bodies around me. Typically you don't catch them trolling, which is the main method that I fish when I'm in the boat. But we do now have spot lock. We have great mapping and down imaging, so we're trying to mark some fish now. Potential spots to come back and spot lock and jig for them later. They tend to be a bottom dwelling fish. They like rocky areas. Someone in here earlier was saying that they don't have real good eyesight, that they are primarily sound, vibration, and smell. So if you're jigging for me, you want to find a spot that's marking good fish on bottom or near bottom, rocky areas, and just pound your jigs off the bottom, create dust, create commotion. And oftentimes that will be enough to trigger them to bite. I can fish in 85, anything hotter than that. I just hide under the, yeah. Now, as long as I can keep my most of my skin covered, the hot is, it drains you, but I don't mind it so much. Especially when the water temperatures are cool, the fish still usually release real well. You just gotta make it a point to try and keep them out of the water as short as possible. Same, jigging off the bottom. I've caught them during the day ice fishing. Yeah, so I've seen a handful of people catch them during the day. They will bite during the day. They're just, it's like walleye. You can catch walleye during the day, but usually the best walleye bite is, you know, midnight, 2 a.m. Like they're a nocturnal creature. That's when they tend to feed the most. But yeah, colder months and ice fishing is also much more prevalent way that people fish for them and have better luck. They are still catchable during the summer months. You can catch them during the day. It's just, again, tougher. You're catching them off of their feed cycle. But I think if we can mark some good spots, and I do have a handful of spots marked that we will try and come back to either around sundown or after. And we will try jigging for them. I have a handful of jigs that are good UV glow. We've got some nice fat crawlers. I've got some other scents and stuff we can put on there. Do you do any ice fishing out there? John, I never have. I have a couple of buddies that do every year. That years prior they've invited me to go out. I've just never taken them up on it. Last year I was good and ready to go, and then we had the lamest winter ever and didn't get any ice anywhere, or no real fishable ice, so I didn't get to do it. But this winter hopefully we'll have decent ice in close enough proximity to me that I can go try out some ice fishing. Blue and silver croc spoons. Interesting, Carl. Crocodile spoons. I guess, I don't think I have any blue and silver ones, but I do have some heavier crocodile spoons. $160 thumbs up, let's go. We are chugging towards that 200. I think it's about fish whistle time, y'all. What do you think? Although I have no idea what happened to the fish whistle, so that might be a problem. I suspect it's in one of my jacket pockets, but... oh, we have fish whistle. Mia has it. She would. She's always stealing my fish whistle. What? I cleaned it out. There was pike in there from the last trip. That's why I hate fucking putting fish in my drink cooler. I need to take it and fucking clean it out like way better. I scrubbed on it. I cleaned it with hot water. It still smells like fucking fish though. It's clean ice in there though. It's not. You'll be fine. We found it. She's running dry though. I really should have hit the fish whistle store before we went.
You want to use mine?
You have? You got a fresh one?
No, it's not fresh. It's just the one I've been using.
Does it have juice in it?
A little bit.
Better than mine? Oh yeah. Good Lord. Oh shit, watermelon fish whistle. We haven't tried this one before. Mine's usually the Montana huckleberry. Who's your guest? Mr. Largemouth. This is Miyazaki. She's hiding in the corner back here. Yeah, that tastes more like rhubarb. Any of y'all ever eaten rhubarb? Oh, god damn it, it's the boat that just went by. I got excited. Got excited, we just blew the fish whistle, and then I thought we had a bite, but it was just the wake from the boat. Who did that? Who did that? That's Tim Dow, 29-1 again. 10 gifted memberships to the WannaSeeMyRod Rod Squad. Let's go. Thank you, Tim. Hope you're having a good day at work there, buddy. Hope you get out of there soon. Thank you for your continued support. And who got the memberships this time? John Bolton, Brittany Walter, Fletch 15777, Shannon Again's Fishing, Spartan, Hold My Beer, Dion 2052 LG, Rhino Hooks, Grammy 84, The Holy Mac. Congratulations, you have 1 free month in the Rod Squad. You get basically nothing for it. Your name turns green. You get to feel special. I don't have any emojis yet, nothing fancy. Fishy things and family sent me over. I haven't had a chance to review them yet. They're trying to make me some. So we might have some Rod Squad emojis here soon. But thank you again for your support, Tim. You're awesome, as always. And congratulations to the new Rod Squad members. 1 free month. The snozberries taste like snozberries. Carl, I always say that and everybody always gives me stupid looks. I'm like, come on, man. That's like a classic movie. And one of the best lines from it. Rhubarb is super sour. Yeah, that watermelon, it tastes like burnt rhubarb. I love rhubarb cake. My grandma, and my mom now uses my grandma's recipe, made, she called it fridge jelly, which is the weirdest fucking thing to call something. But it's a strawberry, rhubarb, and blueberry jelly. And oh my God, that shit is so good. I remember when I was little, she would make it on, you know, the stove. She'd have this big pot of it. And I'd be over there with a bowl and a spoon, getting myself a bowl of jelly, hot, delicious jelly, to just eat like a fat kid. Fish whistle got you excited. Well, we blew the fish whistle, we got a bite. I mean, that's just the way that it works. But it turned out it wasn't a bite, it was just the boat. It's a fish whistle, man. It's a strawberry rhubarb pie. Good stuff. Heck yeah. Rhubarb growing in the backyard in 2 places. I love rhubarb. Well, I love rhubarb jelly. I love rhubarb fruit roll-ups. I love things made out of rhubarb. I was never a big fan of just eating rhubarb, though I did quite a bit when I was a kid because my grandma had a bunch in her yard. They used to take it, they would take the fresh rhubarb, you tear off the leaf because the leaf is poisonous. But then they would salt it, or they'd put a pile of salt and they'd dip it in the salt. So you get the sour and the salty. I always thought it was disgusting. I just ate it straight. Angel with the Sunday. Thank you, Angel. How you doing today, Angel? Like a pineapple, it tastes like a pineapple. That's right. You ever tried rhubarb bread pudding? Yummy. Never have. That does sound good though. Rhubarb pie is truth. Man, y'all got me thinking about rhubarb, eating rhubarb now. I'm surprised so many of you have tried rhubarb. A lot of people are like, what the hell is a rhubarb when I mention rhubarb? Back in the day, there was probably jelly that didn't need to be refrigerated. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Fridge jelly. Whatever that is. Outdoors with Ben. What's up, Outdoors with Ben? Good morning, good morning. Rhubarb fresh with salt. So you eat it with the salt. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Howdy, neighbor Dave. Has fish whistle if smoke is coming out your mouth. That's how the fish whistles work. You blow it and smoke comes out your mouth and then you catch fish. Any fishing today, Lake Erie Lee? What are you going for? Outdoors with Ben. So there's our species wide, our species list seems big, but it's really trout and salmon. There's 5 different kinds of trout in here. Rainbow trout in 3 different strains, Gerrard being the one that's most interesting because those can get to be 20 plus pounds. Brown trout, which also can get to be good size in here. 2 different kinds of cutthroat trout, West Slope and Yellowstone, and brook trout. There's mountain whitefish, there's Kokanee salmon, and we're also mapping and looking for spots that may be holding burbot. Once the sun goes down, we're gonna come back out on these spots that we're marking that look like burbot, and we're gonna pound the shit out of the ground down there and see if we can pull one of these weird snaky bastards out of the water. I really want to catch one. I would love to show you guys a ling. I don't think a lot of people have seen a ling or a burbot. How is it in North Kakalaki today? Oh, you're talking to someone else. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, you guys, if you guys want to know what we're ever in our streams, you want to know what we're after, you can just type .target. If you want to know where we're at, you can type .where. If you want to know what we've caught, you can type .catches or .caught. We have a lot of commands, bot commands in the room that anybody can use. David Lilieskov. Sup, what's up, David? Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel. How you doing today? Welcome to the Wanna See My Rod marathon streams. You found the channel, the ultimate fishing channel here. Or sometimes we catch fish. We try real hard for a long time. Are you camping overnight and streaming tomorrow? Yes, we will be camping again here tonight. Well, we're gonna try and do a little bit of night fishing. And we will be streaming again in the morning. What's up, Sebastian? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Whistle. Yeah, we don't have a command for that yet. I don't know what that should do, but all right, we need to turn around here. We're gonna take a few more passes down through the basin before we venture up further in the reservoir. I'd like to get a decent area mapped down here so we can actually run the damn autopilot. Although this point up here that dude is fishing off of looks kind of tasty. What do you think, Mia? Should we go catch a fish in front of the guy on the bank over there? No comment? She just laughed at me. You guys think we should go catch a fish in front of the person on the bank? Or go snag our gear up in front of them and look like a buttheads? Going out super early tomorrow, that's the way to do it. The early morning bite has been the best for me out of probably the whole last month that we've fished. Your green rod? We don't have any green rods. Glow plugs tonight. Yeah, we have, I forget who the hell makes them, but they're some of the glowiest damn lures I've ever seen in my life. They're like, I think they're 1 ounce or ounce and a half. Just these like teardrop shaped lumps with a red treble hook on the bottom, and you glow them up and they're like, ah, and they stay glowing for a good 20 minutes. Most UV and glow lures, after 5 minutes or so, you can barely see them anymore. I don't know how anybody doesn't know about Super Troopers or give you weird looks about it. Fish whistle. Hello, Laurent. What are you going after, John? Super Troopers is old school. No results found for location. Ken and Marie, you would just type .weather and that'll tell you the stream or the weather for the current stream, or if you want to know weather of a certain place, you can type .weather and the zip code, or .weather and the city and the state, and it'll give you current weather or close to it for your location. Be nice to the bank fishermen. I know, I'm just joking. It's been so hot either. Mine's been the opposite, killing it half hour before sundown. Really? Huh. Yeah, we haven't had a good, earlier this season, we had really good dusk bite. Probably the last month we've been out, the dusk bite has been kind of booty. What's your biggest fish you ever catch? Laurent, biggest fish I've ever caught, landed, measured, weighed, have pictures of, and proof, is a 22 and a half pound, 42-inch northern pike. We've had a few fish bigger than that on the banks or near the net, but just haven't managed to land them. Because your water temperature's cooler in the morning, so they're running shallower. How's the temperature? Is warm up to move back deeper water? So when we got here this morning, temp was 64 at the surface. We're up to 65.9 right now. We are in a little shallower water up this way. I'm about to loop back around to where we just were coming from. One on your right is getting nibbled on. Weston, no, we have a planer board rod out there. So that rod, unless it's really digging, it's just the planer board. It's a yellow board out there in the water. It creates drag and kind of rides over the surface and pulls your lure away from the boat. So it creates a pretty good wobble on your rod. What's your take on Dipsies and planer boards? We're running 2 planer boards right now. They suit their purpose. I have a bunch of Dipsies. They're helpful if you need to get down, 40, 50 plus feet. They'll get you down there. You can get with Dipsies down to depths of almost 100 feet. They create so much drag getting them down that deep. They're hard to run at depths like that, but you can do it. They're tools. I think when you don't have a downrigger, you do what you can to get it down there. Nightbot, we impaled one trout. We were hooking it up for the bigger fish. I run Dipsy, planers, and downriggers. Yeah, I would run downriggers too if I felt like I had room on the damn boat for them. What's the small thing in the water? So the yellow board, that's the Dipsy, or excuse me, the planer board. I've yet to play around with them, but I'm awful curious. Yeah, so you have lots of different ways that you can get down to depth. The most precise, the most accurate, and the most expensive are downriggers. You just basically have a cannonball steel cable that you're clipping your wire to and you drop it straight down. If you want to run it at 15 foot, drop your ball down 15 foot and it runs your line off of it. You want to run it at 100 foot, you drop it down 100 foot and you run your line on it. I mean, it practically goes straight down because they're running 3 pounds, 5 pounds, sometimes 10-pound balls. But if you don't have that, which I don't, you use lead core line is one way. You can get down 30, 40, maybe 50 feet with lead core. Much more than depth than that, you're not really going to accomplish it most cases with just lead core. Same with snap weights. Instead of having lead core, you can use braid line, fluoro, mono, and you can run your lure out, 30, 50 feet, and then you can snap on a 1 ounce, a 3 ounce, a 5 ounce snap weight. Like this. This is a 5 ounce snap weight. And you can clip that onto your line and drop it straight down, and it acts like a downrigger ball. Granted, it's only 5 ounces, not 5 pounds. So instead of it going straight down, what you're aiming for is to get it at like a 45-degree angle away from your boat. And that'll get your, for every 1 ounce of lead you add on to your clip weight or onto your line, you get roughly 10 foot of dive depth. there are a lot of things that factor into it. The lure you're running, your speed, you know, your line thickness, but on average, you estimate about 1 ounce per, or 10 feet per ounce that you snap on there. So you can get down 50, 60 feet with snap weights, but they become not very realistic when you want to get down 80 or 100. You don't want to be snapping 10 ounces of weight onto your line like that. You'll lose it, they're expensive. So to go deeper than that, the Dipsy divers you can use, the big ones will go down almost to 100 foot. But the Dipsies also serve kind of the same purpose, or dual purpose, like your planer board. The planer boards, when you want to run more than one rod on each side, or you just want to get your rigging away from the boat, the planer board does that. It planes out to the side. Your Dipsy divers act as a diver and a planer. So they're not only bringing you down in the water, they also plane you away from the boat. So a lot of people who run, you know, 4 rods, 6 rods, 10 rods, 16 rod spreads, they'll use a combination of all of those things. Downrigger balls straight out the back, you know, Dipsy divers next, then, or your snap weights, then Dipsy divers, and then your planer boards, and sometimes 2, 3, 4 planer boards. It can get real complicated, but they all serve purpose. Joe Bro Outdoors, did you catch any? We've caught one tiny rainbow so far. He bit at it and missed and ended up with a hook in the back of his head. So we caught the season's tiniest trout. I don't know if we'll get a tinier one this year. Somewhere between 6 and 8 inches. I've been using snaps way more than lead lately. Yeah, see, I use both, but the lead core, I don't know, the lead core for me has always produced more fish. But the snap weights, they're handy. You can do a lot of things with snap weights. I love them. Braid line can snap a finger off. Oh yeah, that shit'll cut phalanges off, no problem. Middle of the day, a little bit deeper, end of the day back into the shoreline. Pinstriping, yeah, that's a good call there. And in fact, the 3 other boats that I see out on the water, besides one that's trailing behind us, are all right down in the basin right now, in the deepest part of the lake where it gets to be about 90 foot. So we'll poke on down there and maybe we can go catch some fish with these guys. Number 176, Flava Dave. Good morning, Flava. Also several other divers out there. John Bolton. What time is it? We're 10:32. I don't know, we're probably, it's about time for another lure change. We have 2 Castmasters out, one with a 4 ounce weight on it, one with a 2 ounce, no, one with a 4 ounce and one with 4 colors of lead out. Neither of them are getting touched. About time to find something else to put back there. I put 3 lines to the planers and then Dipsies, then a Dipsy each side along the downriggers. So you run your Dipsy not as your down rod, but your first rod out from your spread, and then the planer boards. That would make sense. How far from your downrigger ball do you typically hook whatever you're trolling with? Is it pretty close, 10, 15 foot, or are you like 30 foot, 50 foot, 100 foot? How far out from your, I'd imagine it's pretty close. You're trying to keep that right, right down from the boat. Do you have outrigger? No, I don't. Braid cuts hurt, they do. I always end up with cuts in the crease of my damn fingers when I'm tying my worm harness rigs. I try to always get, you know, a layer of clothing or something over when I'm tying shit, but it never fails. I always end up with a slit in one of the creases in my fingers. Should break out lead more. I think it does catch more. David, I love lead. It's the thing about lead that's different than a lot of the other presentations is lead has a, if you ever watch a length of lead that's in the water. It doesn't just go straight down. Braid comes, you know, your drag is down here, your pole tip is up here. It's basically, there might be a little bit of a sag in it, but it's basically a straight line. Braid, when you let it, or excuse me, lead core, when you let it out, doesn't do that. It flows, it bellows through the water, and I think it imparts more action, more erraticness to the lure behind it. And it doesn't matter what you're running behind it, it always, and the more you let out, I think the more that it bellows. That's why lead core, you can't let out 20 colors and get down to, you know, 100 plus feet. It gets to a certain depth and then it's kind of buoyant. That's as far as it goes. And it does more of the bellowing action. Planer ski rivia boards, 24-inch long, 8-inch tall. Big boards. Good morning, bro. What's up, James Burke? First time tuning in. Well, welcome to the Wanna See My Rod Marathon stream channel. We're out here normally fishing in central Montana. Today we're in south central Montana. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. I have never fished here before. I've been reading about this place and checking it out online for the last year or so. And we finally bit the bullet and came out here to check her out. There's a bunch of different trout species in here. There's Kokanee salmon, and there's also Burbot. And that's really what that's secretly my hope, is that we can catch at least one Burbot throughout this weekend. And we're mapping right now. We're marking potential places where Burbot are hanging or look like potential places that they might be hanging. And sometime this evening, at dusk or after, we're gonna try and come back out here and do a little bit of jigging for them. I use clips to attach the lines, 50 feet, 25 sometimes. Okay, so 25 to 50 foot. That's kind of how the snap weights are the same way. I rarely go further than 50 foot from it. Depends on how skittish the fish are. When I set lines, I set planers first. Planers to get out, then the dipsies to go out a little bit further, and then the downrigger straight down. That makes sense. Spoons 15 foot off the ball. Really close to the ball, huh? Same sometimes, about 30. Spooky. Flasher fly around about 30 foot back. With lead, lures follow path of the boat. Right, that makes sense too, yeah, that weight carries with it rather than the braid that's probably, again, more statically. Yeah, they're a different presentation. But yeah, out of my braid line, straight braid, and my lead core rods, almost always outproduce. Keep fishing and keep stuff in the water. Yeah, we're gonna be out here banging away at the water. We're just gonna switch out lures, change our speeds a little bit. I'm gonna bump it up to, no, actually, let's go back down. Let's do stupid slow for a little bit. 1.2 miles an hour. Let's slow down. Maybe they just want an easy day out here. Maybe they're being lazy. It's Friday, they don't want to work too hard. They just want the shit to come to them. We'll give it to them real easy for a little bit. Aaron with the 100, thank you, Aaron. James Burke, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome to the Rod Squad. Big boards for a big boat, that makes sense. What trolling engine? Northwest PA, we're running the Lowrance Recon. It, I think, just came out last year, end of last year, sometime last year. It's 90 pound of thrust at 24 volt or 115 pound of thrust at 36. It's got basically all the bells and whistles. The only thing that it doesn't have that I really wish it did is auto deploy and stow. But it's networked with our Lowrance HDS 10 Pro graph. So we get full compatibility between the two. I can control all the different trolling modes, auto follow, spot lock, all of it can be controlled right through the graph. It does also come with a wireless foot pedal, which is cool, but I don't use it. And then it also has a fancy dongle with a little joystick on it. And I do use this from time to time, but honestly, it's just as easy controlling the damn thing on the graph. I'm sitting right here staring at it anyway. What are you fishing for salmon? Yeah, so there are Kokanee salmon in here. I don't know how big they get in here. They started stocking them about 10 years or so ago, 11 years. So if there is potential for some decent sized ones in here, I think. But right now we're running, the most Kokanee-ish rig we're running right now is probably our, we got a Moon Jelly Dodger down with a Castmaster behind it. And then on our other lead core line, we have a Lure Jensen Baby Cowbell and Hammered Brass, followed by a worm harness rig, a wedding ring rig. And I've caught quite a few Kokanee off of that as well. Good to see you again. My brother been here watching, been at work. Good luck, be watching all day. Hey, Robert Thompson, always a pleasure. I hope it's making your workday a little bit more enjoyable. Yellow birds, what the hell, yellow bird what, John? You can see my setup on my YouTube shorts. Carl, I'll have to go check that out. I don't think I've ever watched any of your shorts. I always see the shit you're posting on my community page. I didn't realize that you were posting shit in shorts. It's one of those back in the day, a long time, or Rod's community page. Dave Newhauser with the Argentina. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate the gift. When do you know you have a fish on the Rockstar doing? Manza, when there's a fish on, those poles will either start erratically bouncing, you will audibly hear this. You'll hear the drag just zip. These fish will yank it out there. Or if we have a real nice fish, the rod just bends over and stays bent over and you hear bzzz, just a constant drag. So the little bouncies, that's just, that's the lure, the lake troll, when you're trolling, you know, a mile, 2, 3 miles an hour, there's a drag in the water, and it's always gonna make your pole have kind of either a rhythmic bounce or sometimes a little bit of an erratic pattern, depending on what you're running back there. So most times you don't really watch the rod tip unless it really starts bouncing or just folds over. What you're really listening for is your drag. Some fish aren't big enough to pull the drag, and you will just see the rapid pulling on it. But most fish, even the little ones, the speed you're trolling at and the speed they're attacking it at zips a good chunk of drag out, a good chunk of line out. You hear it. I can get up to 2.8 miles an hour with my 40-pound thrust Minn Kota. PA, I've never actually seen how fast I can get going with the trolling motor. That'd be an interesting test. I've trolled it at 2.7, 3 miles an hour. I would assume it can get me much faster than that. We're running at 24-volt mode with 90 pounds of thrust, which is about twice what you really need for a 16-foot flat-bottom John. I can hit 38 on the small block 350. Mr. Largemouth with the high five, 1.2 for the win. What do you guys know? You have a fish. Oh, I already read that. Stop smoking. Listen to the drag screaming and rod bouncing. Stop smoking. Manza, please stop, buddy. Don't spam that. I'm an adult. I know it's bad. God, my lips are... I forgot my damn chapstick again. So here we are with my lips all peeling off and look like a crackhead over here. Baking in the sun. Sun getting hot. It's warm. I do have my UV shirt on. These really, really help. If you guys have never worn these while fishing, they're nice. They cut a lot of the heat. They dry real quick when you sweat. And above all, they help protect your skin from getting frickin' scorched. But yeah, it is a little warm. It will get warmer though. You guys have rain all shows or sunny? We've had, the last couple of weeks, it's been pissing rain everywhere around here. The last couple of days has been kind of a break in the weather. I think either later today or tomorrow there might be some slight clouds and thunderstorms, but we'll see. I have the Ghost, 36 feet. Yeah, so the Ghost and the Recon are really, really similar. The Recon is that they're marketing more towards the freshwater. The Ghost, I think, is more towards bass anglers and saltwater. The Recon, they market as the multi-species freshwater trolling motor, though they do have a saltwater version of the Recon as well. The Ghost is nice. Lowrance Elite FS10, Mr. Largemouth. So I have, on my boat, I have 2 graphs. I've ran for a few years now the Lowrance Elite FS9, the 9-inch version of what you're talking about. And I did just recently add to the network the Lowrance HDS 10 Pro. And that one has a little bit bigger screen. It comes with a little bit better transducer. I love them both though. I use one for mapping and one for down scan, side scan. It's nice to have the multi-screens. Your neighbors on the other boat catching. I haven't seen anybody else pull anything in. The guy that we did roll by earlier that was fishing with the downriggers did say that he had caught a couple of very small trout, laughing when I said 8 inches, and he just nodded his head and said, yeah, so I guess he caught tiny trout too. But no, the bite's been a little poopy so far. Not sure what the deal here is. But I haven't seen anybody else actually catch anything. There's a few other boats out here fishing. Did y'all see that y'all's FWP put fishing hours limit on the streams because of the heat wave to hit Montana 2 p.m., 6 a.m., no fishing. I didn't know we became Europe. Pinstripe, yeah, so that's every year. It's called hoot owl restrictions. And there's a couple of things that trigger it. It's like 3 consecutive days with the water temperature being over 73 or 75 degrees. And or the water flow being down to a certain amount, or the outside temperature being a certain temperature for a period of time. And it makes sense. I mean, it's, again, that they allow you to fish during basically not the heat of the day. And it's meant to help survivability of the fish, because a lot of people do catch and release. Like I primarily catch and release. And when the water's a balmy 78 degrees, you're not gonna successfully release very many fish. So while it sucks, it does restrict you. The reason, the rationale behind it is sound. Some people say no religion, but I think it's a good idea. Put sunscreen on them. When first started trolling Kokanee, I'd slip my hand between the rod and the line and feel for a bite. John Mahoney, interesting. Now I've, most of my Kokanee bites are not timid at all. They, especially at Holter, that's where I've caught most of them, is Holter Lake. When they bite, they run with that shit, and almost before you can pick the pole up out of the water, they're blasting out of, you know, above the surface of the water behind you. So I've never really needed to really have that finesse on it. That's interesting. You might be catching smaller Kokanee though. The Kokanee that I catch at Holter are usually in like the 16 to 22 inch range, you know, 2-3+ pounds. I've never caught any of the, you know, small 12, 13 inchers. So they might be a much more timid bite. Shirtless and tanned. I don't tan. I go from frickin' Casper the Ghost to a cooked lobster. And then I bubble and then I peel. And then I go back to even pastier white than I was before. Man, I'm so far behind in chat. Probably spooky fish. There we go. My lake is now 92. 92 surface? How deep is it? Like, that's death zone for most fish. 92? My lake is 60 at the surface, 40s deep. Yeah, see, we're 66 at the surface now, and we're 90 foot deep is the deepest that we have. Dang, yeah, these were babies compared to that. Oh, okay. Yeah, Holter Lake is a trophy fishery for kokanee salmon. It produces some of the biggest kokanee in the Pacific Northwest, from what I understand. Biggest I've ever caught was somewhere around 5 pounds, but apparently 6, 7+ pounders in there are not as scarce as you would think. Lanier's over 110. Okay. Yeah, this one has a fairly deep basin. A lot of the water bodies that I fish, I think Holter gets down to 120, 130. Flathead, where I fished, is, you know, well below 200, 250 in some places. Pishkin, I think, gets to be, oh God, 100, 110. A lot of the water bodies that I fish, the lakes, the reservoirs, have fairly deep basins. Not the whole lake is that deep, though some of them do have pretty good river, you know, deep river channels that run down them. All right, well, I don't know where all the fishies are. Which one of y'all scared all our fishies away? Hey, Rod, just popping in, say tight lines. What's up, Willie Gamer? I appreciate you stopping through. Thanks for coming and saying hi. Whoa, where are you going, trolling motor? We're on course lock, and he's like, no, we're turning, bro. Won a bass tournament 2 weeks ago. My biggest came in 3 feet of water and 92. Dang, man. Do they, so is it a catch and release, or you gotta hold them for a period of time? I can't imagine many fish stay alive for long in those temperatures. How do you keep them alive in temperatures like that? Thinking about the guys get off later in the day, can't fish because they're, yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. But the thing is they don't do it to all water bodies. It's very specific water bodies that have basically low water flow and high temperatures. So the fish are already struggling. There's usually always other options. Like around me where I live, the Sun River gets hit for, I don't know, it's like a 10 or a 15-mile stretch of it that gets hoot owl restrictions. But the Missouri River that's, you know, right next to it never gets hit because it's a much bigger river. There's always ample water and flow down it. So it does cut off some fishing spots, but around me it really doesn't impact that much. Spear's 1,300 foot deep, my favorite. That's crazy. Yeah, we almost went to Tally Lake today, which is northwest of Flathead. I really want to fish there one of these days. There's really good lake trout in there and a bunch of other stuff, pike and kokanee, and but it gets to be, it's one of Montana's deepest freshwater lake. It's 495 or 500 foot deep. Bighorn Canyon. Got 500, wow. Beautiful place. It is pretty here. Yeah, we're up in the Little Belt Mountains here. It's just national forest. Mid to high 80s surface temperature, Southern California, open area lakes, Mountain Lake staying 60s and 70s. Pond Array's about deepest near me, 800 in a few places. Pond Array's, I've been looking. Pond Array would be definitely a drive for me, but it's not that far of a drive compared to Flathead or Tally. One of these days I might have to pop over to Pond Array and give it a try. Janice Briggs, welcome to the stream. What are you fishing for? Master Fishing, we are fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, West Slope cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, kokanee salmon, and later we will be trying to get some burbot. We've caught one fish so far, the season's tiniest rainbow trout. It was like 6 or 8 inches. We've set a new record for the stream. I live down in Liverwell. Okay, Popcorn, good morning, Rod. Going to heat up nicely today. Be careful of that sun. Mike is out of sync. Thank you, Okay, Popcorn. Hey, have you ever fished Newlan? Okay, Popcorn? If you pull perch out of deep water, they're done. Here, fishy, fishy. That's right, Lee. Ice down live wells. I've seen people squirt shit into the live wells, like oxygenating stuff. There's a bunch of different stuff. Do you use any of the like liquid stuff in there as well? How far is Ackley from you? We fished Ackley only once so far this year. It is a little over 2 hours from me. I fished it like 4 or 5 times last year. We had one tiger muskie near the boat last year, or at the boat. We didn't get it in the boat though. I got it snagged on the outside of my damn net. I'd like to make a trip to Polson. I'd love to catch a trophy lake trout. Yes, that's why I went up to Flathead last year trying to catch a trophy laker. We caught 2. One was like 2 or 3 pounds, the other one was like 6 or 7 pounds. But they have 20, 30 plus pounders in the real fat ones. Is it cold where you are, protecting yourself from the sun? It was 45 degrees this morning. It's probably 75 degrees right now. I'm protecting myself from the sun. PG Cuddy, welcome to the stream. I fill live well with ice. Lake Francis. Lake Francis up by Valier. There's 2 Lake Francises in Montana. If it's the one that you're by Valier that you're talking about, yes. I fished it, I think 3 or 4 times now. I've caught a few small walleye out of there. I caught a really fat rainbow. I caught one really nice brown. I could not catch a pike to save my life there. And I lost 1 rod in the water there. Francis owns one of my ugly sticks. Wake incoming, yes. The water looks great, wish I was there. It's beautiful out here. The sun's a little hot, but honestly, you couldn't ask for nicer weather. I honestly wish there was a little bit of clouds in the sky. You fished, I read that one already. All right, gonna fix my mic now. I've only been to 1 lake in Montana. It was Seeley Lake, which was beautiful. Oh yeah, Seeley is up near Salmon and Placid and Swan Lake, which we fished at recently. Seeley's, I haven't fished it. I've been there a few times when I was younger. That whole area up there is freaking incredible. Have you fished? Oh, I already read that. Why aren't we catching fish? Do you want to change a lure? We'll think about what you want to run. What color? A spoon, a crankbait, a worm harness rig. We can swap out either of the rigs on your side of the boat. Have you ever fished Lake Francis by Platte? No, I have not. These guys are going a little bit fast. Yeah, we're slow. We're way slow right now. Let's bump her up to 1.4. The 2 bites we had earlier today were at 1.8, so. And we have dead fish penalties in our tournaments. So not only they don't count the fish, but how does that work? How do they penalize you? Is there like a pound loss to your bag if you kill a fish? Is it 5 pounds? Like how does that? 2.2. You think we should be going much faster, huh, Carl? We'll work our way back up. We worked our way up to 2. And nothing was biting, so we dropped back down to 1.2, and now we're working our way back up again. 1.8 is where we got bit at and caught earlier. Oh, has he got a fish on? We got a boat trolling right next to us. I think he might have a fish on. He's the one that's running all the downriggers on the boat. I don't know if he's just changing lure or if he's got fishy. Check out this boat. Now this is a rig. I don't know what kind of boat this is, but this guy's it's a nice little boat. He's got that shit rigged over there. Anybody know what kind of boat that is? Looks like he's got partial glass up front, a windshield, but then a canvas bimini that comes out. Not much of a cast deck up front, but the trolling motor fits. It's got to be a fiberglass boat, but look at all them downriggers. Oh, manual crank downriggers. He's got a nice rig there. Say what?
Ring set up on it?
Do what?
Do any of these have a wedding ring set up on it?
That one does with the lake troll, a wedding ring. But we could, we could run a wedding ring behind the Dodger, or you could pick a new Dodger too. In fact, we probably should do that. Let's try a different style of Dodger and a wedding ring on that other lead line. So the Dodger swoops in the water. I guess I should explain this to you guys too. A Dodger sways in the water when you troll it, and whatever's on the leader behind it gets that movement from it. So a lure that wouldn't typically have much side-to-side movement, it imparts that action. So like, for example, one of these hoochie rigs, a little squid, it doesn't have much movement by itself, but if you add it behind a Dodger, it imparts the action. Orange wedding rings, that's what we have out right now, is orange, just like this one. Just like this, except for we have gold instead of silver. A double wedding ring with the salmon orange. I was thinking maybe we'd do a hoochie to change it up a little bit. Supposed to do, no, the big circles, that's a flasher. A flasher spins in circles. A Dodger just sways. What do you think? We got little hoochie rigs. There's a green wedding ring. There's another wedding ring similar to what we have out right there, but this one's silver instead of gold. Those are some options. Oh. There are some more options. You can pick any of those. And then also any of these. There's different styles, different colors. Yeah, Carl, my understanding and my experience is flashers do the big swooping circles. Those are the big, they're usually, you know, rectangular but rounded. They often have a fin on the back of it. That's what I call a flasher, and it does the big swoops. A Dodger is more like a big spoon. And you don't want it, if it's spinning, you're trolling it too fast. What you want it to do is just sway in the water. And again, you get that sway on your lure. The flashers, though, they spin and they're gonna whip whatever it is behind. I don't run flashers as often. But yeah, flasher fly, stuff like that are good combos. We're allowed 1 dead fish, 1 pound penalty. Over 2 dead fish. Oh shit, kill 2 of them, you get DQ'd. Yeah, so I would dig out my flasher box right now, but it's buried back there. Mia's back there, she's gonna pick a new Dodger and worm harness rig combination. $196 thumbs up, let's go. We are almost past 200. Thanks for coming and hanging out, guys. I know it's been a bit of a slow morning, but we're out here living the dream. It is so pretty out here. Weather is freaking gorgeous. Did you pick? Well, grab them out.
I don't know what the difference is between the big one and the small one.
The big one is more movement. The smaller is a tighter. So the bigger it is, the bigger the swoop it's gonna do in the water. The smaller it is, the kind of faster and shorter the swoop is gonna be. You want that one?
Silver,
Okay.
orange, silver.
No, keep it out. I'm gonna put this stuff away. All right, bring that pole in. And which one did you say? Okay. Bring that rod in. Up. There you go. Tighten the drag a little bit. Yep. A little bit more. And then point your pole back and reel. Reel. All right, so Mia picked just a little Dodger, silver with some refracting on it, and she picked a wedding ring with silver. These are kind of a hybrid rig I've been toying around with. So it's a wedding ring up top, and then a hoochie with a max spinner at the back. So gold, orange. Wonder if they're shallower than you think. I'm marking them all over the damn place. The ones that we got to bite earlier were in shallower water. 25, 30 foot of water. We're over a much deeper basin right here. But that's what Mia picked, and I think we will. Do you want to tail it with a crawler or a pink gulp maggot crawler? All right, lift that up. Bring it into the boat before you take it off. All right, so, or bring it up to me. I'll get this swapped out real quick. All right, hold this. Give me a sec here, guys. We're swapping in Mia's rig. She wants to tail it with a crawler. Maybe Mia has what we need here. I'll do it 2 separate chunks. Lord. This is the wormiest worm I've ever wormed before. So now, hold that in the water and let's see what it looks like. The leader on that is a little long. Normally you want to go like, yeah, so you see how it's swooping back and forth, and it's only adding just a little bit of movement back there to it. We need to shorten the leader on that a little bit. Let's run it like that. I guess that's got a good little waggle to it. Okay, hold it right and turn your clicker off. Well, your clicker's probably already off. Let's let it out. Huh? Yeah. It gives it a wiggle that it wouldn't have had before. Let's try it. We'll run it like that for 30 minutes. If we don't get bit, we can bring it in and now up is off. All right. Can you add a spinner? Somebody, okay, so that's one we should do. Somebody's been asking for Panther Martin for a long time now. I love those smaller Dodgers. I haven't run them as much. I typically run, I like the spade Dodgers. That's like, this is what I tend to run more than anything, is these kind of bigger, and I have a whole bunch of different kinds of these, but they have kind of a more wide wobble to them. Ouch. Let the harness out slowly. All right, that's probably good. Let's only go at 90 foot on that. I guess fish it however you want to, but I'd probably start a little bit shallower. Let the harness out slowly. Oops. All right, you got drag set on that? Shake my ass with a great little wiggle wiggle at the bar, but I'm not getting bites either. Not sure how to shorten the leader. Anon, I will send you detailed instructions. Don't worry, buddy. I got you. Never used them before, but whenever you use pink gulp maggots, you seem to catch fish. Yeah, the only rod that's caught fish today, it's had 2 bites and caught 1 fish, is the pink gulp maggots on our worm harness rig. I don't know what the hell it is about that setup. It outproduces anything else we try in trout waters. Hasn't done great for us today, but it has caught us our one and only fish. Who did what?
I don't know if there was a tapping spot there, but it looks like someone left it. Someone immediately filled it.
Yeah, did you see the one guy pulling a boat around earlier in like the black truck with the camper on the back? He went up and down the road probably 5 fucking times. I don't know where he ended up. Yeah, this is a busy reservoir. Easy there, Chief. All right, we're driving like crazy people right now. All right, calm down, trolling motor. Good Lord. Driving like we're drunk out here. Great rigging, thank you, Nightbot. What are you putting maggots on? Yeah, the wedding rings, I like to tip them with these pink gulp maggots. They work really, really well. I do put some, I use a bunch of different kinds of Procure and Atlas mics. Like this is Bloody Tuna Super Gel. I have a garlic. I have an anise. Vanilla. There's a bunch of different kinds of stuff that I put in these. But yeah, these little pink gulp maggots are freaking incredible. A whole jar of them will last you the better part of a season. Gotta get some binos. Hey, how many you got in the boat? Tomper, only one so far. We've caught the season's smallest rainbow trout. This morning we hooked a rainbow that was like, I don't know, 6 to 8 inches. It bit at it and apparently missed because it came up with the hook straight in the back of its head. I've never used them, but Rod has me sold on them. There are rainbows in here. Yeah, so there's 3 different strains of rainbows in here. Arley, Eagle Lake, and they 10 years ago started stocking Gerrard rainbow in here. Which are a true trophy class rainbow. They grow up to be 20 plus pounds. From what I understand, they have a really dark coloring to them compared to a normal rainbow, and they're known to be really, really good fighting fish. All we caught today was one itty bitty that was probably an Arley or an Eagle Lake. But there's also brown trout, West Slope cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, brook trout, Kokanee salmon, mountain whitefish, burbot. There's a whole bunch of crap in here. You're from Townsend. There's some big burbot in there. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons that I came here. I've never caught a burbot. I know it's off season for them, but that's what I'm kind of doing right now is we're trolling around, we're mapping, we're trying to catch some trout and kokanee while we play. But I'm marking spots that look like they're holding burbot or might potentially hold burbot. That's my first time fishing here. But we're gonna come back at dusk or after dark and try and jig those spots. Are there golden trout? No, no golden trout in this water body that I'm aware of. On point, can you give us any, caught there's 29. Okay, yeah, FWP says that 30 plus inch and 8 plus pounders are not uncommon out of here. So I'm stoked to catch one. We're marking good fish here. We're over 45-foot bottom and they're ranging anywhere from 12 foot all the way down to 30 foot. So we're right in their ballpark with everything we're running right now. Go up by the dam. Okay, we're fairly close to the dam right now. We're, I don't know, we're kind of in the middle of the basin here. I'm mapping one streak here. In fact, I guess we could cut over here. I don't have a path through the middle of the basin. Any particular rig that run, like I run at Holter and Hauser and a lot of the water bodies around there, Canyon Ferry, a lake troll, like in this case, a baby cowbell with a worm harness rig, a wedding ring, pink with the gulp maggots, catches the crap out of it at Holter, Hauser, and Canyon Ferry. That's what we've caught had one bite off of and caught one off of so far today, but nothing else seems to be producing. We've had a couple of small bites, but nothing real interesting. Is there any good rig? Yes, I do have some glow jigs. Yeah, we have, I forget who makes them, but I bought them specifically for jigging for lake trout and jigging for burbot. They're like super glow jigs. Well, I got a whole mess of them here. Greens, whites, chartreuse. These suckers, when you glow them up, they stay glowing for 15-20 minutes, and they're just really glowy. No, I didn't bring any shrimp. We have night crawlers. We have a bunch of different gulp scented shit. I have sausage. And we have also butter worms, which are kind of like a little caterpillar. I was too late trying to get to North 40 last night and didn't get a chance to grab any of their minnows. And all mine that I had are rotten. I threw them away. They were getting nasty. No, Brennan, live bait is not permitted in this particular water body. White's your favorite, worms will do. Okay. Vaughn French said hi. What's up, Vaughn French? I'm gonna say you will catch a fish. You're trolling too fast. Jordy, we might be. I don't know. You guys think 1.5 miles an hour is too fast? I think we're gonna go with Carl. We're gonna give him a little bit of trolling too fast here. Carl wanted 2.2. Let's bump it up to 2.2 miles an hour for a little bit. I've got an uncertified state record kokanee at 7.2. No shit. Out of Holter? Or out of here? It's just our speed. They started stocking kokanee 10, 11 years ago here. I don't know how well they're doing in this water body. I'm from Great Falls, Vaughan area. I fish all over in north central, south central, central. We've been doing a bunch of fishing in western Montana, but I'm based out of Great Falls area. Small Dodger, 18-inch leader to small blue or purple Vibrex with shoe peg. A Vibrex? Okay. Well, if Mia just picked a new lure back there, worm harness rig. If that doesn't produce, maybe we could try a Vibrex in a little bit. They're pretty small, the kokanee. That's what I figured. Kokanee they have to have perfect conditions to really grow big, and they grow in cycles too. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I do know that Holter right now is producing some of the state's biggest kokanee, and I've heard a couple of people say that unofficial state records have been caught out of Holter multiple times throughout the past few years. Biggest I've ever pulled out of there was of around 5 pounds, which is a good damn sized kokanee. I would love to catch another 5-pounder, but we haven't managed to catch any bigger than that. Bryson, how you doing? Doing good. Any tips for fishing? I want to start. Start basic, get a cheap rod and a reel, get very basic tackle, some sinkers, split weights, some hooks, a can of worms, and go fish. Learn how to cast, learn how to snag up, learn how to tie stuff on, learn the basics of fishing. You will catch some fish in the process, I promise. Color pink works phenomenal. Pink, huh? Pink tends to do well for kokanee. Pink and purples are often a good choice for kokanee. We're running like a salmon pink right now in our worm harness rigs. The 2 hookups we've had have been on similar rig to this. Wedding ring, salmon pink. It's more of an orangey pink. But we have one hoochie down with a similar color and one wedding ring down. We're running a Castmaster on one line, and we are running The hell else? What are we running on the other one? Oh, the thing you just put down. No, that's. We have another Castmaster over here. We should take that Castmaster off and run something else. Joshua, do you ever catch much on spoons or crankbaits here? I know that there's also brown trout in here, and that rainbows, especially the bigger rainbows, will 100% bite at cranks. Just curious what your experience here is. Have you ever tried running cranks here? Try and catch a sucker and use it as bait? Yeah, we should do that. White sucker cut bait is one of my favorite to use for a lot of species. I was gonna drop a line in last night, but oh my God, this was a zoo. I thought we'd get here, set camp up, and I'd drop a line in the water, but I drove around for an hour trying to find a damn spot to park the truck and set up the tent. Everywhere is frickin' taken here. It's just ridiculous. Oh, come on, y'all. We got wakeboarder over here kicking our butt. That's just me speeding up, turning, trying to get out of the way of these damn wakeboarders here. Tasmanian devils, small flashers like you're doing. Okay. Caught a lake record walleye on Lake Willenhoek over 2 foot, 7 pounds. Very nice. Nice, Brendan. Are there walleye? No walleye in this water body. There's like 5 different kinds of trout. There's Kokanee salmon, mountain whitefish, burbot. Wakeboarders suck. Oh, they're out here just having fun, but yeah, they make it difficult to catch. Especially we're in a little flat bottom aluminum John boat, so we get beat up. It's not nearly as bad now that I have the extra weight up front from the trolling motor and the battery. We used to really pop off of the wake. The boat is much better balanced once we've added that. What's up, Noah? Welcome to the stream. No, there are no walleye in here. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, 2 different kinds of cutthroat trout, Kokanee salmon, burbot, and a handful of other smaller fish. I'm actually gonna stop this troll for just a moment, and I'm gonna drop this trolling motor down in the water a little bit further. When it gets going, it's really kicking up some shit up there. I think we could stand to be a little deeper in the water. All right. Ooh, big fish down there. Nice browns in there, troll flicker shads. All right. 1,000 wakeboard boats. What are you gonna change out the Castmaster for? Probably a small crankbait. We're not running any crankbaits anymore, and I'd like to keep at least one crankbait in the body or in the water. We should troll like one crankbait, one spoon, one worm harness rig, like one of each type until we figure out something that frickin' works. Hi from Russia. What's up? Welcome from Russia. Oh shit, Prof is live. Lunch with Prof. Yeah, you can go hang out with Prof. Yeah, so we're headed down more towards the dam, the basin area right now. We're over about 75 foot of bottom. If you go up by the creek, it's good. Okay, so up at the other end. Yeah, we haven't done any fishing. We stopped kind of I don't know, the first big point from the basin here is where we've kind of been trolling around. Trying to map everything out. I don't have a map of this water body yet. I'd run 15-pound mainline, 1.25-ounce sinker, flashy spoons, a spinner, 10-pound fluorolator, at least 5 foot long. Okay. Catch the rainbows with marabou jigs. Interesting. Yeah, we trolled a pink and white fly earlier for a couple hours. We didn't get hit off of it. Any particular color in the marabou jigs? I mean, this is what we were... I mean, it's not a marabou jig, but similar. We were trolling this behind a Dodger on our lead core. We tried anywhere from 2 colors all the way out to 4 colors on it, didn't get hit. Browns, brown yellow, or all black. Okay. We'll have to dig out the old flicker shad box here in a minute. Let's get a little bit of shit put away here. I hate having out too many rigs. Casting towards shore and jig your way back. What's the best color? Cavalry, whatever one is working best on that day. Color preferences can differ quite a bit day to day, species to species. Whether it's cloudy, whether it's sunny. Wakeboarders are like cyclists of the water, right, Billiard? I run 20-pound braid and still catch trout. They don't care. People say use 6-pound mono. That's how people lose fish. Sebastian, I 100%, 1,000% agree. Got a little bit before I leave for my salmon tournament. What'd you get so far? Nice, Jacob. Good luck on the tournament. We caught the season's tiniest rainbow trout. We caught a rainbow trout about 6-8 inches. It smacked at our worm harness rig and missed it and got a hook in the back of the head. Beggars can't be choosers. We caught a fish. Guy's over here having a tantrum because he turned into us. Got a boater over here throwing a tantrum because we're going straight and he turned into us. Like, come on, dude. Relax. You're the one that's turning. I'm going straight. Funny because I've downsized many times and put fish in the box. Yeah, anything catches fish. I'm with Sebastian. I don't think most fish are nearly as line shy as a lot of people think they are. 6-pound braid, 8 to 10 fluoroliter, catch big canyon fairy rainbows and browns on them. Yeah, I mean, whatever works for y'all. I just, my philosophy is again, I don't think they're as line shy as a lot of people make them out to be. I've caught big fish trolling the kitchen sink behind me. And I would rather miss a few fish, you know, that might not want the kitchen sink back there than lose, you know, a fish of a lifetime because I'm trying to run 8-pound test. Like, I don't see the benefit. Not only that, I snag up more than my fair share, and it gets expensive replacing trolling gear when you snag up a lot. It's no fun. So I fish with heavy shit. Every year my rigging gets heavier. That and a lot of the water bodies that I fish in, I target multi-species, and I don't like getting bitten off by pike. Mostly fish for walleye and pike. With 8-pound test, is that what you said? 6-pound braid, 8 to 10 fluoro. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I mean, whatever works for you. I fished 65-pound braid mainline. That's what's on our planer boards right now, with a fluoro leader on it. My worm harness rigs I tie with 30-pound fluoro. Again, because I've been bitten off so many damn times by pike that I'm over it. I get usually bit pretty well on lots of different species. Today has not been our day, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Not for pike, I use 15 to 20-pound, walleye I use 6. Okay, so you're much lighter on the walleye. Makes sense, they still have teeth, but they don't have the thrashing and the truly razor sharp teeth like the pike do. Howdy, I'm back, just dipping in to see how you're doing. Hey Annie, welcome back. We're doing good. We still have only caught one fish, and we just had another boater on the lake throw a tantrum next to us. But we're chilling, we're having a good day. And I tie my own pike leader. Nice, yeah, so I use, most of my pike leaders are 80 or 100 pound. I also use them for muskie. Again, I don't like swatch. I don't have rigs set up for every species. I set my rig up for pretty much the biggest that I'm planning on catching, and I run it. But these are 80 or the ones that I don't tie are the, oh, who makes them? Tooth Shield Tackle is the company that makes these, and I get them usually 22-inch length, 18 to 22-inch length, and these are either 80 or 100-pound test fluoro. Is it overkill? Yes. Yes, it is. Do I care? No, I don't. It works. And I can tell you it's been a long-ass time since I've been bitten off. Really hate gear getting cut off by pike. Me too. Especially good pike. You walk out there yet? Walk out. What do you mean max? 60-pound fluoro leader. Okay, okay. Just to brag, I've caught king salmon with 6-pound. Oh, I've seen some people pulling some absolute behemoths with really small line. I mean, more power to them. Congrats. I catch big fish on small line, I get bit off. So we don't fish with small line anymore. Unless I'm like, you know, pan fishing, fishing for little bluegill and crappie and stuff like that. Bass fishing, I'm not typically going to be throwing 65-pound braid, you know. I'll have 30, you know. Still big, but not as big. No hate here. They don't even sell fluoro over 25 pounds at Cabela's in Post Falls. Yeah, I order mine in, I use almost all of the line that I use these days is Suffix brand. I use their braid, their lead core, and I use their fluoro. I do tie up sometimes. I have still a small spool left of Sea Gear that I think is 25-pound test. But everything else is 100-pound fluoro from Suffix. And they sell it in, it's like 100-foot spools. So much bigger spools, I think, than most of the other fluoro leader brands. You dying?
A little bit.
A little bit. Well, if you want to go die in the tent, let me know, but it's going to be just as miserable in there as it is out here. Just let me know. They sell 80-pound fluoro in Great Falls. Oh yeah, you could get much heavier fluoro than that. The 30 is where I tie most of my worm harness rigs up. My slow death rigs, my worm harnesses, my wedding rings, hoochie rigs, all that kind of stuff. I tie it up with 30 because the hooks that I use, they're 1/0 Gamakatsu drop shot hooks. Jesus, that one took a while. I had to dig deep for that. And the snell knot that I tie on them, that you have to put the line through the eye twice. 30-pound is the absolute biggest I could get that fits in the size of the hook that I typically tie my rigs up with. So that's what I went with. 12 rainbow on 2-pound, had to chase it. Oh, I bet, Sage. I would be petrified. You got 2-pound line out there and you see that fish, you're like, oh, good God. Please don't break me off. Begging and pleading, the whole Seagar's junk. Yeah, I used it for a while. I mean, it has good ratings, good reviews. A lot of people use it. It's supposed to be a premium line. The Suffix is cheaper and I like it better. P-line's horrible. I've had 8-inch walleye break, 10-pound. Oh yeah? PB Angling, where are you? We're in south central Montana today. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. It's about 263 acres. It's got a bunch of different species of rainbow trout in here, or excuse me, a bunch of different species of trout in here, as well as Kokanee salmon and Burbot. And we're trying to get the damn trout or Burbot to come out and play, or excuse me, trout or salmon to come out and play, but they just ain't having it. What were we gonna throw on here? You remember what I said? Crankbait. Some kind of crankbait. Black, brown. Almost just grabbed my Berkeley dredger. Fuck it. No, we'll do something a little smaller here. No, we'll go with something that's a little bit deeper diver. Mm-hmm.
What?
Does it look tasty?
It's very small.
Trout and kokanee will bite that small fish. I think that's what we're gonna try. I think it's a X-Wrap. We're gonna try a little crankbait here for a bit. We're gonna try this guy. Black top, kind of a brown, silver, orange belly, red. I'm thinking that looks pretty trouty today. We'll give her a go. All I know is what we have out there ain't working, so let's switch her up. I need to loosen the damn spring on this clip. She's holding on for dear life. Which means you get to fight the fish and the board coming in. We don't really need that. But this one we had the planer board on and we have a 4-ounce weight on it. We're down pretty deep with this one. Oh, we're about to get real shallow here, which we don't need or want to do. You have any flicker shad? I do have some 5s. Most of my flicker shads are 7s. I got a whole freaking box full of them. You really think the flicker shad would do better than the X-Wrap? I think the only flicker shad, I think I have like 1 in F5. My whole box is F7s. I think the only one I have in F5 is silver and blue. And the only reason I own it is because I found it on the bank somewhere that I was fishing. Oh shit, y'all. Oh shit, y'all. Look at this. We have another very rare catch today. Can anyone tell me what we have just reeled in? This is a rare one, guys. Definitely not one you catch often, if ever. Everybody type in chat now. What do you think we have just caught? A fuel line? No. Close, but no cigar. Personal best lead? Nope. Justin, plug wire for an old Ford. Ding, ding, ding. Justin wins the prize. Our cast master. I will shut up. I will stop telling y'all that we don't catch anything with the cast master. We have caught an extremely rare species here. The spark plug wire fish. Good Lord. We caught trouser trout. Now we got, God, that has been in the water for a long time. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. That's a true electric eel, that's right. Man, we catch some dumb shit sometimes. With a garnish. It came with just a small garnish. Fucking spark plug wire. You should measure it. Should we throw her on the bump board, guys? It's definitely more impressive than our 8-inch brown. Let's see, guys. Any guesses? How long do you think our spark plug fish is? Spark plug wire fish. Let's get your guesses in now. I'm gonna say we got a solid, I think we got we almost have a 28-incher here. Let's see. Oh, so close. All right, get your guesses in now. We're not gonna do a catch and release on this one. This one's going straight on the stringer. AKA the trash can. Hey Rod, just joined in, looking forward to watch. Any luck today? We just caught the most rare species in here, you guys. Spark plug wire fish. Bump it. We did. We just threw her on the bump board. 19 inches, 28 inches close, 48. You're way off, kayak dangler. I wish. Patrick Peden, 28. Close. Spark plug wire. 30-incher, 24, 30, 27. So close, Wyatt. Closer than I was. Cabinet Master. Jordan and PA and Wyatt, all three, you guys. 26, 26, 26. You guys are the winners. 26-inch spark plug wire fish. Good Lord. Need extra butter for those fillets. I'd get it mounted. Right, we'll hang her right next to the trouser trout. Shocking catch, right? Seems a bit thin for this time of the year. Slim pickings in here, I guess. I don't know. Most fish go deep water to cool when it's really hot. That's why it's better to fish in the morning or evening when the water is cool. Yeah, so our lake temperatures here haven't warmed up all that much. We're still well below 70 degrees, 66.5. They're kind of all over in the water column right now. But very good point. Fish and fall at 29. What did I win? I don't know. I will send yourself a self-stamped pre-addressed envelope to my P.O. box, and I will send you the record spark plug wire fish. That's what you win. Orange is still pretty orange, probably last year. Sparkled some. Wait, where are you right now? Wyatt, we're in south central Montana. We are fishing Newlan Creek Reservoir. Should it be added to the ad catch? I don't know, you guys could. It's been a slow morning. I wouldn't, oh God, we have wakeboarders coming, not on one side, but both sides right now, you guys. How's your day going, man? Are there bull trout in that reservoir? No, Justin, we have rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, and West Slope cutthroat trout. 5 different kinds of trout in here, but no bull trout, no lake trout. I went there before. It's my first time fishing it. We're brand new to this reservoir. And we are trying to catch something. $100 if you catch another one of those. I don't know if I'd take that bet. It might be the only one in here. I would imagine it's off somebody's outboard at some poor bastard was trying to mess with their spark plug and made a bad situation even worse. $200 for the matching plug. I think there's down by the dam yet. We have fished a little bit by the dam. We need to swap this out. I was gonna throw this X-Wrap out, but everybody keeps wanting flicker shad. All right, we got the wake from both sides coming in on us right now. We had 2 different wakeboarders pass, 1 on each side of us. £6? No 6-pounder. I would give you $50 for the wire trophy. Send her on over, we'll put her in the mail. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous things I've ever caught on a troll. Not the most ridiculous, but one of. Top 5, easily. We caught a flag last year at Hauser. We caught the trouser trout at Holter earlier this year. And now we have the spark plug wirefish. Flicker, never saw that before, plug wire. It's bound to happen eventually. Nice spot, Brody. Has anyone seen the dick-shaped spoons on Amazon? Gonna buy some of them and toss them into random boats at the marina. I'll load my ladies' tie. There you go. Just drop them in people's boat as you go by. Leave them very confused, possibly concerned. All right, let's bust out the flicker shad box. You guys vetoed my X-wrap, so let's see what we got in the flicker shad box. It's all the way on the bottom, I'll have you know. Digging deep for y'all. I hope you appreciate this. There's our, no. Yes. Guess that's not a bad box. I do have other shit in there besides flicker shads. All right, so we got some rattle baits in here. We got some flicker shads. We got some jointed flicker shads. There's some various different things in here. All right, you guys. We have top row here are our segmented flicker shads. Holy shit. Did you really? I was joking, dude. Tim Dow, $50 super chat for the wire trophy. He legit wants me to mail him the wire trophy. That is ridiculous. Thank you, Tim Dow. Shoot your address over in an email. We'll get it shipped out to you. I appreciate your support, Tim. Thank you, buddy. Sage said, you, nice, Tim. Crayfish color. Black, silver, blue. Sorry, let me catch up on chat here. You guys can look while I'm... Shout out, Tim. Heck yeah, everybody drop a dub in chat right now for Tim. He has been gifting like crazy, sending memberships over to people. Now he just spent $50 to buy himself an ultra rare, one-of-a-kind, caught live on stream, trophy spark plug fish wire. Spark plug wire fish. Left side, bottom row. We got gold and white. That's my only F. No, I guess we got two F5s. That one's more of a gold. Gold and black, brass and black. This one's kind of a prism gold. Do we have a glitter one? This one's full of glitter. I don't know how well you guys can see those. We have a fire craw, a couple of perch. We have the purple, blue, gold. This one's like black and gold. Prism gold. You'll have prism gold, Ann says. These ones, are those flicker shads? Yeah, those are. We got kind of a moon eye. This one's perch, but super. Just a plain white. These are our rattle traps. What do you guys think? Far left, try blue on bottom left. That's the only F5 I have is the blue on bottom. Try the purple and silver. Purple and silver. Nice, Tim. The blue works. Pure white. See, I like pure white. I love running pure white. Do the black and gold. These are all flicker shads, jointed flicker shads, and then normal flicker shads. Black and gold, purple, blue, bottom left. This one's silver and blue. This one's purple and blue. We had a bunch of people ask for the blue or purple and blue. Lots of the black and gold, purple, blue. Good Lord. White. Got a whopper popper. I do, but I've never caught anything trolling a whopper popper. So I think you guys are... These, I think, are the three that most people are picking. It's like purple, silver, pink, blue, silver, orange, or like a prism, gold and black. Flat color, gold. Still at work, brother. Catch a whale. We will try. Thank you for stopping in, Tim. Appreciate you, my friend. Those are some decent sized browns in there. The rainbow aren't that big though. They were supposedly started stocking Gerrard here a decade or so ago. Have they really not grown up that big? Gold, silver, and pink. Oh, good. I like the blue. Good God, it's all back and forth. Everybody wants. It's fairly even. I can't pick. All right, we're gonna go. Tie goes to Mia. Mia, pick between these three. Blue good, gold, middle. Mia. Which one? They're all the what?
Purple one.
Purple one. Mia says purple. Sun's almost go bright. This one's like a real, this one should be interesting. That's gonna catch real good off the sun. Let's try that guy. $16 really? Dang. What about cutties? There's two different types of cutthroat that they stock in here with fair frequency. Do they get of any size? Marking fish. We're over 60-foot bottom. We got fish at 20 foot, 30 foot, and 40 foot. All right. I use the purple one a lot. They're good size for cutties. 12, really? Dang. So you're telling me the only thing big in here is burbot? I've been deceived. All right, we're gonna let it out 50 foot and then put our planer board on. I think we'll skip the weight on this one. Burbot and browns, okay. So that's what we should be targeting is burbots and the browns. Interesting. Any particular depth you're catching the browns at other than casting at them? Are you catching them on the troll, I guess I should be asking. Browns will eat the flickers. All right. It's a rod leash to keep poles. Yeah, we've dropped a couple too many poles into the lake in recent years, So we now tether them with a bungee cord to our pole holder and to the rods, so it clips on and off. But that way, if I screw up, I can just wrench it out of the water by the cord. All right, then we're at about another 75 foot, so we're a fair distance away from the boat. What's up, King Kai 145? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? We're getting our butts kicked out here at Newlan. They don't want to play. How you doing, King Kai? How's the training going? All right, gonna bump the speed down to 1.6. Change her up a little bit. No more RIP to dead homies. Yeah, we've got plenty of dead homies on lake bottoms already. We don't need any more. Oh, Ling Killian, just wondering what's your PB pike, because I've seen you catch some fairly good ones. 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. We caught a real big slob a few years back. The big ones like that are few and far between, though. They're not a common catch, at least not around here. Catch anything yet? Real rod fishing. Much earlier this morning, we caught 6 to 8 inch rainbow trout, the smallest trout I've ever caught trolling. We've had one other solid bite that we made it to the back of the boat but did come off. But it's been a slow morning. We just switched up one of our rigs. We have a flicker shad in purple, silver, and pink on the outside planer board rod. The down rod in the back running 2 colors of lead out right now. Let's switch that up. Let's let this guy out a little bit further. Just a little bit deeper, 3 colors, so 2.5 to 3. That one's running Lake Troll, Hammered Brass, Lure Jensen, followed by a hand-tied worm harness rig. Our other lead rod back here, we just put a silver Dodger, followed by a orange and pink hoochie rig, tipped with a nightcrawler. And then on the outside rod, we're running a Lyman's plug still, I think. Is that what we have out there? Is that plug? The little torpedo looking thing that was like watermelon color. Fishy things, I still have not looked at my Discord. I've been so stupid, caught up with other things. I will look at them when I get home from this trip. I thank you again, and I appreciate y'all sending them over. I legit haven't even looked at them. Fishy things with the sparkles. How you doing today, Fishy? How's Fishy and fam? What's up, man? How's the fishing today? Hey, Montana Slayer, the fishing is slow. We're at a brand new water body for me, Newlan Creek Reservoir out by White Sulphur Springs. Came out here because there's supposedly 5 different kinds of trout in here, Kokanee salmon, and some really nice burbot. But all we've caught so far is 1 8-inch rainbow trout. Cooper Dickey, there's a fish on, bro. No, Cooper Dickey, that's this rod is a planer board rod. If you can see out there, there's a yellow planer board. And it creates drag and it bobs through the water and creates a bounce on the rod. You're looking for that rod to bend over or really rapidly. Do any paddle fishing this year? Blake, I don't paddle fish. I think they're an absolutely incredible fish, and I don't have anything against people who paddle fish, but it's just not an enjoyable way of fishing for me, snagging fish. Planer board bounce, yep. Okeechobee dropping in. What's up, SWC, Florida? Had a killer night the other night. Oh yeah, fishy things, what'd you catch? Are you surprised that Tim actually said I am, yeah. I thought he was joking. And so I was joking. But then he sent it, and I realized he wasn't joking anymore. 15-pound carp, a flathead, a channel, a white bass in like 2 hours. Hell yeah, dude. Dialing them in. You doing all right? Yeah.
What time can we go in for a sandwich or something?
I can drop you off whenever you want.
I mean, I don't really want to like stay there by myself for a long time. I just want a sandwich.
Well. Oh, what time is it? 12:11. Can you last another 49 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. So Mia has requested a lunch break at 1 p.m. So we got 49 minutes to put a fish in the boat before we have to hop over to camp real quick, and she's gonna make a sandwich and then we'll come right back out. It was a great multi-species dip. Oh hell yeah, I love nights like that where it's just like every fish you pull out something different. I'm down. I love fishing like that. Hey, fishy, fishy, fishy. That's what I'm saying, Lake Erie Lee. Just no love for us today. I don't know what the deal is. Better catch fish, Mia, or you're swimming back? No, we wouldn't make her swim. Lots of rainbows are pretty shallow, 10 to 15 foot. Okay. Yeah, the two bites that we've had came in much shallower water than what we're fishing. They're all over the damn. I'm marking fish, you know, anywhere from 5 foot all the way down to 50 foot. There is one small boat over here jigging in the super shallow. I don't know what the hell they're fishing for. Rainbow or brown, I guess. I can't imagine there's gonna be burbot up in the shallow right now, though you never know. Should we flag them down? Do you want to go ride it? Yeah, those are the ones when they go too fast, they like take up in the air and people break their necks and shit. I mean, we're marking good fish here. We're not over super deep bottom. We're over 50-foot bottom here, but I mean, those are definitely fish all the way from, you know, 10 foot down to 30, 40 foot. And it's fairly often. Yeah, we've been marking, looking for potential spots to night fish for the burbot. While it is always possible we could pull some in the heat of the day here, I think it's much less likely for us to do so. Although we're not really catching much of a damn thing right now anyway, so. Going for browns and rainbows. Browns, rainbows, cutthroat, basically trout and salmon is what I would expect would hit on the rigs that we have out right now. Go find some suckers or use some shrimp. We could. While Mia's making a sandwich, maybe I'll try and throw a rod out into off the dock or near where I park the boat. See if we can maybe pull a sucker in while she's making a sandwich. We'll continue. We'll bank fish from the shore, from the boat. We're gonna beach the boat and we're gonna fish off of the boat while we wait for Mia. So it's bank fishing in a boat. Does weed taste good? I don't eat weed. Probably tastes like weed. 231 thumbs up, let's go. Thank you guys for coming and checking out the stream today. Oh, he's fly fishing over there. That's what he's doing. He's probably catching more than we are, fly fishing. Maybe we should bump up super shallow. We're just gonna have to turn the outboard back on to do it. I don't have the shallow mapped yet. That's half of what we're trying to do right now is map. Y'all having any luck over there? No, we had one 8-inch trout earlier today. It's the smallest trout I've ever caught trolling. Yeah, dang. Kokanee trout, trying to pick out some spots and maybe do some jigging after dark for some burbot. Slow fishing for everybody? Okay. Well, good luck, guys. I feel like the fly rod might be where it's at today. That don't want nothing to do with what I'm putting down. Almost like your mom. A lot of rainbow up shallow. Okay, yeah, he's over there. They're probably 20 foot offshore fly fishing. From what I understand, it's kind of impossible to catch burbot from shore in summer, hearsay. Yeah, it's not. I've never caught them, but a fishing tournament, the first time I ever saw or heard or knew what the hell a burbot was, I was probably 14 or 15 fishing a fishing derby, the one and only fishing derby I've ever participated in. Me and one of my friends and his stepdad were fishing, and my friend's stepdad caught a burbot. It was probably 100 degrees outside. We were fishing from the shore, fishing for catfish for the derby, and he pulled in a fat burbot. So they do. I mean, it's definitely a rare catch, but it's not impossible. They're typically a nighttime bite, similar to a walleye. And also, the colder seasons are usually, from what I understand, when they bite better. But I've also seen them pulled out of the Sun River locally where I live, which is a shallow, dirty river that's normally, 10 degrees warmer than everything else around it. And they come out of that shallow water during the summer from time to time, too. Usually it's in shady areas, under bridges, under trees. Fish on! Get up, get up. We got fish on. Is he still there? This is off of Mia's pick here. I was just trying to get it up and hook set. Shoot. Fish off. Oh, no, fish still on. We got another baby. Mia, up.
Another baby.
All right. Hold it, keep it pressure on, don't let slack. There you go. Clicker's already off, drag's already set, just real slow and steady. When it starts bobbling, wait for it to stop bobbling, and then you're basically turning the fish back around. There you go. Fish on, guys. We got ourselves another monster. All right, steer out of this. Slow and steady. Keep your rod tip up a little bit. Mia's reeling in her first fish. Let's go. Drop a W in chat for Mia. She picked the winning lure, I guess. Off that flicker? No, this is off of, and we just had another fish bite right next to us. It's our lead core line. We were out. I don't know how many colors she had out. Do you remember how many colors you had out? 90. So 3 colors out on the lead core rod. She picked a silver Dodger, and we have also one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. It's a wedding ring up top with a hoochie at the bottom. We'll see which it bit off of. Slow and steady there, Mia. These are itty bitty fish. You'll pull the fish right, or the hook right through their lip. Keep that rod tip up. Slow and steady. Yeah, it's on there.
That tiny little, what is that?
Walk back, walk back. Rod up. All right, you guys. Hold on, no. Hold on to the rod. Don't let go of the rod. We're just swinging it around. All right. Bit off the worm. Oh, shit, I gotta move my troll here. We're gonna get way too shallow. Itty bitty little rainbow, another little stalker. We are not gonna measure that one. Oh, there goes the worm. And it bit off the hoochie rig, actually, so the backside. We're gonna get this one back in the water. It's just an itty bitty little guy. Oh. No, it didn't bite off the hoochie. It's off of, oh, damn. Onto the chair. As the saying goes, Rod ain't never met a fish he hasn't dropped. Off she goes. I don't know, you guys, that one might have been smaller than the first one. What do you think? All right, no, don't set it down, get it back up. Oh, we need worm. All right, yep, no, hold it. When you hold it up, it swings and tangles. Hold it with just a little bit out. All right, Dub's in the chat for me. It's 1-to-1. I have caught one monster. She's got one monster. I think her monster might have been a little more monster than my monster. And when I say a little bit more, holy shit, you guys. All right, we just about got cut off by the wakeboarders. Now we're tangling everything up. Good Lord. All right, well, that was some bullshit. Easy now. Do you think, oh, yeah, 100% those are stocked. You can tell I showed it on, not this last one, but the one before that, the adipose fin. The rearmost fin is often clipped on stalkers. They don't do it on all of them. Every hatchery does it differently. All right, lift it up to me, Mia. All right, so that's what it bit off of. Wedding ring up top and a hoochie rig on the bottom, and it bit off of the wedding ring at the top. So it's liking the silver, the flash. We'll get her geared back up. It's turned into the competition of who can catch the tiniest fish today, I guess. All right, we'll leave sad little worm on the backside. Lift up and over, up, around. There you go. All right, flip your rod over. Clicker should be off already. All right, you guys, that one was over about 35 foot bottom, doing 1.6 miles an hour. So pretty close to what our other couple of bites have been on. Caught ling on fried chicken skin, night fishing there. Interesting, Patrick. Somebody was posted on Fish Brain that they were catching it off of bacon. It's like, damn, man, I want to eat the bacon. I don't want to share my bacon. We did bring some bacon and some cheddar sausage, though, so we might try those, too. Are the trout there tagged? I don't know, William. I've never caught a tagged fish before. All right, so she's letting it right back out to where we just had it. That was on our lead core rod, out 3 colors. All right, well that took way too damn long, but we caught another one, you guys. Very good job. All right. She's master back here now. She didn't even ask for questions or ask any questions. Sucker and shrimp. I will keep that in mind, On Point. I don't have any shrimp. We don't have any suckers, but we can try and catch a sucker. I think they're fairly prevalent in here. So maybe we'll have decent luck. Wow, that's way too tight. Lake Erie Lee says, nice catch, Mia. South side east, just past last big bay, about 20 feet. South side east. About 20 feet out. And ignore this is just a wake from the boat passing us. So the reservoir runs from northeast, and I know this is backwards for you guys, northeast to southwest. Where is southeast in a finger that points that way? Southeast past the first big bay? Past last big bay. I don't know where you're describing. That's confusing, Patrick. I appreciate you trying to help. Use a panther martin. What's a ling? Burbot, eel pout. They're the only species of freshwater cod. Let me try and find a picture for you guys. They're bizarre looking. Fishbrain has a handful of them posted from here. That is a burbot. They're like a weird, long, snaky eel. The bigger ones, the real big ones, start getting really fat heads on them. Almost like a tadpole. But again, you can tell that picture is taken not during winter. It looks like it's probably the same time of year. 1.6 miles an hour. So a little bit slower than the first one we caught. Okay, that's later in the year. That's October. Looks like a bowfin, similar, but their heads get just gnarly. But it's a freshwater cod is what it actually is. It's not ling cod, they're similar to ling cod. Ling cod are saltwater. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm fairly certain ling cod are saltwater. One ugly, they are weird looking. Is that a fish on there? Or is that just a wake? It's gotta just be the wake. Lemon Soul. What's up, G's Adventure? If you go to the grocery store there in White Sulphur, they might have shrimp. Yeah, I don't know if we want to make a trip to White Sulphur. That's an option. We'll think about it. They're tasty then? Yeah, from what I understand, they're really, really good eating. Ling really, crawfish, they eat them off the bottom. Crawdad, huh? Huh. Well, maybe tonight, if we do any bank fishing, I'll throw a sausage or something in the water, see if we can pull in some craw. Guess we could go turn some rocks and see if we could find some. Watch a video on how to fillet a cusk, it helps a lot. Yeah, I would be completely lost on how to fillet the damn things. Burret, lawyer, cusk, same thing, just called different. Okay, so it's like a pike that has 9 billion different names depending on what geographic location you're catching them in. The hot springs in White Sulphur is a must. Yeah, I don't think, I haven't been to White Sulphur Springs since I was probably a teenager. Hey Montana man, how's it going today? What's up, Ricky Vanna? We're having a good day out here, we're having fun. It's a brand new water body for us. We're kind of getting our butt kicked, but we did just catch our second fish of the day, and I think it might have been even smaller than our first. So we're killing it over here. We did catch the rarest species of the lake though, which is pretty cool. We caught ourselves a spark plug wirefish. So there's that. That's pretty cool. Let me fix my mic, you guys. Give me a sec. Your rod? Yeah, that's our planer board back there. We got a little bit of chop here. We're going into the wind right now, so that planer board, I don't know if you can see it out there. It's a yellow, kind of a small yellow thing out there. Yeah, there you go. That right there is the planer board, and it rides across the top of the water. And so it's bucking over the top of the wake. And it creates drag and pulls your lure away from the boat. So that pull, bouncing like it is right there, is just as a result of dragging that planer board. When there's an actual hit on it, it should bounce much deeper. It'll probably pull some drag. Or if it's a big fish, it'll just lay over. And what we're running on this side is a small crankbait, a little flicker shad in purple, silver, and pink. I expect it'd probably be a brown trout or a big rainbow that'll bite it if it gets bit. So that pole will bend. What's up, y'all? Hey, SoCal Outdoors, how you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Never heard of a spark plug fish? Spark plug wirefish. It's even rarer. Real fish or sarcasm? The world may never know, old man chicken legs. What's up, Dutch Kreutzer? Checking in. How you doing, Dutch? I'm from Laurel, and it's a cooker. Is it toasty out there, Lucky Taps? It's supposed to be mid-80s here today, I think. Somebody type W in the chat. Let's see what our current temperature looks like. And thank y'all for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. Brand new water body for us. We've never fished this before. There's 5 different kinds of trout in here. There's Kokanee salmon, there's burbot, ling, eel pout. It's known by a few different names. We also might have picked up some weeds on our planer board here. It is bouncing a little bit more than normal. I don't know if a rainbow that size can pull the planer board. I mean, that's a fair point. It should move the tattle flag at least. I have the tattle flag set on one of the easier spring settings. And the drag, I mean, it's only, I don't know. It'll be much more jagged. That's definitely not a fish. Very fancy bobber. I mean, basically is, but it floats on top and it drags to the side. Just waking up, haven't even had coffee yet. Well, good morning, sunshine. Rolling out of bed at noon. 76.5, feels 66.7. The breeze does help. There's a little bit of a breeze. Gust to 5.4. So really nice day. I wish we had some clouds. What bait should I use for bass fishing? Anything. They're a reaction bite. You can get them anywhere from a bobber and a worm to spinners to crankbaits to jigs. The more important thing with bass is finding the bass. If you can find the bass, you can throw almost anything in front of your tackle box and have a fair chance that it'll bite at it. Me holding my pet bluegill right now. Ashley, I don't think you're supposed to hold the fish. But it is your fish, so do as you please with it, I guess, Ashley. How big is your pet bluegill? Still putting down coffee and cigs. Hey, Rod, Matt from NorCal. What's up, Matt Weaves? Welcome, welcome. We're in south central Montana right now. Hey, from Minnesota, happy Friday. What's up, Mac and Sleaze? Welcome to the stream. The walleye and Canyon Ferry barely pull the planer board. I mean, that's a fair point. They are, man, one day I was at Canyon Ferry. I don't know how long I drugged the poor little bastard around for, but I did. It had to have been at least an hour, and it was, I mean, probably an 8 to 10 incher. Poor little guy. We're not fishing for the minnows, so sometimes you don't see them. Check your rod. We'll pull it in a minute. I think it's fine. We're into the wind. We're doing about 1.8 miles an hour. I don't think it's a fish. Grew up fishing Canyon Ferry. I lived at the silos. Nice. Yeah, I still don't. I suck at Canyon Ferry. I've fished it, I think, 4 or 5 times now with the boat, and I've caught something every time that I've been there, but it's been mostly small walleye, small rainbows, just itty bitty little things, and not very many of them. Yeah, if you visit the Amazon link there, Lucky Taps, a lot of the stuff that I use on stream, the fishing poles, the fish finder, pole holders, the beanie, the shirts. I shop a lot on Amazon, and people always ask me where or what I'm using, so I set up an Amazon store. I don't sell any of it. It's all just affiliate links. If you do click and buy through any of those links that are on the Amazon store, I get like a 1%, a 3% kickback on it. They pay me a commission on it. So if you guys are ever interested in buying anything that you see on the stream, oftentimes I will have, I don't have all of it, but I do have a lot of the more popular stuff, the stuff I use on lots of the streams. You can find it in there. And even if you don't buy it from those links, you can find, you know, the name of it and look it up, maybe find it cheaper elsewhere. But if you do want to support the channel and buy through those links, it does kick back a little bit. What are you using to fish right now? What rigs are you throwing? So we have Jay, 4 rods out right now, 2 planer board rods and 2 lead core down rods. The planer board rod that you see in screen here, we are running out an F7 flicker shad in purple, silver, and pink. On the down rod, the lead core line, we're running 3 colors back on that, and it is running Lure Jensen baby cowbell in hammered brass, followed by one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. It's a wedding ring rig. It's just a little gold Colorado leaf, 2 wedding ring bands, and 4 or 5 salmon, orange pinky salmon other boat that we lost at the boat. That's just 3 colors back lead core, and that one is running a silver Dodger followed by another worm harness rig that I tied up that's like orange and pink. That's a wedding ring up top and a hoochie rig. Oh, God damn it. It's these fucking wakes. Getting me excited here. You heard the drag rip and the rod bend. That's what a fish sounds like. That's also what a wave sounds like too, though, so. Lucky, if you want to use the record lookup, instead of typing record species, replace species with the species name. So like if you want to see, look up, for example, .record space Burbot, B-U-R-B-O-T. And Rodbot and Nightbot will both spit back what the state record, Montana state record fish is. How much it weighed, what the length was, where it was caught, when it was caught. All right, now our mic is almost dead. I'm gonna switch this out real quick, you guys. Give me just a moment here. We got about 20 minutes or so before we'll bang, so you can get yourself a sandwich. All right, testes, 1, 2, 3. Tap, tap, tap. Guys, give me a thumbs up if you can hear the new mic. Especially if you can hear the tapping. Just want to make sure it's not coming from the phone. You fished Lake Vermilion? No, I have not. I don't know where that's at. Jordan Scott, if you come across fish, you should take searching different depths. We've been marking fish all over the damn place, and we have run, we've run all the way from subsurface all the way down to, we had a 4-ounce snap weight on for a little while. The 2 fish that we've caught have come both off the lead core line, both off of wedding ring rigs, one off a Dodger, one off of a lake troll. One with worms, one with pink gulp maggots, but they were all caught 25 to 30 foot of water, 35 bottom, so within a 10-foot range, and 60 to 90 foot of lead core out. So we're fishing 10 to 15 foot in 25 to 35 foot of water. But we're marking fish all over the place. They're all over in the basin. They've been in the shallows. We're in kind of a deeper part of the basin right now. I'm taking another pass. I'm also mapping as we fish here. This is my first time fishing the water body, so we're setting up a map, drawing a map of the water. Very beautiful lake, over 300 islands, and very pretty scenery right next to the boundary waters. Interesting, PB. I've never heard of it. I'll have to look it up. All northern Minnesota lakes are awesome. Audio is good. Thank you. Fishkin is fun. I've fished it a lot. That's one of my favorite places to fish. We streamed there last weekend and the weekend before that. The bite's a little slow still this time of the year. I think we caught 8, then we caught 7, and then we caught 5 in the 3 days that we fished it. Towards the end of last year, the last 2 times that we streamed there, we caught 31, and then I think either 33. I think 31 and 33, and we lost 3 times as many. For every one we put in the boat, we lost 3 of them. So they were 100 fish days. We just didn't get them all in the boat. Yes, Lucky. Have you fished that? Surprised you have not had. Yeah, it's been a slow morning day. We've asked a couple of boats, and one boat said that he's been asking everybody, and everybody says it's been a slow bite today. Almost nobody's catching fish right now, and the ones they are itty bitties like we're catching. We might need to just go deeper. Rattlesnake that was swimming towards SoCal Outdoor. I saw that short. I was talking about it earlier on stream. That is the absolute last thing you want to see while you're floating around in a lake is a rattlesnake. Did you hear about, yeah, let's see that. The ling spot I was referring to is basically south of the first shitter coming in from highway creek feeding side. Okay, so much further north, south of the first shitter. I'd have to look at a map. Thank you. Patrick, that probably helps. We have not been up to the creek end yet. We almost have the basin mapped here, and then At some point, I'll probably pull our rods in and bump it up to like 10, 12 miles an hour and do a much more shallow pass around the whole edge. Jiggahally with white corn for kokanee there. Jigging for the kokanee, huh? We do have some, it's probably rancid by now, probably mush. Yeah, she ain't looking too. I'm kind of afraid to smell it. Eh, I'll be damned. They're still good. These have been soaking in the boat. 2 months old we've had these in here. Still, they're not mush. They don't smell rancid. We got a bunch of different attractants in here. Yeah, we might have to, next time we bring in one of the lines, remind me, we'll throw some corn on. Should try and go deeper and have one rod running like 10 feet off bottom and see if those lazy fish will bite. Yeah, so if we would have to bust out the Dipsy divers to get down there. We could try that. Carter's trucking. What's up, Carter? We're out here at Newlan Creek Reservoir trying to figure out how to catch fish. I'll take the rattlesnake swimming in my boat over the ones that like to sit under my... Yeah, that's true. That's true, SoCal. Fair point. I'd much rather be able to boat away from the little bastard floating in the lake than reach down to pick up something I dropped and get smacked by one hiding under the chair. That shit's scary. I remember that video too, SoCal. What's up, Peach Izzy? We've caught 2 rainbow trout today. They are getting increasingly smaller as well. By the time the fishing trip is done, we might be getting into 2 inchers. I don't know. I think the first one was about 8 inches. I think the one Mia just caught might have been 6 or 7 inches. That one was really pale too. Did you guys notice how pale in color that was? Pretty little fish, just really pale. But I mean, pretty much everywhere we go, we're overfish. Everywhere we go looks like this. You got fish sitting at 70-foot bottom, suspended at 40, some suspended at 10, 20 foot. They're just, nothing really schooled up, all really spread out. I think it's a little early in the season. I don't think, most of the water bodies here haven't formed you know, a real distinct thermocline yet. And until they do, they're often spread all over in the damn water column. Often though, you can find, you know, the ones suspended at certain depth will be more active than others. So, I don't know. Tried to wear the life jacket wherever you're fishing. As an adult, no, you just have to have one in the boat. I'm a terrible swimmer, and these waters are cold. I suggest anybody that's out on a boat, if you're out on the boat, even if you think you're an excellent swimmer, put a life jacket on. Get one of these lightweight ones. They're not super bulky. They have carbon dioxide cartridges in them, CO2 cartridges. And when it senses you're submerged in water, they automatically blow up. Or you can pull the little ripcord on them and they blow up, and then the cartridges are just replaceable. You replace them every couple of years. But yeah, wear your life jackets. For children under the age of 12 here in Montana, I believe, it is required anytime they're on or in the water that they have to have them. The ling get huge there. Nothing that eats them, right? I don't know how many water bodies ling are the ultimate predator in, but yeah, I think in this one they probably would be. I'm surprised that there's no big rainbows in here. Their Gerrard trout stocking program here must not be doing so hot. What are the Kokanee or the Burbot just eat everything? Thank you, Justin. Yeah, that's why, honestly, I kind of hate running a planer board on stream, because not many people, unless you're somebody who trolls, and trolls a lot, you probably don't even know what a planer board is. So it gets confusing seeing that rod. We have a hard enough time explaining, you know, the little movements from the crankbaits or the lake trolls. That's hard for people to understand that the rod bouncing like that isn't a fish. Throw on a Dipsy? We should. Well, after we take Mia in, we got 10 more minutes and then we're gonna pull all our lines in. We're gonna beach the boat up for a little bit and she's gonna go up and make a sandwich. She's not like me, I troll out here all day without eating anything. She's hungry. So we're gonna bring her in to make a sandwich, and while she's making a sandwich, I'm gonna rig up one or both of our spinner rods. We'll throw one on the bottom and maybe a bobber and a worm on the other one and see if we can either catch a sucker or something while we are waiting. And we will save that to use as bait maybe for the ling later. I have a motorcycle jacket that inflates when it senses a crash. Similar, yeah. Kind of hurts when it inflates. I've never actually inflated this. I do know that I've watched some funny and slightly scary videos on YouTube of people wearing like the cheaper versions of these. And like you got dude on the boat and his buddy comes on camera and like yanks the cord on him and ha ha ha. And this thing starts inflating to the point where like dude is choking. And it takes forever for the dude who pulled it to realize that he's basically murdering his best friend. And they're struggling trying to peel it off of him. So yeah, make sure if you do get them that they fit. Don't get one too small for you, or you'll be playing fat man in a little coat. And it doesn't end well. Metabolism goes 0 when I get on the boat. My girl eats all the snacks before we get to the lake. That sounds like Mia and the kiddo. Mostly the kiddo. That kid is like a bottomless pit. I never knew kids could eat so much. He'll finish like a 3-course meal and ask what's for dinner. Like, bro, you just ate like 3 pounds of food. You're ridiculous. You're going fishing tonight? Nice, Daffo. What are you going to fish for? Ever fish the causeway? Yeah, on point. I fished it, we did probably 3 streams from there last year. 2 of the streams were really good. I think we had 17 to 20 plus walleye caught. The one day we caught, there was like a 26 or a 27-inch walleye amongst the babies. Caught a almost 20-pound carp there the one time. The one day there was really good fishing, it was pissing rain all day. We got so wet all day long, but the fish were biting all day long, so I didn't leave. The final time we went there, I think I had 2 walleye all day long. And if you fished it, you know how it gets there, especially if you fished it at night. I fished one spot all damn day long, and come, I don't know, 11 o'clock, midnight, everybody and their frickin' brother and grandma and cousins and neighbor from 3 doors down shows up. And like it got to the point where people were literally moving my shit and like standing shoulder to shoulder with me. And I was just like, get the fuck out of here. Like, give me a few feet at least. I don't need to smell what you ate for fucking dinner last night. And they're all joking, hoo, combat fishing as everybody's fucking tangling on everybody else's line. Yeah, you want to see what I look like miserable? Find my Helena Causeway stream, the last one from last year. I always have fun when we're out here fishing, and that day wasn't fun. It was fun until everybody showed up. And yeah, I got a little grumpy. It wasn't a good look on me. Does a duck with a heart on drag weeds? Is this a fucking riddle, Jimmy Hoffa? Does a duck with a heart on drag weeds? It's a joke or a riddle, and I have no idea, Jimmy Hoffa, but I'm sure you will tell us. Please, we all must know, does a duck with a heart on drag weeds? Can you tell me what your job is again? I work in web development. I work for a web development firm out of Southern California. I started out full stack development, building websites, building web applications. I moved on more to security consulting, pen testing, so kind of the security ops. I do still do a bunch of programming, but more of it now is, rather than building websites, I build web tools and management toolings. I build and maintain hosting infrastructure for e-commerce websites, banks, healthcare industry. I've kind of worn a whole bunch of hats in the job that I do. It's annoying how the worst weather for us is the best weather for the fish, right? Bright sunny days is not best for fishing. I know. That's why I keep saying, I just wish we had some clouds. That's all we need right now is some clouds. And everything would be better. All right, we're gonna kill the trolling motor. I'm gonna bring it up. We're gonna put the outboard on and troll over to the dock or to where we're camping. And we will, once we get spun around here, we'll start pulling these lines in. We have, I don't know, a quarter of a mile or so to get back to where we are gonna dock up or beach the boat here. Me's gonna go make a sandwich, take a little break, and I'm gonna stay with the stream here, and we're gonna try and catch a fish off the back of the boat while we're banked on the shore. Hard, not heart. Aloha, brother. Sage, that makes a little more sense, but I still don't know the answer to the riddle. I'm fortunate to have a boat. Makes it easy to get away from annoying people. It does help, redacted, it does. Dink or weeds on planer board rod is what he said. I think it's just weeds. We've been picking up, there's these long bristles, I don't know what the hell the weed's called, but they let off the, no, that's just our, we're going faster. If you want to, you can start bringing this rod, actually bring your inside rod in first. Nerd shit, right, exactly. Do you have decent smallmouth bass fishing in Montana? Yeah, in some water bodies, the Missouri River below Loma, or excuse me, below Maroney Dam, anywhere in there, or Teton River that feeds in, pretty much from there down all the way to Fort Peck is really, really good smallmouth bass fishing. Oh. Oh, dang it, we are tangled up. I think. I don't know if that's on Mia or a planer board rod. We might have snagged up our planer board rod. We'll see. Yeah, we got our planer board rod, damn it. Oh, buddy. We had to do it, we had to do it. Collapse that down. Don't ever leave the hooks dangling like that. Clip one of those hooks to one of the oh shit, we've had our worms out here roasting in the damn sun. All right, we got a tangly going here, of course. Yep. Oh yeah, nice twisty here. Awesome. Spinny. Wow, okay, this is real bad. All right, that's worse than I thought. Well, I know what we're doing when we get to the shore. Bring it all the way in the boat. Take your orange clip off first, then the black clip. There you go. Take this one instead of leaving it out. Let's get it here. All right. Do you guys have decent smallmouth? I read that. Oh, you do. Sitting in a damn chair all day, every day, redacted, screws with your neck and your back. It's terrible for you. A lot of people have the standing. I can't do that shit. That was a riddle. It was auto-corrected. Time for a bimini top. We have too much shit on this. I need a bigger boat for a bimini top. This boat is just not set up for it. Eat many of the fish you catch. Jay, no, probably 95% or more of what we catch is catch and release. If it doesn't look like it's gonna swim away, or it doesn't swim away, it does end up on the stringer and we bring it home and eat it. I do harvest fish a few times a year, but no, for the amount of fish that we catch, there's no way. A lot of the fish that I catch and do keep is also at the request of family and friends. My mom likes to eat trout, so we catch and bring her some home sometimes. Good Lord. Yeah, it's a mess. We got that spun way up. Mostly catch and release. Thank you, SoCal. How you doing today, SoCal? Caught 5 pike today. Heck yeah, horseman. Nice. What are you catching them on? Are you trolling for them? Are you casting for them? Are you in the river, lake? Connor, relax. Right. Hadn't considered that. All right, we're in. Thank you, Mia. Good job. All right, we're gonna bump over to the shore over here, and I'm gonna get one rig in the water with a worm on the bottom, see if we can maybe catch a sucker. Mia's gonna go up and make a sandwich, and I am gonna chat with you guys while I untangle our freaking mess over here. Also, it's embarrassing to say this, but if anybody fishes Pishkin or has been there recently or is planning on going there soon, the first campsite east of the boat launch, if you find my boat anchor, it's a spike that hammers down into the ground that's got an eye on it that you hook your boat to when you're docking up for the night. If you find it there, I left it there over 4th of July weekend. Those things are like $100 damn. If you find it, I would appreciate you returning it to me. If not, just FYI guys, I'm retarded. I left my boat spike at Pishkin our last stream. Not my anchor, it's a shore anchor. So instead of tying your rope to a tree or some random bullshit on shore when you're camping at night and you have your boat beached, it's like a spike. It weighs probably 10 pounds. It's got a cushioned handle on it, a bungee cord on it. It's about 24 inches long, half of it's a spike, but it's got a big weight on the handle, and you stick it on the ground and you hammer it down with the handle, and it hammers it straight in. And then when you're getting ready to go, you hammer it up and it comes out of the ground, but it's got a nice eyelet on it. You can nicely tether your boat to the shore. And I frickin' spaced it when I left Pishkin last week, and I left it sticking in the ground. So if any of y'all fish that area or planning on being up there or have been up there, because I can't imagine it's gonna be there for long. It's probably gone already. But if you're watching, it'd be real cool if you gave it back. If not, no biggie, I will order another one, but. All right, we're just coming up on shore here. I hope so, Horseman. Congratulations. All right, we do have some pretty nasty shore here. This spot looks fairly scritchy, scritchy. Well, that was an interesting noise. Chirpy, chirpy, chirp, chirp, chirp. You could have went off the front of the boat where there's no water. You just go for a swim. All right, you guys. Let's get one worm rig in. So we're just gonna throw our ugly stick carbon here. Medium light fast action. It's my go-to pole. We have I don't know, maybe a 3/8 ounce Callan's gold jig head on it. We're gonna throw half a crawler on there. Toss her on out, see if we can maybe get a sucker to bite while we're waiting on Mia. And then we are gonna untangle our mess here, because apparently I'm super good at making messes. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, this is what we're throwing. We're just seeing if we can get some bait for the ling later. We're just gonna throw a little gold jig head with a worm out there. Alrighty, y'all keep an eye on that. And we're gonna start the sandwich stuff is all in the other cooler. The blue and white one, not in that one, Mia. Any good trout so far? Cam, man, we caught an 8-inch and then we caught like a 7-inch. Do you ever use drop shot with worms? Jay, yeah, that's a good rig as well. I just happen to have a jig head hooked up here, so that's what we threw out. Suckers tend to be a bottom feeder. They come along and suck shit up. And they usually have a really timid bite to them. I oftentimes will miss them if I'm not holding the pole. But we have an absolute shit show going on down here that I gotta try and untangle. So bear with me for a minute here, guys. So when the tangles are this bad, and this one is not the worst I've ever seen, but she's definitely not pretty. I just start unhooking everything. Always make sure you close your swivels back up though. So we have almost one component out of it. Our snubber is almost free. We do have the leader and the crankbait free on the other line. So we got one of our lead lines tangled up with, oh dang. Lead core lines tangled up with our planer board rod on the turn. Turned a little too sharp. And to be perfectly honest, most of the time when it gets like this, you're probably better off just cutting the damn thing and starting over. But we are gonna try to recover it. I don't want to cut and retie if I can help it. And it's not a super tight tangle. It's just super spinny tangle. Oh, what a mess. All right, just pulling the slack out of that. I don't know why it keeps drifting. Must have some kind of current on the bottom.
Utensils or anything anywhere?
For what?
Like a knife?
For what?
So I can cut a vegetable?
Our camping knife you stole out of the camping box and is now our kitchen knife.
I haven't seen that knife in months.
Well, it's now our garage knife because you carried it out there and then you left it in the garage next to the to the.
Trying to like pack. I only have enough food for like right now, and then I'm out of food basically.
Yeah, I don't have any knives. There might be a butter knife in the back seat in that tote with the other utensils and plates and stuff. But the kitchen knife that I had for camping, you commandeered for a kitchen knife, and it's now sitting next to our barbecue, I'm pretty sure. Oh my God. We might have been tangled down there longer than just that last turn. I don't know. Sorry guys, I'll take a break in just a minute here. I'm trying to get at least one of these damn things out. I think we almost have the lake troll out. The moral of this story is don't tangle your shit up. Seriously. Oh God. Oh my God, it's so bad. All right. Let's get this part out of it, and then we're gonna cut our braid. I don't want to cut our lead core. I don't know if you guys have ever tied onto lead core. It's kind of a pain in the butt. You gotta feed lead out of it. We're almost have the lead line out. Open sesame. All right. Lead core rod has been mainline salvaged. Hatchet knot, he can get a burbot with a night crawler on the bottom. Seen it happen? Yeah, it's possible. Not common catch when it's this warm out, but it is definitely possible. All right. So we got the leaded line out. This is just wrapped around everything 9 billion times. So we'll sacrifice a little bit of our braid here, no biggie. All right, now we just need to cut it off of everything else. What do y'all think? Are we gonna be done with this before Mia is done with her sandwich, or are we still gonna be untangling shit when she gets over here? It could go either way. All right. Let's get this main line put back together. Give you guys a quick demo of how I tie my rigs up. Rig up Dipsy. We can, yeah, we could try Dipsy when we come back out. Let me fix my mic real quick. All right, we are back. All right, so we have our main line. I almost always put a bead on to protect me from reeling up my swivel. Just hang out there for a sec. Did you get your sandwich? Did you put everything away? All right, so we're going bead on. And every pole I have, I use the same thing. It's a swivel clip. All of them. I don't like tying stuff on and taking it off. So what I tie on here is called a double loop uni, not a double uni. A double uni is a line-to-line knot. A double loop uni goes through the eye once, through the eye twice. So you now have it fully around. And then we take your tag end, make a circle, and then we're just gonna go through that circle 7 to 10 times. Thicker line, you go fewer. Thinner line, you go more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Snug up your tag line. You don't want to pull it super tight. Wet everything up. And then pull your main line back. Tighten, alternate between your tag and your main line a few times. And you can leave, I don't know, I usually leave 1/4 inch or so tag. All right, so that is fixed. We gotten any bites yet? Dodger turned sideways dropping in a few days ago. Had the worst tangle. Yeah, they do that sometimes. That's all part of trolling, especially when you're running more than 2 rods out the back. The more rods, the more treacherous it gets when tangles happen. All right, so we got both of our main lines out now. We just need to, we have the rat's nest of what else was on there. So let's start incrementally cutting this braid off of here. Big as such a star, depends on how big that sandwich is. No, she beat me. She's already back in the boat eating her sandwich. We're still dicking around with lines here. Shouldn't take too much longer to cut all this shit off of here though.
I bought like a whole box of chips to bring. I didn't just bring it.
I have another couple of bags of chips in here. I have another couple of bags of chips in that orange bucket in the truck. There's a couple of pieces of beef jerky. We got a whole package of sausage, cheese sausages. But I did forget ketchup, so they're gonna be dry. I have buns for those. So there's stuff to eat. We're only here for another day. I mean, how much do you plan on eating? All right, snippy a bunch of times. You guys, when you do tangle up, please do everything and everyone a favor. Make sure it ends up in a trash can in your pocket. Don't throw it back in the water. Don't leave it on the shore. All right, lake troll is free. Now we just have our worms. Yeah, don't be a dick. Hey guys, seriously. You know, it's one thing when you snag up in the water and your line busts off and like literally it's out of reach, it's in the water. But I see so many people that they foul up their reel or whatever and they just leave hundreds and hundreds of feet of line snagged everywhere and the tree branches all over the shore. Like, oh Lord. That's so bad. So harmful to the wildlife. They get caught in that shit. Turtles, birds, fish, you name it, it messes with them. All right, we're down to the home stretch here, guys. Then we just got to put everything back together and we will get back on the water. Anyone been watching that pole? I haven't heard the drag go, but like I said, suckers often have especially white suckers, have a very timid bite oftentimes. I tend to not have the greatest luck catching them if I'm not holding the pole. But I don't have a bell on it. I haven't been watching, so I don't know what's going on. Only thing I gotta snag up is a downrigger ball. Yeah, I've heard stories about people snagging them on bottom and ripping gunwales off their boats and shit. I can't imagine. It sounds terrifying. And definitely the opposite of fun. All right, you guys, we are free. Hasn't moved. Thank you, SoCal. All right, let's see how our lead core line we were running. Man, they're having fun down there. I wish we were having that much fun. Dang. All right, we got our lake troll. Worm harness rig hooked back up. All right, our second line we had. Oh shit, I forgot my snubber. We gotta fix that. Second line we're running a snubber, a leader, and our flicker shad crank. Alright. Oh, dang it. There we go. We just hooked into our other line already. We're on a roll here, guys. But at least we're catching something, right? I know some of you'd say. The fuck? All right, so what I was trying to do, I forgot my snubber in between my lake troll and my leader. I found that with these lake trolls, I have a terrible landing ratio with them if I don't, because I'm running straight braid. And the short floral leader that I have doesn't have nearly enough give to it to act as a snubber. All right. All right, the wake from the boat turned us around. Let's do this without falling in here. All right, good Lord. Steve McMahon, the 1999 Super Chat, my favorite fisherman, great to see you, bro. How you doing, buddy? Welcome. How's your day treating you, Steve? Thank you for the support. I appreciate you. Well, no go on the jig and the worm here. We're gonna get back out trolling. You should really keep the battery out of the sun.
Yeah.
If possible. Now you realize that we're in shallow water? How long have we been sitting here in the trolling or fish finders just now telling me we're in shallow water? Go figure. All right. Now, if y'all don't have one of these on your boat, you should. It's a push pole. So like right now, though, the wake turned us around. We're in shallow water. I'm gonna use this to get us out of the shallows so we're not running our jet right in the mud, sucking up dirt and rocks. You can, but you will destroy your impeller. get yourself a $20 push pole and keep it on your boat. They come in real handy. One of them days, it really is, John. Sunny days with live minnow, I could slay browns, splake. Yeah, I wish I could use live bait. We can't use live bait here. Most of central Montana explicitly prohibits live bait. All right, we're gonna bump our motor on here, head back on out and catch some fish. Push pull, very handy. Yeah, they're collapsible. You can extend them out to be, you know, 8-10 feet. Mine collapses down to just under, I think it's, no, I think it's like a 7-foot push pull. I think it's about 36 or 42 inches fully extended, or fully collapsed. If you're gonna get skunk, go hard, Dave, full send. I love this channel. Thank you, Steve. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. We're out here. This is a brand new water body for us today. Welcome to everybody joining. We are getting back. Whoa! We're at the carnival, guys. Brand new water body. We're out here targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout, kokanee salmon, and trying to find some areas that are marking decent fish where we can potentially fish for some burbot later today. But I'm gonna do a fairly shallow pass along over here to try and, like, let's do it back down the other way. We're gonna take 5 minutes here, charge our battery back up a little bit with the outboard, and I'm gonna run a little shallower pass around the edge here so I can map. And it will help our contour trolling moving forward. Some blue ass water. It looks green to me. I don't know, it looks weird. It definitely has a weird tinge to it. What's the clarity like? It's not very clear. It's like a lot of the water bodies that we fish here in central Montana, a lot of them have an algal bloom in it. And this one's kind of a different color than what I've seen at a lot of the lakes. But it seems like it's a thicker algal bloom than what I typically see. A lot of Idaho too, freshly murdered bait fish, not too bad. What's the deepest? Tom Perkins, 90 foot is about the deepest in the basin here. I think average depth is somewhere around 35, 40 foot. But this is the first time we've fished here. I don't have a map for it, so we are drawing one right now. And we're taking a close pass to the shore in 10, 15 foot of water, just trying to get a nice, clean 15 foot mark here that we could troll at later using our autopilot on the Lawrence Recon. Seeing game type of algae blooms over in Michigan too, really bad this year. Yeah, so I wouldn't call it stained water, it's just, you have that blue-green tinge to everything. And it seems to be a thicker, a darker tinge than most of the water bodies we've been fishing this year. We will at some point in time today or tomorrow have to throw down our catch camera and see if we can get any footage. But I'm just trying to get one tight pass next to the shore so autopilot doesn't crash us into anything. Fish some beautiful places. Steven, aren't they pretty? I always, I love exploring new places here in Montana. It seems like we haven't found an ugly one yet, to be perfectly honest. I'm off work, Rod. Let's go, Tim. What's the scoop? We just took a pit stop at the camp. Mia wanted to grab a sandwich. I tangled up a bunch of shit, so I was retying. We're just taking a quick pass around the basin area here so I can get a good, clean shoreline on our map. And then we'll be back out trolling again. Glad to hear you're off work. How was your day? Can't wait to get to the lake tonight, just fishing out in front of my house. I got 7 walleye over. Damn, man, El Double, I gotta hit up your way one of these days. That is incredible fishing. Fishing 4 years, usually gotta go about right. Shit, if I were catching 30-inch walleye off my porch, I would never leave the porch. Big ass pike tend to own this end of the waters. Wow. You got a spare bedroom in your house, El Dabo? Mind if I move in? I will, or just, can I set up a tent on your porch? Big pike, big walleye. Dang. 15 kilometers, so like 2 miles, right, Carl? What's the best beat? Calvary, I don't know. We have not figured out this water body yet. Everybody that we've talked to so far today, though, has been saying that the trolling has been slow. Nobody seems to be catching much. We've landed 2 rainbows so far, but they're progressively getting smaller and smaller. So I don't know what the deal is. All right, I'm gonna bump up our speeds a little bit. We should be able to actually map at 10 plus miles an hour. The boat's not really wanting to get up and go because Mia's in the back. She's throwing off our balance. Trolling is slow go with a jig. Can be, yeah. We don't have anything in the water right now. We are just trying to complete part of this map. I want to put autopilot on, but we can't until I have a clean contour along the shore. Otherwise, it tries to run us into the shore to find the contour. I jig deep water if I had spot lock. Yeah, we'll be doing that probably dusk or later tonight. We're gonna see if we can find some burbot. I sound Canadian, but born and bred Limper in Michigan. $272 thumbs up, let's go. We are almost at 300. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today, enjoying the scenery out here. This again, for those just joining, is Newlan Creek Reservoir. It's a fairly small reservoir, 263 acres. We're up pretty high in elevation, over 5,000, over 5,300 foot. There's about 5 different species of trout in here. There's Kokanee salmon, there's burbot, a couple of different kinds of sucker. Some interesting fish in here. Don't forget my Dipsy. Yeah, we'll figure out something to do with the Dipsies here. Man, I can wash my bent rods all day. That's my jam. That's what I'm saying, Carl. Bass lures. Do you use planer boards? Yeah, we've been using planer boards all day. We finally have 2 people in the boat today, so planer boards make sense. Why is there one random ass cow walking the shoreline over here? Who lost their cow? Let's go say hi to the cow over here. Whoa, that's real shallow. We're in 4 foot of water right now. Two foot of water. 12 foot of water. Okay, so there's an interesting drop off right there. Can somebody tell me why there's one random ass cow out here? Oh, I take that back. There's 2. Oh shit, there's more of them. They're coming out everywhere now. Odd. I guess they're free range cows. Are you qualifying for the Newlan Reservoir 500? Maybe, Spot. I don't know, we're struggling to get up on plane here with Mia in the back on the battery side. It's really throwing off our weight distribution. Rod, the shitty thing about coming up here is it's expensive. You can fly the nearest city to me for 300 probably. From the city to here is like 1,300. Oh shit. You gotta rent like a little charter or something. That's why there's algae in that lake, because of the horse shit. Dang, that is like just there's like a V right here. Interesting. We're gonna mark that. That might be I could hold something. Oh God, I can't see. Catch. What's up, GS Adventures? We've caught 2 rainbow trout so far. Tiny, tiny rainbow trout. They're not the trophies we're after. All right. Let's get 1 rod at least. Let's get a couple of rods back out in the water. I'm gonna get my trolling motor deployed again. Ooh. Aloha, brother. What's up, 808 Hawaiian? Welcome to the stream. I'm out here weed eating and caught a big bee nest under vehicle. I never moved. Oh man, that is terrifying. Stay the hell away from them, old man. That many bee stings can kill a man. Put you into anaphylactic shock. Cows coming out may mean they're about to go biting. Is that the sign, Spot Snatcher? Does that lake have permafrost due to elevation? I don't know. Maybe? It's a good question. I have no earthly idea. It is pretty high. We're up, it's like 5,300 foot. There's a ski resort just right over the hill from here that I used to snowboard at a whole bunch when I was younger. All right, we're gonna bump our speeds up to 1.7, 1.8. Definitely not, yeah, okay, so John probably knows better than I do. We got local airport, but mad Jews, I don't know why, it's expensive. Free steaks. I don't think we're fitting one in the boat, El Dabo. All right, let's get our planer board rods out first. Mia, if you want to.
You want to put this one over there?
You can pick another one if that one doesn't seem to be doing much. If you want to pick another lure. I don't know what you want to pick. All right, so we're on this rod. We're running. I forgot to show you guys. It's a Pflueger shad, F7 in silver, purple, and pink. We're gonna get our planer board on here. Oh shit! I told you Dipsy diver. Yeah. Oh come on. Did we have to? Did we really have to? All right, we're gonna let that feed out. A little convincing, can get a cow anywhere. What's up, John Matheson? Welcome back to the stream. Is Mia invisible? She is lurking off camera behind me. She's trying to be invisible. She's doing a pretty good job, I guess. What do y'all think? Let's avoid the negative comments towards, yeah, don't, no racial shit. Y'all be nice. That is the quickest way to never be able to join one of my streams again is being stupid like that. All right, so we went out 50 foot. We put the planer board on and we're gonna go out another 75 foot or so. Just getting it away from the boat, and then we'll get our lead core rod down. There we go. Our second rod, this is what we've caught one of our 2 fish on and got 2 of our bites off of. Lake troll and a hand-tied worm harness rig. And we just have these tipped with little pink gulp maggots. You could put your lead core rod out and we could figure out the planer board rod later. We've been running this back about 3 colors, so 90 foot out. All right, we're good. All right, Mia's getting her lead core rod back out right now. Mia should have a mic. You want to wear the mic? You want to talk to him for a little bit? Say what? She said, I'm good. Hard pass. Go fuck yourself. But much nicer. The go fuck yourself was from Rod to you. Just kidding. Spin it up. There you go. Glad to hear it. Been good. Hi, I'm new. What's up? Hey, Naomi Kritzner. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. We're out here fishing south central Montana today. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. There's about 5 different kinds of trout in here. Rainbow, brown, cutthroat, brook. 2 different kinds of cutthroat. And there's also Kokanee salmon, and we are looking for spots to potentially jig for some burbot this evening. And we're about to snag our damn shit up on the bank here because I didn't realize how close we were. Turn, baby, turn. I don't know how shallow that gets. It looks like kind of a steep drop off there, hopefully. Otherwise, we're about to lose our line here. I just subscribed. Your hat is cool. Oh, thanks, Naomi. Yeah, we're out here. It's hot out. I'm wearing the hood and the hat. Trying to keep myself from frying in the sun here. I really should. In fact, it's time. I need to put some sunscreen. I probably should have hours ago. We need to get some sunscreen on my face. I'm like 19 shades darker on my face than the rest of my body already. Mia, if you want some sunscreen. You have some? All right. Now I'm trying not to use my whole hand. I'm just trying to use my pinky. The pinky goop method. So I'm not getting sunscreen all over my hand and touching everything with it. Yeah, she's a bit toasty out here. This sun is hot. Are there any other boats on the water still, or are we the only ones? Well, I guess there's one boat still down there fishing. I think everybody else gave up, y'all. We don't give up on WannaSeeMyRod. We'll be the only bozos out in the water trying to catch something when the fish aren't biting. You know how it goes, right? Logan YOLO Tech stick. I have one, I've never hooked it up. I've never tried them. Keeps it plugged in. No, so I have a, you talking, if I missed what you guys are talking about, I'm assuming you're talking about my camera. I custom built a camera stand. This boat has a ton of vibration, and I also had a whole bunch of shit I wanted to mount. So we have, holy shit, we're zoomed. Sorry for the potty mouth. We're running our Starlink Mini. That runs down and is powered by these DeWalt 8 amp hour batteries. Speaking of which, it's probably about time to swap our first battery. In fact, let me check that. Yeah, it is. Let me show you guys how we, oh, let's not crash. We're going right at the shore over here. Let's not crash first, step one. We're a wee bit shallow. But again, we're just controlling the trolling motor. You got a left, right, sorry for the glare. Left, right button, plus minus for your speed. Very simple control. I do also have the dongle and the foot pedal, but seems just as easy to control it in my head. All right, we're headed back down into deeper waters. Hopefully we don't snag anything up over here. Pick it up, it's snagged. Pick it up, yank it up off the ground. Is it stuck? All right, pull it in to 75 foot. Tighten your drag a little bit. Drag forward, clicker off, pull it into 75 foot. There you go. All right. She's got that taken care of. We just went a little shallow. Marking some good fish. 10, 15 foot. Let's go a little, nah, we're good. All right, so back to what our regularly scheduled program here we were trying to show you guys. So this is a custom built camera pole. We are, I don't know, it's hard to show you guys. So we have their pipe hangers, plastic pipe hangers, and it gives a little bit of shock absorption, so it's not hard to the metal. So it's got a little bit of vibration resistance there. The PVC itself resists vibration. That goes up. It's about 4 foot, a little bit taller than 4 foot. We have mounted at the top our Starlink Mini. We run a clamp off for our phone holder. That's what you guys sit in, nice and stable. We have one GoPro mounted here, pointed to get a full view of the boat. That I have another one that I can switch that and point it out the front of the boat. I have a second one, but I usually just switch this one back and forth whether I want to go forward or backwards. Lots of wire and bullshit run, but it's a, so let's see here, it's a 2-inch run up, about 36 inches or 32 inches, somewhere around there. And then I had this plumbing part. It's meant for connecting two dissimilar pipes, like cast iron to PVC or whatever. I end up using it to connect 2-inch to 1.5 inch. So it's got some movement to it. But what I did is I ran this 2.5 inch all the way to get a much more solid, like 2-inch with a 1.5 inch buried inside it. And then I took it one step further because it was still a little bit too sway. I took 1-inch electrical conduit plastic and ran it also the full length down. And then I took and put screws in to go through each layer. So now each layer is tied together. Each layer is tied together. Each layer is tied together. So you actually have 3 concentric poles, a smaller one inside of a bigger one inside of a bigger one, which gives it good rigidity. It holds a decent amount of weight, and all the vibration that the boat used to have is almost non-existent on the camera now. But it acts as a multi-purpose pole. We run Starlink Mini, multiple cameras off of it. It's pretty sweet. But I'll show you guys how we swap out our Starlink Mini batteries. I just keep a backpack full of them here. Each of these batteries gives us somewhere around 5 to 6 hours of stream time. And it's just an 8 amp hour DeWalt battery pack. And these are hot swappable. So it's not using them combined. When this one dies, I have a brain down in the box down here that senses that, and it automatically fails over to the secondary. But when you remove this one, your primary, because it's dead, we can swap another one in. Right now it's running off the secondary. As soon as I put this back in, it senses in the brain down below, it's a UPS, uninterruptible power supply component. It senses that a fresh one has been put in the primary slot, and it fails back over. So it's always going to draw off your primary and only feeds off the secondary if the primary is empty. I just take and throw the empty somewhere, anywhere, and we move on. But yeah, you guys maybe can see the color of the water a little better here. Look how like greenish blue it is. It's just a weird color. It's like somebody's treated swimming pool. It almost looks toxic. Like radioactive, I don't know. How I keep the phone charged all day. Yeah, so I have a active plug, and that's tied just into my house battery. So that's run fused into the fuse box. Well, actually, that runs into, so we have a little PD port down here. So this has got a USB-C and a USB-A in it, and the USB-C is PD port. So that's what powers the main camera. All right, I'm getting a little close to the shoreline over here. Flip you guys back around, plug you in. DeWalt, yeah, they're DeWalt 8 amp hour power stack batteries. You lost me already? Yeah, I would have to show you guys. It's 3 concentric pipes, a thicker one, a skinnier one, and then a skinnier one inside of it. And then there's screws drilled through all 3 that tie them all together so it's not rattling inside. And you get the rigidity of all 3 built together. It's almost like it's a solid piece of PVC. All right, let's see if we can get contour trolling to work. Oh God, we're way close to the shore over here. Away from the shore, buddy. Away from the shore. That is a weird color. It doesn't look odd. You have one heck of a setup. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, we're always messing around with it. And again, it's it's easy to stream from outdoors. It's hard to stream for long periods of time without constantly being interrupted. And that's been one of my biggest pain points, and one thing that I've been trying every time we come out to improve upon. The stability, the quality, mainly the stability though. The more stable a stream is, I think the more people will stick with it. Anytime you have a little blip, whole chunks of people leave and never come back. All right, let's try to get, instead of using course lock, let's try and use our depth routing. We're gonna go unable to find enough depth information to generate. Why can you still not generate a route? I am not sure why it doesn't like us. Well, so much for depth routing. We're back at course lock again. Man, it is toasty out here. You still didn't bring the sun shirt. Too muggy out to roof, might go home. Yeah, I can't imagine. That's gotta be the absolute worst. The roofs are the hottest spot. You got all that tar, the black shingles. Roofing in the summer would be miserable. She dropped something in the fucking water. Got elevation sickness? I don't know what's going on. What's up, Lee? Appreciate the 100 and the star. Welcome to the stream. Close to the color of my lake. It's only about 10 shades lighter than mine. Interesting. What are you fishing for? No, rainbow trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout, Kokanee salmon, and later we will be moving on to target burbot once the sun goes down. Right now is not a good time to try and target them. Got the roof prepped, one side shingled, thinking of calling it and coming back in the morning. I don't blame you, man. It's got to be just miserable out there. Sitting in the sun, frying. Oh. What are we doing? We're over 50-foot bottom. Why is our pole bouncing? What do we got? Please tell me we didn't snag up again. There's no way. Dang, must have just been weeds. Something was pulling on it. Now it's still there. We're either snagged up or we got another fish on, you guys. Not seeing any of our rods move when I pull. Hey guys, we might have fish on, fish on. If it is, I think it's even smaller than the last one we got. We're gonna give you a run for your money here, Mia. Is that a fish? Nope. Weeds, god damn it. I knew it felt off. No, what the hell? How does that happen? I have literally never had my... Yeah, we caught our lake troll. All right, not fish on, fish on. We had tangly, tangly. But that one doesn't make sense. How did our... I'm not entirely sure how our lake troll tangled around itself. We didn't make that sharp of a turn. False alarm, guys. We got excited. We're getting a little delusional in the sun out here, I think. All right, we'll let this feed out a little bit. Spool, buddy, spool. All right, we're gonna bump up our speed a little bit. Help that spool out. Lake troll on? Yeah, we caught our own lake troll. How about that? I still can't believe we caught a spark plug wire. What the hell is that? Who does that? Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Are you just gonna live in Australia now? I keep seeing you posting videos from Australia. Looks like you're having a good time out there. At least it wasn't a pair of skivvies, right? It's those turns. Yeah, my turns are a little sketchy. Weed on. Your call if anyone's asking, I'm going home. El Dabo, you can definitely tell them I authorized for you to go home. Baby Rainbow. You tell them to come talk to me. I will offer them a limited time opportunity to go sit their ass on top of the roof and feel what 100+ degree weather feels like while you're on top of a damn roof full of black shingles and tar and all that not fun stuff. All right, y'all, we need a fish whistle. We need something doing here. Fish whistle time, y'all. A little bit of the Montana huckleberry fish whistle. See if we can get something in the boat here.
The cable that's dangling behind
Oh, buddy. Fish whistle. Fish whistle 30, y'all. Still lightning in my area, so I'm at water's edge. Yeah, stay the hell out of the water if it's lightning. I'd downsize the harnesses. You think smaller? We could. I do have some micro hoochies. So Kokanee, I just left that lake this morning. Oh yeah? Suckaroo? Do you have any decent luck? We've had 2 tiny little rainbow trout. The bite has been really slow. I'll find you a cable in a sec. All right, 90 foot. Good to go. Also brand new, please don't break it. Hit it real hard. You're gonna catch something now. I hope so, Montana Slayer. All I know is it better not be a spark plug wire. We've had some really dumb catches today. Smaller for sure. Oh, what do we have without me going to dig for it? We could do a little wiggle hoochie. Those are about as small of a hoochie as I have. I think those are 2 inches. 2-inch wiggle hoochie. They have the bill on it that makes them kind of act like a crankbait. We got a couple of little teaser beads on here, a wedding ring. I don't know, we got a whole assortment of poppers and other wedding ring stuff that I tie. A big old fly. Some other wedding ring. That's kind of what we're running right now, is very similar to this, just different color. I tie up a bunch of those in different colors, different size and shapes of the blades. Toot toot. Oh boy, the dispo finally got some new wares. Can't wait to go there. Heck yeah. Lake Effects Blues, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. We're out here trying to figure out how the hell to catch a fish in this water body. It's the first time we've ever fished here, and they're not digging what we're throwing down. All right, gonna bump our troll speed up a little bit. We're gonna go up to 2. $289 thumbs up, let's go. We are so close to 300. If you have not done so already, double tap that screen. Gives us a thumbs up, it costs you nothing. And if you decide at some later point while watching the stream that you don't like us anymore, you can always take it back. I'd prefer if you left it there, but you know. But thanks for joining us out here. We're gonna be out here till sundown. At dusk or after sundown, we're gonna try and hit up a handful of spots that we've marked that look like they're probably holding some burbot. And maybe we can pull a burbot out of here. Maybe we can salvage this trip. About to catch a monster. I hope so, buried. Nothing yet. Jaws. What's up, Jaws? Welcome to the stream. Hello, buddy. Good luck. Thank you. Swine tack. Being picky, are they? Dang. Yeah, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's like full sun, been beaten down since this morning. Some days the fish will bite in weather like this, but more often than not, the bite really drops off. Sometimes you can still find pockets where the fish are biting, but we just we've not stumbled across those yet. We're getting a pretty good map built here, though. I'll give you guys a little. Give you guys a little look here. 299 thumbs up. One more. You guys probably see it as 300. I see it as 299. You can see we've been all over the damn place here so far today. There's still a couple of patches in the center here we haven't marked. We got another pass there. We could stand to do another pass up along the edge here to clean this up. But we've got a pretty decent map going so far. We've stopped down there. The reservoir keeps going much further. But we've covered a decent amount of water today. We're looking all over the damn place. Zigzagging all over. It looks like we're lost. I don't know, y'all. What do you think? Are we lost? We might be. Never can quite tell. See my Garmin on Lake Michigan. Holy patrol lines. Yeah, you beat it to piss, huh? It's the way to do it, man. If there is ground uncovered, you're missing something. But we're gonna keep at it. What's up, Harry? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's take this guy off. We trolled with this for a while. We're gonna take this guy off. It's our Lyman plug. We didn't get any bites off of that. We'll try another, being as worm harnesses have been hitting. We will try another worm harness. It's a, oh, what are they called? Reconnecting. What is this BS? This is where we lose. We hit 100 people in the room and then. All right, sorry about that. We are back. Rig up the Dipsy. We could do the Dipsy. We could do the Dipsy on this rod. That would make sense. Let's do that. Dipsy is incoming. For those of you guys who don't know what a Dipsy is, give me just a moment. I'll dig one out. Say what? And we're gonna throw, I think, a full crawler on that one as well. We'll get that sucker running down deep. We'll see what the hell these fish down here are doing that we keep seeing that don't want to bite. All right, so this is a Dipsy diver. Like our planer boards, this pulls the lure away from the boat. It's adjustable, so if I wanted to troll on one side of the boat, I switch it. If I wanted to pull to the other side of the boat, I switch it. The more straight it is, the deeper it dives. The further to one side or the other it is, the less it dives, but the more it planes. And these are the larger. These aren't Dipsy divers. These are from trollingdivers.com. They're a deep diver. They're just like the jumbo Dipsies. I think we're gonna set it to like a 2.5 setting. I'm gonna tighten this up just a little bit. Give it a little more tension. And we run this before our let's see here. That's upside, that's downside. Snubber afterwards. So we don't need this guy. Give me a sec. All right, so we run this before our snubber afterwards. This should help get us down much deeper in the water column. Main line goes to the clip side, so when you get too big of a fish, or when the fish bites, it disconnects, and just like the planer board rods, takes all of the pull off of it. I do need to tighten that screw up a little bit as well. I remember the last time we were running this, it kept disconnecting. So let's tighten this guy up. So the tensions are adjustable on these, and I keep just a little short stubby screwdriver on the boat. All right, and you don't need to make big changes to it, just a little bit, test it, a little bit, test it. And I know a lot of you guys, after your Dipsies, you run giant ass leaders, sometimes 20, 30, 50 foot. Some of you guys hand line them in. I don't like my leader to be really any longer than the length of my pole. It makes it super hard to reel in, especially when you're by yourself. All right. So that's what, whoa, catch everything in the process here. Come on now. All right. So that's what we're running, our little hoochie rig, wiggle hoochie on our Dipsy. And I think that's troll. Yeah. We're gonna let it out a little ways. Yeah, see how it's pulling, Mia? See how it pulls to the side, the more line that's let out. We'll let that spool out. I heard you authorized my leave. I was driving. Appreciate that, bud. Are you camping out there? Yeah, we camped last night. We're gonna camp again tonight. We do have to go back tomorrow evening. Mia has work on Sunday. You have a temperature gauge to find out how deep water temperature? I do, and that is one thing I have not done yet, Montana Todd. We should run Fish Hawk down and see where the temperature is. Dang, I missed a super chat, and there's a second one. Tim Dow with a $2. Here, fishy, fishy. Thank you, Tim Dow. Steven with $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Steve. I dig the hell out of your channel. Gotta go buy spark plugs. Be back shortly. All right, Steve. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate your continued support. All right, this is actually, oh, why is it pulling the wrong way? It was pulling the right way a minute ago. Is it pulling out now? We might be. No, these are meant to be run at 2.5 miles an hour. You don't get the full dive depth on them if you're not running them that fast. We'll be here, Steve. We'll catch you a fish here, hopefully. Do you have, control those Dodgers? Yeah, that's a good point. Montana here in a few moments. I don't know, what time is it? Let's say 30 minutes, we'll run the Fish Hawk down. We just deployed. I'm not gonna pull it back out right now. We move this slightly over. So happy the Dipsy's out. I've been waiting for it. I know, Logan, I know. Yeah, we're running about 120 foot back on a 2 setting, so we're not the deepest it'll go, and we're not the furthest that it'll plane. Should be good. We're over fairly deep bottom right here. Now we just need to find those deep marks again. Dipsies and downriggers we all caught on last weekend. Nothing off the planers. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't got bit off the planers yet. We've been bit, all of our bites and fish caught today have been on the lead core line. Nothing on the snap weights, only on lead core. So we'll see, maybe the Dipsy will change the game here. I feel like we're probably just at the wrong end of the reservoir, y'all. We should probably be up in the shallower creek end of it. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's probably what the problem is right now, other than the fact that there's not a cloud in the sky. Steve and Karen's Adventures, missing fishing home in Montana. Where in Montana was home for you, Steve? I ran the 10 color off port, 300 copper off starboard. Do you do all 10 colors, Carl? God, that's crazy. There's so much line to reel in. 300 feet. 150 is usually about the max in most water bodies that I run my lead back. I do stack them up with a full 10 colors, so I could if I wanted to. But generally, if I'm trying to go deeper than that, I just bust out the Dipsies or snap weights. You doing all right? Great Falls, okay, that's where I was born and raised. We live a little bit outside Great Falls now. We live in Vaughan. But I know the area well. We're about 2 hours from Great Falls right now. We're up closer to White Sulphur Springs, Newlan Creek Reservoir. Been smashing it 30 plus Lakers a day, half trolling, half jigging. Huh. Cooper got bands. What's up, Cooper? Welcome to the stream. I trolled at Holter with 4 ounce. All right. Yeah, we fish Holter quite often. 4 ounce, typically if I'm running that much at Holter, is going to be after the Kokanee. But we're running 2 lead core rods, both out 3 colors. It's where we've been catching, so that's we're running those. We have 1 planer board rod with a flicker shad on it on this side, and then we have 1 Dipsy diver on this side with a small wiggle hoochie with a full crawler tail. So we're running a bunch of different things out here. We'll see if they want to come play. Are you a pool player too? Shoot at Spur, DeWitt's place? I haven't in years. I used to play. It was one of my favorite things that I did with my brother. I played pool for years and years. He was always way better than I was at it. Goddamn ambidextrous, he could shoot both hands. He'd run the table on you if you gave him a chance. I never got that good. I can't run the table. But I used to play, when I would play pool, I would play oftentimes down at Club Cigar, Beacon from time to time. Ace's Tavern from time to time. That's where I grew up learning how to play pool. But my brother, he did the pool league, so he was all over playing pool. No pinned message yet? No, we haven't pinned anything. 20 rods on the boat. That's a bit out of my budget. 20 rods? What did I miss? I keep 20. Oh, Carl said that. I don't clip to lead core. Me either. I have 2 color, 3 color, 4 color rods. Superior all set up 10 color, 6 color. Yeah, so I've seen and heard of people doing multiple lead core setups like that because you don't want to. A lot of people do, but you ruin your lead core. It's so fragile to begin with in most cases. Once you start clipping shit to it, you break apart the lead core in it, and it starts poking out, and then it starts hanging up on things, and it just, you ruin it. So that makes sense when you're running clip weights or plain. A 2 rod or a 2 color, a 3 color, a 5 color, having multiple rods like that would definitely come in handy. I don't have room on the damn boat for it. I normally bring with me at least 4 rods. 2 of them are just my straight braid trolling rods, and 2 of them are lead core. Every once in a while, I'll bring my down rods, my short stubby lead core rods. But generally, I just carry my 2 lead cores and they're a full 10 colors. What are you fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, cutthroat trout. And we're trying to mark some spots that look like they may be holding burbot for later tonight. Gets fucked up quick, clip into it. It does, it really does. Second time seeing your live video, bro. Love this. Well, I'm glad you found the stream again, Steve. We stream all over in central and western Montana. That's home for me. We usually try and stick within a 2-3 hour radius around Great Falls, but every once in a while we'll venture a little bit further than that. We go to we fished Swan Lake recently. We fished Flathead once last year. We fish Canyon Ferry every once in a while. Today we're a little over 2 hours, or right around 2 hours here at Newlan Creek Reservoir. Hold on there. Yeah, those wake boats are something else. They throw these gnarly ass rollers. Keep 10 color lead core, a couple of rods with 30-pound braid. I usually run jet divers and a fly rod for those fish that jump. So I have jet divers. The thing that I don't really care for about the jet divers, that I prefer the Dipsy divers over them, is the ability to plane. I normally, if I want to run a Dipsy, I'm running it not usually as my down rod. Normally I'm planing it a little off to the side. I run my lead core as my down rod, Dipsy as my second rod out, and then if I had a third person on the boat, which I do from time to time, not very often, we could run a third rod out using the planer boards. So it just allows you a nice spread. Mia's pretty quiet. Yeah, she's back there. She's been watching a show on her phone, baking in the sun. Forgot to pick up minnows back to town. Oh man. Yeah, I missed the bait shop last night. I looked online before I left home, and North 40, the website said that it closed at 8 o'clock. I got there at like 7:15 and it's locked up. There's one car in the parking lot. The open sign is still on, but it's obviously closed. So we didn't get, I was gonna get some frozen smelt, some frozen minnows. I was gonna get some cut bait, some dead bait for our ling fishing. So we ended up going to Walmart instead. And I got frickin' butter worms. They're like these little, I don't know if you guys have ever seen a butter worm before. I saw it in the cooler. I'm like, what the hell is a butter worm? Opened it up and there's these little yellow and red, they're like little caterpillars. I was like, I've never fished with a caterpillar before, but what the hell? So we have butter worms. We haven't tried them yet. I don't know if we'll catch anything off of them. A grub, kinda, yeah. They're like little caterpillars. Oh, all right. I've been nursing this warm Mountain Dew for half the day now. We're gonna pour some out for the homies, the dead homies, and we're gonna start a fresh one. Nothing better than an 85-degree Mountain Dew. It's my favorite. All right. We are struggle busting it out here today, y'all. It's a waxworm. No, waxworms are different. Waxworms are white. They don't have the yellow and the orange on them. A waxworm is more like a maggot. At least the ones that I've bought. I used to buy waxworms all the time to feed to pet salamander I found in my basement we kept for a while. They're little caterpillars. That's what it is. Hate touching worms. Come on, El Davo, you fish and you can't stand touching worms. Only earthworms. Oh, you mean other kind of worms, okay. Yeah, I don't mind leeches. What's the water temperature? We're up 3.7 degrees since we got here this morning. It was at 64 at the surface when we got here. After baking in the sun all morning, we're up to 67.7. So we're still well under 70. And the fish are all over the damn place in here. We're over about 70-foot bottom right now, 75-foot bottom. We're doing about 1.95 miles an hour. Yes. All of our catches and bites today have been at 1.7 to 1.8, so a little on the slow side. It is warming up though, so we're gonna bump up the speed a little bit. Waxworm, wax moth, different, very similar, Stephen, but again, a waxworm, most of them that I've had resemble more a maggot than a caterpillar. And again, they're typically white or yellow. They're one solid color. This one is like yellow with orange splotches on it. It just looks like a caterpillar you'd pull out of your tree in your yard. Dude, my friends used to roast me because I was an MMA guy, hardest fighter, but scared to judge age. I'd give you shit too. Google says 0 about waxworm. Really? When I was like 6 years old, I caught my first bass. Nice, Jake. Spikes, maggots. They're not maggots, it's a caterpillar. Or are you talking about the waxworms? I pick crawlers on the concrete next to the pool after it rains. I have about 6 dozen. I need to start doing that. They're so ridiculously expensive at the bait store or the gas stations. 1.2 to 1.4 is ideal for crappie and walleye. Well, that's good because we're not fishing for crappie or walleye. We're fishing for trout and kokanee. And they'll bite, I've had them bite anywhere from 0.8 miles an hour all the way up to 3 miles an hour. You really just, you gotta figure out what they want on a particular day. Some days they want to chase. The chase is what triggers the bite. Some days they want that bait floating in front of them doing almost nothing. It really depends on how much work they want to put in. Side of the boat is your rig. Starboard side, right side behind me. It's on our outside rod. We're running the straight braid with the Dipsy on like a 2 setting. And then behind it we have the wiggle hoochie with a full crawler on it. And the wiggle hoochie, the hoochie is just, it's a little tiny squid, a little rubber squid. 2 hooks coming out of the bottom of it, and then it has at the top a little bill on it, kind of like a crankbait, so it gives it its own motion. You don't have to run them behind a dodger or a flasher. It basically turns a little rubber hoochie into a micro crank. Come on, fish bite. I know, man. No, the camera is backwards. So for you guys, that looks like port side. This is actually port side. This is the left-hand side of our boat. YouTube, unless you're on the front-facing camera, it mirrors it. So port is what you're looking at. That's our, we got our flicker shad, and it's about time to change that flicker shad for something else. We're running a flicker shad on the planer board, and then our lead core rod has baby cowbell and wedding ring worm harness tipped with pink gulp maggots. I run a flasher fly off them too. Okay. Dipsy rigged with a spoon is my favorite. Okay. You like the spoon. Yeah, the only spoons we've run today are Castmasters. We should try something else. We should try some little micro spoons or something. I've got a bunch of little trout spoons. What should I troll with for pike? Matthew Smith, crankbaits is what I usually troll for them. My two favorite that I'd highly recommend you pick up or try is a Berkeley dredger. Either the 14.5 foot, anywhere from the 14.5 footer to the 25.5 footer. This time of the year, the 14.5 footer has been most productive for me in yellow perch. Later in the year, I like to run the Reef Runner 800 in rainbow trout or moon eye. It's like white with a chartreuse eye. And another one that's real good is the Rapala Original Floater. And I like those in the big size, the F18s. They're 7.5 inches. But this time of the year, the bite has been best for me on the Berkeley dredgers. They've been performing real well for me. Cigarettes give a 20% skill boost? I hope so. We need something. We are sucking right now. I don't know if it's us or this heat, but we're gonna blame it on the heat and the lack of clouds. Definitely not on my lack of skill. Maybe my lack of luck, I don't know. Are your fish on the fish finder always swimming in the same direction? What's the device you have? Steve, we're running two different network devices here. We have the Lowrance Recon trolling motor out, and I recently added that to the boat. Those are networked with our two graphs. For a few years now, I've been running the Lowrance Elite FS9. So we have down scan, side scan. We are marking sporadic fish here and there. Not a whole lot right here. This is the Lowrance HDS 10 Pro. And that's what we're using to control the trolling motor, and I'm using this right now for mapping. But we've run all over this damn water body. We're still looking though. But yeah, not great right here. We're gonna head up. Lord, scared the shit out of me. Got Mia back there dropping shit. I about jumped and threw my phone into the water. Moon phase is all wrong. Is that what it is, redacted? I thought I was just holding my mouth wrong. I run Wonderbed, Bloody Nose a lot. I have so much shit in Wonderbed. Everybody says Wonderbread is great, and every once in a while I'll get a day that Wonderbread hits real well. But more often than not, when I run Wonderbread, it catches me, but not many fish. I've got probably 3, 4, 5 spoons in Wonderbread. We have probably half a dozen cranks in Wonderbread. Got lots of Wonderbread. Not a lot of fish I've caught from Wonderbread. Might have to start praying to the fish gods. I don't know. Black ice is my favorite. I also run Great Lake spoons. I'm not familiar with UP black ice. I've got a bunch of moonshine spoons. I've got a bunch of smaller, like Phoebe spoons. That might have been something. Maybe not, though. Black ice or anything pink. Interesting. We could throw out a spoon on the other line over here. Oh, these wake boats are killing me. Well, that's the wake. Every time that planer board goes over. If you time me out, it's because I know I'm right and you want me to stop spreading the truth. I have no idea what you're talking about, gone fishing. I have a shit ton of spoons, take up 3 boxes. So close to 1,000. Dang, dude, that's a ton of spoons. Now, I probably have, I don't know, maybe 50, 75 spoons. I don't have 1,000. That's a shitload of spoons. When I jig, I use big 6-inch tubes with flashy skirts for salmon and plain white Lakers. Loken, I've never used them. I just bought some big weighted squid. Bought them for Lakers and for Burbot. Any tips for trolling for walleye? The freshwater pursuit, I've never had great luck with crankbaits. I do catch them infrequently on crankbaits. My best and most productive strategy, most of the times I've tried tried trolling for walleye, has been bottom bouncing. Run about an ounce of weight per 10 feet of water you're trying to fish in. Fish 1.2 to 1.7 miles an hour with like a worm harness rig. Anywhere from 24-inch leader all the way up to like a 36-inch leader. Some people use 48-inch leaders off of them. But running half a crawler or a full crawler, that's been my best luck with walleye. Share a big fish story. Oh God. I almost had the state record, Montana state record carp. I guarantee it would have dwarfed the Montana state record carp if I could have actually got it in the boat. Fishing the Sun River a couple of years ago with the kiddo. We were fishing under the bridge on the Sun. And we were targeting carp and sucker. I love fishing for carp. Fishing bread balls underneath a bridge or right next to the bridge, upstream from the bridge. And we got smacked on one of these little ugly stick carbon with like a 100 series reel on it. And it spooled us instantly. That's the first time I've been spooled in a long time. Ran the full spool out, ran all the way across the river. I fought it all the way back to the shore. It saw me, shook and turned around and went straight back across the river. Fish on! Fish on, fish on! Oh, it feels good too. I don't know, we got the Dipsy on here though. Oh, all right, we got our Dipsy disengaged. Do we still feel the fish? Oh, I hope I didn't pull the fish off with the Dipsy. Here, this is your side. You pull this one in. Stand up. We might have lost it. That was definitely a fish. It didn't pull the Dipsy, but Hard, we're at South Central Montana. Do you feel anything? Lift it up over that rod. Bring it straight back, straight back. You gotta, when you've got multiple rods out, you gotta always be aware of where it's pulling. Rod up high, not at the water. There you go. Sorry, I had to scroll past here, guys. Come on, we need to see me get a PB. Oh, dang it, we lost it. It's all right though, keep coming.
I think it's tangled with that one.
Oh, god damn it. All right, maybe it wasn't fish on, maybe it was tangle. Keep coming. Keep coming. All right, definitely not a fish, that was a tangle. False alarm. Ah, damn it. Keep coming. Keep coming. All right, doesn't look too bad. So that actually, I think, was a fish. I think we just snagged. She was trying to keep the Dipsy on the outside instead of straight out the back. Because that's not a tangle, that's just, it has one hook over it. That was a fish. I think when I tried to set the Dipsy, jump all the way out that side. No, leave it on the leash. Don't ever take it off the leash. Lift up, go over. Hold on, hold it. We caught a backpack. Up, over. Let it go first. All right, clicker on. Bail open. Rod out. Set it in your holder and watch it till it hits about 90 to 120 feet. Make sure it's cleanly in there. All right, we lost it, but that was our first Dipsy fish. That was definitely a bite. Some sort of bobber for trolling. Kendrick, it is, oh, let me fix this other rod here real quick. All right, we're clear there. It's called a planer board. So it clips onto your main line. Usually you use them with braid. It clips onto the main line, and this one doesn't come off, so this keeps it attached to your line so you don't lose it. And there's a second clip that when the fish bites, it pulls it out. But when it's connected, this creates drag and pulls the fish away from, pulls your lure away from the boat. And then when a fish pulls on it on the other side, your flag goes up and down. So it's called a tattle flag. But this just basically pulls your rig away from the boat. Yeah, it's got a lot of drag. Turn that so it's a little bit towards the way that it's going. But you basically want to set it to where it's going and then get it just tight enough to where it's no longer pulling. You gonna live?
One feels nice.
It does. Full contact fishing. Ooh.
Oh, here we go.
Yep. That's why you wear your life jacket. You might get dumped out of the boat at some point. All right, so ignore the poles for a minute. We had the boat come by. We got a bunch of wake that's moving everything in the water. That is a little curious though. What are we doing, 2.1? Nah, just, oh yeah, one more click. Bro, after watching you at Swan Lake, I had to get out and troll, so I set out with crank and 8 crankbait and hooked into my PB 7 pound 29. Heck yeah, man! Let's go, Experience. Congratulations. That is a nice pike. Almost at that 30-inch mark. What are we, over 40-foot bottom? We might be banging bottom on that guy. We got to turn around and get into some deeper water. I think we're a little too shallow for our Dipsy diver. We're gonna get back into the basin area here. Planers are for separating the lines, spreading them out. Yes, there are also other things you can do with a planer board. I know that some people use them. Say you have a crankbait that typically dives to 10 feet and you want to fish in 5 feet of water, or you only want it to dive 5 feet instead of 10. You can use planer boards to limit or restrict the dive depth of certain lures. But yeah, primary purpose is to plane to get your rigs away from the boat, as well as when you're running multi-rod spreads to evenly spread them out. It allows you to manage more lines on one side of the boat without, hopefully without snagging up. Planers are to fish different depths. No, not necessarily different depths, different distances away from the boat. But like I just said, they can be used to control or restrict the depth of certain lures. What do you think of Deep 6 diving boards? I've never used those. I think I've seen pictures of them, but I've never actually run them. I run Dipsy divers, these generic Dipsy divers that I think came from the Dreamweaver shop. And jet divers from time to time, lead core line, and snap weights. Hey Rod, how are you doing? Oh, Roy, Wiggles Factor, I live by the gorge. Heck yeah. Christopher, no, that's all right, Christopher. How you doing, Roy? Best place to see a concert ever, the Gorge at George. Yeah, I went to, oh God, I think I saw Knot Fest there 2 or 3 years in a row. That was awesome. That place is miserable hot though. There's like no goddamn shade anywhere. I don't know why they always gotta make venues like that have 0 shade. I think we hit bottom. Yeah, we're banging on bottom there. All right, we're gonna bring this in a little ways. Is that bottom or a fish? God, these Dipsies create so much drag. I'm trying to get in some deeper water here before we snag up our Dipsy. I used to go to every year to Ozfest. Yeah, well, I went to, God, that's been a long time since Ozfest. Went to probably 2 or 3 Ozfests, I think 2 Lollapaloozas. From here in Montana, usually the easiest place to catch those was up in Seattle. White River Amphitheater, I think, is where they were always playing. We'd take road trips up there for 3-4 days, go catch Lollapalooza, go play around in Seattle for a while. I get in here. You almost got smushed. Yeah, if y'all didn't know, I don't talk about it much, but music and concerts is one of my other passions in life. Nothing quite like live music. I freaking love live music. Festivals are fun. I worked there from 96 to 99. Oh yeah? Yeah, I saw some badass bands at Ozfest. Lollapalooza. Did Lowriders magazine shoot in Portland, ended up parking lot, shoot. Oh, good God. Some gangstas being a little too gangsta. All right, we're back over deeper water. I think we're, shouldn't be snagging up our Dipsy anymore. Now we just need to find the fish. Artillery fishing poles look like they're getting dragged. Now we got a planer board on the outside and lead core on this one, and then we got a lead core on our second down rod and a Dipsy diver on our outside rod on the other side here. We have Mia back here trying not to die of heat stroke. I don't know if she's trying to take a nap or she's... I don't know. I don't see a damn cloud in the sky anywhere. So I think we're gonna keep getting the heat, but it does feel like the wind is picking up a little bit, which feels awesome. Best concert I've seen was Rush. I didn't have an opening band, played 6 hours, caught AC/DC last year in Cleveland. Nice! I never did get to see AC/DC. I know plenty of gangsters. Those ones didn't scare me. Looks like Okanagan, where you are. Mr. Cuss, we're in south central Montana. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. We're out here trying to catch some damn fish, but all we're catching is minnows. We've got an 8-inch rainbow trout and I think like a 6 or a 7-inch rainbow trout. We've had a couple other bites. We just had our first hit on the Dipsy rod. Have you ever seen Leonard Skinner? No, I didn't see Leonard Skinner. No, I've been to tons of concerts, though. I've seen a lot of bands you guys may or may not like. Probably the band I've seen most in concert is 9 Inch Nails. Like, I've seen them about 9 times now. And still, to this day, one of my... Ooh. Oh, damn it, it's the wakes. Keep spazzing me out here. Hands down, still think my favorite live band is 9 Inch Nails. I've seen Tool, I think about 5 times now. A Perfect Circle, including Lollapalooza, I've seen 3 times now. Slipknot, again, Knot Fest, I went 2 years in a row, and then I think I skipped a year, and then I did a 3rd year. I've seen Manson, I've seen corn. I've seen Danzig. I got to see freaking Danzig play at one of the knot fests. That dude looked like death, and his gut. Oh, he had on this like flattening, you know, like fat guy shirt people wear. Like it's almost like a halter. It like squeezes tight to hold in their gut. It was just like gray, frazzled, and it had the most giant gut. He was still awesome though. I was so stoked to see Danzig. Oh God, who else have I seen? Mindless Self-Indulgence. I think I've seen them 3 times. Dresden Dolls. I think we went to twice. Modest Mouse. OTEP. Cradle of Filth, I think I've seen twice. Oh, who else? TV on the Radio. My Chemical Romance opened for Dresden Dolls. No, it wasn't MCR, it was, oh God, what was that other band? Oh, I forget who the hell it was. I've seen a bunch of bands. Post you did with 9 Inch Nails with excellent caliber. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I spent a long time trying to find the right song for that sunset, and I think we hit home with right where it belongs. Not many people are gonna enjoy that video, but I did. I think that one was more for me than anyone else, but I'm glad y'all connected and enjoyed it. Primus, I got to see, I haven't seen Primus. I did get to see Les Claypool play when I lived in California. He was playing someplace in Hollywood. Forget who the hell he was touring with. What line counters are you using? I'm primarily bass guy. So we use, on all of our trolling rigs, I use Okuma Cold Water Pro, or excuse me, Okuma Cold Water. There's the old series, and then just last year they released the A series, the new iteration of the Okuma Cold Waters. All 4 rods right now are using the Okuma Cold Water A in 30 DLA size and model. I do have a couple of the older generation though. They're good reels, but I much prefer the new version. They're good. I could fit 300 foot of filler line on there. I use 65-pound Suffix Advanced braid as my filler, and then I put a full 10 color of the Suffix 832 lead core on there, and it fits just perfectly. So you get a 600 feet of line, which is more than enough for any fishing that I'm doing here in fresh water. They're good reels though. I highly recommend them. I was in Seattle when grunge was a thing. Hell yeah, man. When I was growing up, I loved Seattle. I swore for years and years that when I could, I was gonna make the move out there. I didn't make it quite to Seattle. I ended up in Spokane for a few years for college. But I never did move to Seattle. Tom Petty, I would love to see Tom Petty. Van Halen, Def Leppard, Styx. STP, I've seen STP. I didn't get to see Pearl Jam. Ozfest at the Gorge. Now I never caught Knotfest was the only one that I saw at the Gorge. All the Ozfest and Lollapalooza that I went to is outside of Seattle, White River Amphitheater. Auburn. Auburn is mid. Fresh or saltwater? Anthony, we're in freshwater. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. We're in south central Montana. We only have fresh water here. What you catching today, Rod? We are catching baby rainbow trout. We've caught the 2 smallest rainbow trout I have ever caught while trolling. The first one was 8 inches and we hooked it in the back of the head, and the second one Mia caught was probably 7 inches. Good clean hook set on that one though. Got any boat plans in the future, Rod? More upgrades, new boat? Logan, yeah, so I do need to, at Pishkin I broke my damn nav light. I tripped on it and busted it. So I need to replace that. I want to set the boat up for better night fishing. I need to get at least one good, preferably two good pointable spotlights up top so I can navigate. Like finding the dock in the pitch black is an absolute nightmare night fishing. So I want to add at least two more lights for navigation, and at least on one side of the boat I want to add, I keep seeing everybody when I'm out night fishing with these massive green underwater beams, and apparently I need a green underwater spotlight because I can't catch a damn thing at night. We've had terrible luck. I lived in Tacoma, worked in Seattle, Tacoma ports. Concert security was nights and weekend. Okay, nice, dude. Yeah, they were cute little fish. I've never caught a rainbow trout on the troll so small. I've caught them fishing from the bank like that. Should put reflectors on. Oh. Would have loved to see Motley Crue in the 80s. I was born in the wrong time. Not a fan of the newer music. Too compressed, not enough. I grew up, I went through the hairband phase. Warrant, Poison, GNR. I love that shit. Still got a soft spot in my heart for it these days, but I don't listen to it much. The band that I really wish that I saw too late that really just ruined it for me. I grew up, I loved Marilyn Manson. Nine Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, Ozzy, you know, Deftones, Korn, all that alternative, you know, metal, rock, shock rock. I love that shit. But Manson, I think lyrically and the older generations of Manson music is amazing. He may not be a great man. I know a lot of people have accused him of doing some real heinous things. Him, Twiggy Ramirez as well. And I don't know how much of that is true or not. So I don't necessarily respect the man, but the older music that he created, I love that shit. I can turn that stuff on and I am instantly teleported back to, you know, being 13, 14 years old. I can remember the first time that I picked up Smells Like Children or Portrait of an American Family. God, I love that shit. But I saw him at one of the later Ozfests, and this was past, I forget what album they were on, Eat Me, Drink Me, or something like that. It was past Mechanical Animals. It's basically where everybody had quit or Manson had kicked him out of the band, and it was Manson and the entire band looked like, everybody looked like each other. It was like a clone of everybody. And it ruined it for me. It was not what I expected. And what kills me is I was down in Florida, Fort Myers area, Florida, when I was 17. And there was one of the early Manson shows was going on down there in Florida. And we tried convincing my old brother to drive us down there to check it out, and it never ended up panning out. But that was the era that they would have been good in. So there have been a couple of bands like that where it's like, man, I wish I would have seen these guys a decade earlier. Too bad you don't get solid ice Burbot in the winter. We do most years, El Dabo. Last year was just a really mild winter. Normally we have 12, 16 plus inches of ice in most places. Tool tickets 2 to 3 times before I finally got to see him. Kept ending up in jail, John. Tool has been one of the best and one of the worst concerts that I've ever seen in my life. Again, I've seen them a bunch of times now. There was one concert they did in Billings, Montana. Oh God, I was probably, I don't know, maybe 20 years old. So 2001, 2002, I forget what album they were touring on. But Maynard was, the lead singer Maynard was fucked up on something. He spent 90% of the show standing at the back of the stage with his back pointed at the stage. Missing lyrics all over the place. There was one song that he wandered off during the middle of the song. The band members are all looking around like, where the fuck did Maynard go? And, you know, they did like a 10-minute long fill while somebody tried to track Maynard back down and herd him back onto the stage. Absolutely abysmal concert, which sucks because, again, some of the other best concerts I've ever seen were Tool. When they're on their game, they are excellent musicians, and Maynard has a voice like none other. But that's why you end up in jail every time you try to go. Am I blocked in the chat? Rick Miller, no, you're not. We can see you. Seen Tool, lots of tweakers. I booted lots of people from that show. Yeah, I'm sure. We had 20 inches of ice this past winter, more than usual. Maynard getting down on that wine supply is making... Yeah, these days, from what I understand, I don't know a whole lot about the man, other than he's interesting and he's a freaking amazing musician. I think he's kind of cut out pretty much everything except for the alcohol, and he does. He's owned, I think, for a couple of decades now, at least one winery in... I think they're in Northern California, Napa Valley or something. Oh shit, did I miss someone? Is that you again, Tim? Tim Dow with 10 WannaSeeMyRod memberships. Let's go, I appreciate you, Tim. You just pop in here every hour and drop a bomb. You doing any fishing this weekend, Tim? Who got the gifted memberships? Iceman, Jeremiah, Birdvile, a Paperman, Shane's Adventures, Aranaja, I have no idea how to pronounce that, Elizabeth, Sandman, Mirror Image, Double. Congratulations, you have one free month in the Rod Squad. Your name turns green, you get to feel special. Thank you all for your continued support of the channel. Any and all super chats, donations, stickers, gifted memberships, all that goes straight back into the stream. It goes to pay for our monthly Starlink Mini subscription, which is about $175 a month. And then also there is a Verizon subscription for the cell phone that we use. It is my stream-only phone. That's the only thing I use it for, is streaming and posting and editing videos. So any and all donations are appreciated. Please do not feel obligated to ever send money. But those who want to flick a penny here or there, the Rod Squad memberships are 99 cents a month. That's the only level there is. You can't donate $100 for a membership. It's 99 cents a month. It helps pick away at the monthly cost to operate the channel. But I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. But thank you for those that decide that they like it well enough that they want to flick pennies at me. Thank you guys. Am I blocked? No, you're not. Oh shit, I'm way behind. Gone fishing, I hate your mods. Gone fishing, you were warned, buddy. And I am gonna tell you once. Chill, be nice, and yes, I smoke, it's a bad habit. Get over it. If you don't like it, scroll, buddy. I appreciate your concern, but I am an adult and you're not my father, so chill. Hang out, let's catch some fish. Bro, you're Rod. Heather, I am Rod. These are my rods. Do you see them? Northwest PA Firewood, $1 super chat, let's go. Thank you, PA. Appreciate your support. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're still trying to put fish number 3 in the boat, y'all. We are freaking struggle busting it. I don't remember, it's been an hour since we've had a bite, 3 hours since we've had a fish. Straight to beer money, we know it? No. It all goes straight to pay for the Starlink Mini. She's expensive, plus the wife is not happy, so no water sports for me. Tim, oh man, you've been grounded. Fish whistle funds. That is a worthy investment of the super chats, I think. Fish whistles are important. Peace be upon you. Thank you, Sika. Bruce Lee, thank you, Carl. We'll fix that. Smoke a cig in solidarity. Thanks, John. My vape calls in the fish. They can't resist the smell of blueberry raz. Yeah, our first bite this morning was 30 seconds after our first fish whistle. Last few streams we've hit a fish within a minute or two of blowing the fish whistle. Vape and strawberry. We're running, we got 2 fish whistles on the boat today, Montana huckleberry and watermelon. Bro, when are you ever gonna catch a fish? That's what I'm saying, clipping and dipping. I don't know. Hopefully sometime today. That's the plan, Stan. We're gonna fix our mouth, hold on. Uno momento, por favor. I'd try casting a marabou jig. Yeah, I don't know if we want to stop and jig yet. We could troll a jig. I'm almost done, not done, but basically done with the South Basin here. I'm honestly contemplating heading up towards the northern section of the reservoir to start a lap around there. I have a feeling that the fish upstream might be a little more willing to come out and play. I'm not marking a whole lot of fish piled up anywhere. We're marking sporadic fish. Trying to make these last couple of passes through the deeper parts of the basin here and wipe out this last section that we don't have mapped yet. What? I thought I gave it back to you. I have mine. It's dead. Mine's tastes like fucking cough syrup now.
Oh, it's in my back pocket.
Good job. Big baby rainbow trout though. Those are quite literally the smallest rainbow trout I've ever caught on a troll. Somebody was joking in here and I agreed with them. I have baits bigger than those damn fish. Oh, these wake boats are kicking our butt. They're all down in the basin here. We're gonna take one more loop down through the deep area here and then we're gonna head up. We're just getting thrashed around by all these wakeboarders. Keep doing what y'all doing. I be catching any fish. Y'all have a good boat ride. Oh, thanks, clipping and dipping. Yeah, we'll be out here till sundown, and we will probably be doing a little bit of night fishing tonight as well, trying to target Burbot. In the meantime, we're just kind of dinking around, seeing if we can get any of the trout or kokanee to come out and play. And we are mapping. Doing some map foo over here. Goofs. When we was kids, we used to make dough balls and put vanilla extract in the dough, and I'd catch them like crazy. What were you catching off the dough balls? I've been fishing with dough a couple of years now for carp, and the easy bake pizza dough dipped in strawberry jello powder has been freaking incredible for carp. It's hard as shit to keep on your hook when it's warm. Oh my God, the carp love it. There was one day I was fishing with it, and I literally, every time I would cast, I'd get it in the water, and the other pole would blow up before I could get, you know, the drag set, it back down in the pole holder. I'm over here double fisting freaking carp. It was just back to back to back. They're fun. I love fishing for carp. Catfish and carp, okay. Yeah, I've never tried dough balls for carp. Might have to run one next time we're in channel cat territory. Ling fishing, big jig head, fresh smashed crawdad. You're the second person, Steve, that's recommended craw. Once it gets dark, I think we'll head up to the campsite and I'll hit up the cooler, and I have some bacon and or some cheddar-filled sausages. And we'll stake a couple chunks down on the shore and set a light next to it and see if we can pull in some craw. And we'll see if we can maybe take them then out on the boat. Dear Lord, I can't English today. Buy a loaf of bread, pull the center out of it, and extract, then just leave the tip off. Okay. Yeah, I've used bread, I've used hot dog buns, hamburger buns, the uncooked bread dough. All of it works. Honestly, what I've found stays on the hook the best is like morning rolls, dinner rolls, freshly baked. They're still kind of gooey, doughy in the center, and they mash down real good on your hook, and they hold for a decent amount of casts usually. Best thing I've ever used for carp fishing, obviously corn, but corn has been soaked in red Kool-Aid. Corn tortillas on a jig. Corn tortilla, that's something I haven't tried. Carp are weird. Some days around here, I'll get a really good bite on worms. Other days they don't want worms, they want corn. Some days they don't want either of those, they want bread. They're kind of temperamental. So when I'm carp fishing, I usually keep a few options in my tackle box. And we'll throw out a couple of rods with different options on it and see which hook gets bit the most. Dang, we are sucking today. Got many carp with white bread. Older the better. Yeah, see, the older the harder it is to stay on the... Ooh. Oh, it's just the wake got me excited. We need to get away from these damn boats. They keep trolling me. I keep thinking we got a bite and it's just the drag. I have a bunch of eggs cured right now waiting on the steelhead run. Eggs? Oh, okay. Fish eggs. Hope you're doing good. It's me. We're having a fun stream out here. No, it's not a fish. All this wake. We have our drag set fairly light, except for that one. So once that wake gets going, it starts pulling our drag out fairly easy. We'll tighten her up a little bit. Crawdad, let them soak in like cut bait, night fishing. It's a natural bait. But you smash them. You don't let them crawl around. I've never had great luck with craw. They're in the belly of damn near every fish I've ever hit at damn near every water body I fished here in Montana. But I never catch anything off of them. I've tried pinching the claws. I've tried fishing with just the tail. I've tried, letting them go. I never catch anything off of them. But I've never tried smashing them. They're always alive. Corn tortillas, they stay on the hook forever. They don't really break down. You can mash them. Huh. Corn tortilla. I will have to try that. Mitch Bailey, I'm here, been with you on and off all day. What's up, Mitch? How you doing, my friend? Always good to see you. Rod, if I was you, bro, I would find some shade and a lawn chair and just do some bottom fishing. Tim, you're probably not wrong there. If I wasn't mapping right now and scoping out for some potential spots to fish tonight, I think your plan is sound. I find no faults in it. Other than, again, I'm not just fishing right now, we're also mapping. And marking some spots to come back to at dusk. Well, you're probably right. We would probably be catching more fish if we found somewhere to just chill in the shade. There doesn't appear to be a whole lot of that around here. I don't know, I guess there's a few spots we could bump up on. I'm exploring. I want to see you catch something. Every time I tune in, you're getting skunked. AW, we have some rough streams sometimes. And then we'll have streams where we can't keep the fish off the end of the line. It's been a bit slow start to this season. Fall fishing, summer and fall fishing tends to be better than spring fishing, at least for me. Spring fishing around here, most people are catching in super shallow or fishing from the shore. But I appreciate you continuing to tune in and hoping that we catch something. I promise, we do catch fish from time to time. We didn't get skunked today, we've caught 2. It's just been hours since we put anything in the boat. Put me on camera, we're tired of your rod, right, NFO? All the curing products about the same. I've never really used any of the curing products. I use scents. I never keep my bait around for long enough to worry about curing it. I'm a type that when I run out or when I need it, I just whip up a fresh batch. I know that like the curing that people use for corn does harden it and makes it stay on the hook a little better. So it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's just an extra step that I normally don't take. All right, we're doing our final turn in the basin here, and then we're headed upstream into uncharted territory. My phone network's been down all day. Hey Casey, what's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy? What's wrong with your cell provider is acting up? That sucks. Mia's still with you? Yeah, she's quietly sitting in the back. She's got her phone. I think she downloaded something off of Netflix or Hulu or I don't know what the hell she downloaded. She's back there watching the show, waiting for her poles to go off. We got 4 rods out, 2 lead core lines running straight out the back, running different worm harness rigs. It's about time to change this guy out. We've been running this flicker shad for way too long and are not getting bit off of it. I haven't decided what we're gonna run on that yet. I need to put a few things away here and then we will switch that out. We're running a Dipsy rod on the port side, or excuse me, starboard side. Outside rod. And we have a wiggle hoochie on that one. And that one did get bit. That was our last bite, was off of that rod. It's been a minute since we've got bit though. All right, we got 1 spoon to put away. 1 crankbait. All right, we ran, FYI, all you guys who are always asking about Castmasters, we ran 2 Castmasters for 2 hours and didn't get a single bite off of either of them. Told you, I can never catch anything off a Castmaster. We've run 1 flicker shad for 2 hours and we haven't got touched off of it. I'm the only person on the planet who doesn't catch fish off a flicker shad. There are just certain baits that do not work for me. Going to the lake to do catfishing. Heck yeah, Dawson, go catch some fatties. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah, I'm on the best provider, but I live in a dip in the mountains every few months. The tower fucks up. Ah, that's frustrating. All right, we're gonna bump our speed back up a little bit too. We're gonna switch things up. Let's get one more lure put away. Tried a few different crankbaits today. None of the cranks are working. The only thing we've got bit off of is worm harnesses today. It's about that time though. We need a hookup. All right. We're gonna get our Dodger put away here. Oh, I got another one too that needs to go. That's one of my favorite Dodgers. Really iridescent moon jelly, silverback. Frickin' love this Dodger. It's been one of my most productive Dodgers I've run. It's just such a vibrant color. I honestly should leave that one out and we should try that one in a little bit. Is that a bite? No, goddamn wake. I think that's just the wake. Sorry guys, just doing a quick cleanup here. Is that a fish? I don't see the tattle flag going. Telling man those mini Vibrex. Vibrex and corn. All right, we'll do a Vibrex and corn. Mini Vibrex and corn. Vibrex. What? Trying to think what box I have my Vibrex in. I think that one's in my travel bag. Normally a Vibrex is not something I troll with. People ask for Panther Martin Vibrex. Those are in my bank fishing gear because I normally only cast with them. I don't troll with them. Those are Panther Martins. All right, we got gold Vibrex, silver guy Vibrex. They're bigger ones. We have a slightly smaller. We have a chartreuse Vibrex. We have another, like a brass, smaller Vibrex. I have a blue Vibrex somewhere. All right, that's the Vibrex that I normally use. Blue Fox Super Vibrex, size 5. This one's beat to piss. I've caught, that's the smallest, but I don't have smaller Vibrex than that. I have smaller Panther Martins. No, we haven't been touched on the flicker. Yeah, I think the smallest Vibrex I have is a size 4. I don't think I have any smaller ones. Size 4 brass is the smallest Vibrex. Nothing on anything. Yeah, different variations of the worm harnesses have been bit. We got a size 5 blue, a size 4 brass, size 5 chartreuse with a tail. Anything smaller than that is going to be Panther Martin. We got a number 6 rainbow Panther Martin. Not sure the sizes. The bell is about the size of the tip of my pinky. Yeah, like that. That's a Panther Martin. That's much smaller than what the Vibrex that we were just showing. We have copper Panther Martin. We have the typical yellow with red dots. This one's the double blade, size 4. Size 4 and a size 6 blade on it. Caught tons of fish on blue fox spinners, salmon, steelhead. APG Cuddy. So those are options. I've got a whole tackle box full of different maps. You have the yellow with red dot one. I don't know, what do you guys think? Panther Martin? I don't have a, or run a slightly bigger Vibrex. No comment? Y'all got all the ideas, but then when I show the options, you're all, nothing. I don't have what you want. I don't know what to tell you. Panther Martin, says Eli. Engineer Outdoor says yes. Which color of the Panther Martin? The yellow with the red dots, the rainbow, the copper, red and white Daredevil. Rick, everybody always wants the red and white Daredevil. The fish we're fishing here, the only species I think we might get out of here on a red and white Daredevil is maybe a brown trout, but probably not. Red and white Daredevil I'll bust out from time to time when pike fishing, but that's about it. We almost never catch stuff off the Daredevils. I love them. I've got a whole tackle box full of them, but for trolling lures, they've never been very productive for me. The rainbow, I was kidding. I don't run spinners. Well, a spin and glow I do for lake trout. That's one thing I've been meaning to tie up. Every time I tie one up, it gets bit off by a pike. Oh, we're hitting bottom here. Shit. Did you put sunscreen on your chest? You're looking toasty there. Yes, no? Probably not. Do you want me to go back to shore so you can get A sun shirt? Huh? Well, so you can take off your like thermal shirt there and put a...
Not really thermal.
I guess it's not that bad. Black and gold panthers. Well, I just showed you my panther options. I don't have a black and gold. Red and white only goes pike fishing. Rainbow, black and gold. Might have to switch spots, rod. Yeah, we're almost done in the basin here mapping. We're headed back up. We're headed towards a little shallower water up in the basin towards where the creek comes in. Seeing if maybe we can get something over that way. Oh, what should we run? We haven't run... a cut plug. We haven't run an apex. Oh, what else haven't we run that we could try? We haven't tried any like micro spoons, devil's tooth or some of the like Thomas cyclones. No, the kiddo stayed with my mom today. He's with grandma. He wanted to come, then he didn't want to come, then he wanted to come again, and then he's like, no, I really don't want to. I'm like, all right, man, I ain't fighting with you. You either want to come or not. So I'd rather, if he's not actually into it, for him to stay home. Because, one, I don't want him to be miserable, and two, I don't want him to make me miserable, so. Dipsy's hitting fish super soon. Logan, we got bit off of it once. We didn't, we lost it. I was trying to pull the Dipsy, set the Dipsy after the bite, and I think I yanked the fish right off of it. We do have some little Cleos. That's what I was thinking, is just some tiny stuff. A tiny spoon and maybe the Dodger with a snap weight. Something simple. See if maybe we could pull some of these Kokanee or something. Oh, that's what I said. That's when we need to bring up a rod, and I need to test my fish hawk. We haven't tested the fish hawk at all. Let's do that. So we're gonna bring up our planer board rod here. Man, I need to loosen this spring on here. This planer board rod does not want to let go. It's supposed to just be able to yank it and... She says, no, I'm not letting go. Who did what? Who did what? I told you, you're looking a little toasty over there. That's why I look like I'm dressed for winter right now. I cover every freaking inch of skin I can because it gets burnt. Especially in the high elevation like this. The UV exposure is insane. What did I say we were gonna put on? Tiny spoon and Dodger. That's right. All right, we're taking our flicker shad off. Oh no, we need to do the fish hawk first. That's what we were doing. Where did I put my fish hawk? There it is. All right, so for those of you guys who are like, what the hell is a fish hawk? This is the Fish Hawk TD. They just came out with these. They're limited release. They're hard to get a hold of right now. You have to get on the wait list to get them. So what this is a depth/temperature sensor. And what you do is you clip on a 2-3 ounce weight to it. So we got, there, that should work. We got a 2 ounce pyramid weight. There's sensors on the bottom. You want that side down So what we're gonna do is clip on a 2-ounce weight to this. And then you clip it on your line and you basically drop it straight down. You don't have to feed it, you can just drop it straight to the bottom. You drop it all the way to the bottom, you pull it all the way back up. You don't have to turn it on or off. It senses when it hits the water, it senses when it's out of the water. You open up the app after you've dropped it down, and it will tell you every foot by foot by foot, what the temperature is. So like we're targeting Kokanee, for example. We want to see the surface temperature is 67.8 degrees, way too warm for a Kokanee. Kokanee preferred anywhere from like 48 to 54, 55 degrees. So what we're looking for is this a spot in the depth where it goes, you know, 68, 67, 66, and you'll see at one point it drops like to 50. And we want to fish basically right above where that drop is. So we'll pop her down. I did just get this. I had to wait on the damn waiting list for 6 months to get it. Oh. And there we go. We drop it on the ground and break it before its maiden voyage. Awesome. Typically you would want to stop your troll. What we'll do is instead is we'll drop down to like 0.5 miles an hour. So we'll just drop to an absolute crawl. And then we're just going to drop it straight down. Down, 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 down. And let's hope we don't lose it, because these things aren't cheap. They're about 200 or 250 bucks. There we go, just hit bottom. And we reel straight back up. We should have done this morning rather than waiting all day. I honestly forgot I had it. Somebody mentioned earlier, was asking about it. I was like, oh yeah, I have one of those. All right. All right, so then we open the old open sesame on the app here. Lowrance, GoPro, where are you? Precision trolling, radar, TD Connect. All right, and there we go. So we are so it shows where, yeah, basically it helps you identify where the thermocline is or where the layers are in the water. So I don't know how well this is going to show. So you can see one previous drop. This is what we just dropped right here. Newlan Creek Reservoir. I don't know why it's marking it as 3 drops. There we go. All right, so I have it set to look for a specific range. So right around a 52 degree is down at 53 to 57 foot. So what we should probably be fishing somewhere between 45 and 50 foot, right above where the thermocline is. And you can get it to show all of them. I have it set at a specific, it's so hard to show on screen here. So at 53 feet, we got 52, 60 foot, 50, so that's kind of where's it bottom out? 48 degrees. So yeah, that's where the biggest, and I could change it. I have just a temperature range set there, and I should actually do to 54 degrees, 55 degrees, 48 to 55, so the next drop will get more in that range. So at 43 feet, we're at 55.9, 44, 55.8, 55.4, so it's dropping about half a degree per foot. Yeah, so our target somewhere in the 45 to 50 foot range is where we should be targeting for kokanee. And again, if you remove the filter, it'll show all the way from 1 foot all the way down. I don't care to scroll through the first 40 foot if it's too warm. We're looking for the ideal temperature. But it's way cooler than you think down there. Yeah, 48 degrees all the way at the bottom, and it's 68 at the top. So there's a 20-degree difference between top of the water and the bottom of the water. It's quite a drastic difference. Oops. Holy crap, it's so hot out there right now. So glad I left work. Yeah, Dubbo. There are days where it's just not worth it, man. It ain't worth it to be out there. All right, so we should be targeting 40, 45 degrees. Or 40, 45 foot. So our 4-ounce snap weight was appropriate that we were running earlier. If we want to catch kokanee in the basin here, that's more than likely the temperature range that we should be looking for. All right, flicker shed away. Get this back in the box. So the snap weight works, or again, that's Dipsy diver territory. So that's about where we're at right now with our Dipsy rod. All right, let's bump our troll speeds back up. All right, we're gonna start back at 1.2 and work our way up. What were we gonna do? We were gonna do a dodger and a small spoon. Usually no fish below thermocline due to way less oxygen. Yes, so I don't think that, it didn't look like there was this distinct thermocline here. There wasn't a huge jump. Normally at the thermocline, you'll see like, it'll jump from 55 degrees to 48. You know, there'll be like a 3, 4, a 5 degree difference in a couple of foot. It was a pretty steady temperature drop, it looked like. But yes, when the thermocline forms, often you will sometimes see fish below it, but not often. That water below the thermocline tends to be less oxygen rich, and it doesn't, it's not comfortable for the fish to stay in. I want you to catch one fish, just one fish. We're working on it. We will try and catch you just one fish. All right, so I'm gonna run a little bit shorter leader behind. Nope, we need this first. Way too thick of a leader, but whatever, we're going with it. Let's find a micro spoon here. Not the right box. This is the right box. Rainbow trout, white. brown. What do you guys think about a little, oh, I think this one is a Dick Knight spoon, white and chartreuse, single hook. What do you think if we grab that one and put a pink gulp maggot on it? That's what I'm thinking. Run it. We're over 60-foot bottom there. Just think it's something smaller. We haven't really run anything super tiny today. And we're gonna tip that with a pink gulp maggot with some attractant, some scent in there. Oh, corn, that's what we were gonna do. We weren't doing pink gulp maggots, we wanted corn. Let's do corn. We haven't done corn yet today. Maybe they just want some corn. Oh God, everywhere we go, these damn wakeboarders are back. Why do they love us or hate us? I'm not sure which it is. Gross. I'm pretty sure this corn has been in my boat for almost 2 months now. She smells nice. All right, so just a little kernels of corn, and we're running that behind our Moon Jelly Dodger, Moon Jelly Spade Dodger. About, I don't know. It's gonna be a 10-inch, maybe a 12-inch leader. Way too heavy, but it doesn't really matter. We're gonna toss that out. Yeah, that imparts enough action. I think that should be good. We're gonna grab our 4-ounce snap weight. All right, we're out 50 foot. And we'll let it out another 50 foot. That should get us somewhere roughly down around the 40-foot mark. Not an exact science. You find out when you start running bottom in 40-foot water. And in fact, I should also, let's run our board on that one so we don't get tangled in our, lead core. Oh. So we let it out 50-foot snap weight, 50-foot board, and then we're gonna let it out 50-foot. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Josie. How you doing? Something back. We're having fun out here. We're getting our butts kicked. We've caught 2 of the tiniest trout I've ever seen in my life. So we're not really killing it out here. My planer board's running a little funky back there. Not exactly sure why. Why are you, hold on, what did I do? Oh, cooperate. These planer boards, they don't work great with so much weight on them. All right, that's running a little bit cleaner, it looks like. Doing good, thanks. Looks beautiful out there. It is very nice. It's very warm. It was chilly AF this morning, but not anymore. Woo, it's toasty out here. I'm sweating balls. All right. White Sulphur Springs 82.9. Feels like, it does not feel like 71.4. That's bullshit. Melting. Don't drop that in the water. Get a hood. I have. No, it's in the damn. No, it is. Here.
Stop blocking my face.
All right, just don't drop that in the water, please. What's up, Nate? We roofed the White Sulphur Springs school like 100 years ago. Oh yeah, Ninja? Yeah, we're about, I think it's about 14 miles, 14, 15 miles from here to White Sulphur. We're right near White Sulphur. '90 with a high UV index, feels like I live in a microwave. Cursed, yeah, we're at really high elevation. I think the UV index is off the chart here right now. $333 thumbs up, let's go. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. We're struggling. You know how we do some days. Some days the fish just don't want to come out and play. Today's one of them days. Hopefully once this sun fucks off, we'll start getting some bites here. Jump in the lake. No, I don't do that. If I swim in a bath or a swimming pool. We don't swim in lakes, rivers, reservoirs, ponds. Not Rod. Y'all can do that. $7,000 feet here. 7,000. Okay, yeah, we're at like 53 or 5,500, somewhere around there here, I think. So yeah, you are definitely a little higher in the. You swim in the bath. If the bathtub's big enough. Yeah, we're the only boat out left here fishing. Everybody else is just out joyriding. That or everybody that's fishing is up at the other end of the reservoir. $101 thunderstorms. Ugh, gross. You gonna stream and camp later? Yeah, we will be. Yeah, I went and I picked up just a cheap, well, not cheap, but comparatively speaking, I picked up one of those Predator generators from Harbor Freight yesterday. Just a 2,500 max output wattage. So we should be able to run Starlink Mini tonight without worrying about batteries. I should be able to recharge some of the batteries. No, Cursed, I don't. On this small boat, I have so much shit on here already. A Bimini just would not fit on here. So we don't really have any way to block the sun out. Someday I will get a bigger, nicer boat that's got a nice canopy on top, full windshield, downriggers, you know, the good shit. Until then, though, we just burn in the sun. 98 in Billings, hot today. Sawn off the garage. Ground heated pool. Oh, that sounds nice. Don't you have canopy? No. Is it loud? 2,500 is huge. You only need 1,200 unless you're running air conditioning. It was the smallest model they have is 2,000. And the decibel level on that one, I think, was like 58. I could be pulling this out of my butt. I'm trying to remember because that does seem loud. Maybe not. And I think the 2,500 is actually a little bit quieter. It's 56. Umbrella hat. There you go. There's one in the truck, I think. The problem is you got to hang on to the damn thing and not lose it while you're trying to catch fish and not snag into it. It's just a big ass bulky thing to get in the way. We might be banging on bottom with our snap weight there. We're over about 40-foot bottom right now. Let's bump our speed up a little bit. 1.5 miles an hour. Yeah, Mia with you? Yeah, she's chilling back here, trying not to melt in the sun. She's currently wearing her PFD as an umbrella. Chat, meet Mia. Mia, meet chat. This is what's happening on my boat right now.
Hi.
You never know what goes down on this stream. She's just trying not to melt back there. It is slightly miserable out here right now. Living in my truck makes it, oh God, yeah. Vehicle absolute ovens in the sun. This planer board ain't running right. I don't like this planer with 4 ounces. God, I hope that isn't snagging up on our rig there. I feel like it probably is. Maybe not. Hopefully not. Calm down there, buddy. We're just turning. Those Hondas are sweet. I have a Honda Jenny, it's freaking quiet. I've had 2 umbrellas fold up on me this year in storms on a boat. Don't buy the cheap ones. Umbrella hat, get a big umbrella, mount somewhere. I don't know, yeah, she's dying back here. She's not digging it. My daughter does the same thing when she gets hot on the boat. Nowhere to hide from the sun. Should have rigged up a brolly for it. Yeah, they get in the way of everything. And like I said, then you got to worry about holding on to it and not snagging into it. It's a tiny boat that has a whole bunch of shit on it already. Calm down, we're just turning. God, we need a fish, y'all. I'm losing my damn mind over here. Tell her to jump in, that'll cool her down. Yeah, I don't know if she brought her swimming trunks. I think she's just wearing jeans and a long sleeve. Hard top boats for the win. Carl, that's what I'm saying. I need like a class or 2 bigger boat than what I have right now. 16 foot. I've seen some 16 footers with windshield and, you know, canopy and stuff like that, but it's not enough damn room. I want like an 18, a 19 footer. Something that's a few feet longer, a few feet wider, a nice open deck, high walls on it, a full windshield. You know, the canopy that folds up or down, that connects to the windshield. Something that you can actually escape the weather, the sun, the wind, the rain. You get all of it out here with no cover. Even with the heat, I'm far happier living in my truck than an apartment. I hear ya. Do people, yeah, there's people swimming all over the damn place. Sunbathing on the shore. A lot of these pontoons you keep seeing drive by are stopped for a little while. People are fishing off one side, swimming off the other. There's a ton of people out here today. She could be laying in the cabin. I don't have a cabin. Can I get a fishing rod? Sorry, KS, we don't, at some point we might do giveaways on the channel, but we're not there yet. Please don't spam that. I appreciate you coming and hanging out, but we don't really do giveaways. I'm not like most fishing channels you join. We don't do giveaways every celebration. Nothing against y'all that do. That's just not how we roll here. We're here for to have fun and to catch some fish. Not to do contests and giveaways, and maybe someday. Do you want your fishing shirt yet? Okay, all right. She's over, I'm not dying, as she's dying. I don't believe her, chat. I don't believe her. All right, y'all, I feel something coming up here. I don't know if it's a fish or a flat tire, but something's gonna happen here real soon. And don't ask me how you get a flat tire in a boat. Shit happens. Which type of bite you're using. So we're using a handful of different things. On the outside rod here, we just put a very small, it's called a Dick Night spoon. They're, I don't know, 1.5 inches long. Chartreuse on one side, white on the other, and it's just tipped with corn. And that's run out about 50 foot, and then we have a 4-ounce snap weight on there to get us down to roughly 40-foot depth. We're targeting, trying to see if maybe we can pull a kokanee in. The down rod in the back here is running lead core, and that is running a worm harness rig, really similar to this. It's got a Colorado blade. The one that's out there has a gold blade, not silver. 2 wedding rings, which are literally cubic zirconium. They look like a wedding ring. They have a really good flash when the sun catches them. And then these are UV pink orange salmon beads. And then 2 hooks, and we're running pink corn on that. And then on the other line, we're running similar to this. It's called a hoochie rig. Again, a couple of UV beads on it. And that one also has, I think that one has a gold blade on it. Oh, hey y'all, it's our stickfish. We caught the stickfish earlier. For those of you guys who weren't here earlier, we also caught the rarest catch in this water body. We caught a spark plug wire fish. I guarantee you none of you ever pulled a spark plug wire fish out of Newlan Creek Reservoir. We did though, we did. This is how we roll. Chartreuse puts a tear down my leg. I love chartreuse. Chartreuse and pink are, well, okay, so chartreuse, pink, and white are probably my 3 favorite lure colors. And yellow perch, if yellow perch could be a color. The best non-fish catch is someone else's lost bait. Yeah. I've never picked up a fishing pole while trolling, but I have caught 2 fishing poles while fishing from the shore. I don't know how the hell fishing poles end up in the water from the shore, other than I guess carp pulling them in. A lot of people don't use rod holders and probably should. We've pulled in some weird shit trolling though. We pulled in the trouser trout, which was a pair of camo undies. Spark plug wire fish, which looked like a spark plug wire off of probably somebody's outboard motor. We pulled in, I got it here somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe that's what we're missing. All right, we're gonna do this, y'all. Got the SS WannaSeeMyRod. We trolled this off the bottom with a bottom bouncer at Hauser Lake earlier this year, or end of last, I don't remember when we caught this. But we're now a proper pirate ship. We're also gonna blow the fish whistle for good measure. Any y'all, if you can think of another way to get a fish in our boat, I'm happy to listen. Yeah, Central Montana regulations prevent the use of live bait in like 98% of water bodies. There are a couple that do allow it. This is not one of them. Tiber Lake, for example, does allow certain live baits. I mean, when I say live baits, I mean live fish. Almost every water body in Central Montana allows live night crawlers, live leeches, live insects, live reptiles. Who the fuck fishes with a reptile? I'm just gonna go ahead and hook a snake on the back of the line there, y'all. Hold on. Crayfish is legal in most of Central Montana, but live fish is not. Hey, Captain Feathersword. Got a largemouth trolling Rapala. I don't hear of a lot of bass being caught trolling, though I don't think most people who bass fish try to troll for them. Most of the water bodies that I fish in, there aren't bass in. But I can't imagine a bass is that rare of a catch when trolling. Have you tried the fish dance 65% of the time every time? No, we have not. We don't dance. I almost used a rattlesnake the other day. I mean, I found a dead rattler on the bank one day that I was fishing, shore fishing, bank fishing, and did cut a chunk off of it, threw it out, hoping the pike might bite off of it. But I've never thrown a full live snake on the end of my line. That just seems crazy. Wasn't intentional, bro. You go side, land, and you get more chance to get fish. Sometimes. Minnesota, you can use, yeah, a lot of places. In eastern Montana, live bait is allowed in most water bodies. Western Montana, almost none, like central. So it depends on where you're at. Regulations differ everywhere. There's reasons, there's rationale for it. I don't get too bent out of shape about it. Most of the fishing that I've done in my life has been in water bodies where it's just simply not allowed. So I don't know what I'm missing. I don't ever really fish with live bait. Why? Cut a hole in the bottle? Why? I don't have a pocket knife, but I have scissors, or I have a fillet knife. Don't make sure it's cutting. Don't like wrench on it and bend them. Otherwise it won't cut line anymore. All right. Out here, live bait is very lake specific. You can have one lake that fishes live bait, and 5 miles down the road, the other you can't. Yeah, that's weird. But that's the way the regulations go sometimes. I try not to get too bent out about it, bent out of shape. The rules are the rules. Fish within the rules. I mean, I fished almost my entire life without running live bait. I do all right. Some days we suck, we get our butts kicked, but I don't think that's because I'm using live bait or not. It's just because we suck at fishing. What are you gonna do with your half a bottle of ice? Oh. And then spill it everywhere? You're gonna put the last little drool bottom of your lemonade in a cup of ice? There is. Oh no, maybe I think I only, there's more in the other cooler. I think I might have only put one. There's Gatorade though. Sprite, Mountain Dew. Did I put any Sprite in there? I think there might be one Sprite. Yeah. There's not a whole lot that fits in here, sorry. You can have one of the Gatorades, or whatever you want there. I forgot to put a Sprite in there. Will you make sure that never mind. I was gonna say, don't drown the caterpillars.
The caterpillars are fun.
Gotta remember when it's hot out, live bait, don't stay out. Yeah. No, I do fish with dead bait, cut bait quite often. And that can be quite effective. Bottom fishing or dragging it along the bottom. Unfortunately, the bait shop where I normally buy it was closed last night when I drove by there, so we ended up with crawlers, caterpillars, butterworms, and our bunch of artificial stuff. How's it going, Rod and squad? It's hot in Missoula. How hot is it there? Mid 80s here. It's a little toasty whiskey. It's not too bad though. You're probably hotter in Missoula. We have the breeze kicks up every once in a while, which feels incredible. But yeah, it hasn't been. It's not torturous hot here yet. It's just toasty. I think the Burbot ate all the fish. Logan, you might be right. I've been thinking that all day. Especially after being told that the rainbow really don't get very big in here, which is crazy. Because they stock Gerrard rainbow. Gerrard rainbow are one strain that produces trophy-sized fish. Kamloops and Gerrard are the ones, when you hear somebody say, I caught a 25-pound or a 30-pound rainbow trout, 99.9% chance that's probably a Kamloops, a Gerrard, or some variation of a Kamloops or a Gerrard. They're just a strain that grows big. They grow fast, and they're known to be really good fighters. But somebody in here was saying that they've never caught a rainbow out of here bigger than, 12 to 16 inches, which is just insane to me. The Burbot get fat in here though, 30 plus inches, 8+ pounds. So, and that's not a fish, that's just these we're back down in the basin again. We got our Dipsy diver out and another 4-ounce snap weight, so it didn't make sense to go upstream yet. We will here in a little bit though. We're gonna go that way. Forage must be lacking. Yeah, so if you read about this water body on the Fish, Wildlife, and Park page, they say that they started stocking Kokanee salmon as well as Gerrard rainbow trout. I think it was like 2015, so 11 years ago or so, 12 years ago almost. And that should be, but they said that they put them in here to try and create more trophy opportunity. I don't know. Maybe there's not enough forage in here. Maybe the Burbot are eating them all. I don't know. We are marking lots of fish in here. Just haven't caught anything but frickin' minnows. Use the Dipsy up shallow, run it roughly 5 to 8. So Logan, I do have smaller Dipsies. I've never really run them for shallow. I've seen people do it. I just, off the top of my head, I don't know the right amount of line. I'd have to look at the damn chart on it to see what setting I need to have it out to and how much line to have out to get one of the smaller ones to run at a shallow distance without snagging up. Sink, all right, we'll fix it. Neon worms, I have some bright pink worms. We're marking fish 10 foot, 20 foot, 30 foot, over 70 foot bottom. Yellow trust, I got an 18-pound yellow what? Yellow worm? Trolling with a yellow worm? Jigging? How are you fishing it? Because we're trolling right now. We're gonna do some jigging later this evening once the temperatures cool off a little bit, sun starts to go down. I think we're gonna hop back to a couple of places where we're marking some good fish on bottom that look like burbot. And we're gonna try jigging for some burbot. But right now we're mapping, we're trolling around. We're trying to get, there's 5 different species of trout in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout, west slope cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, and brook trout. And all we've managed to catch is 2 itty bitty rainbows. So we're dinking around. There's Kokanee salmon in here, there's mountain whitefish. There's supposed to be a pretty decent variety of fish in here. We're just sucking at it right now. The truly big fish that I've seen come out of here that are posted on FishBrain are burbot. But again, you're typically not gonna catch those trolling. You might catch one rarely trolling, maybe running a bottom bouncer or something like that, which we could try, we haven't tried. But I think the best use of our time right now is to troll and to map and to look for burbot to stop at later to try and jig for. Okay, brother, I'm heading out. Talk to you later. All right, El Dabo, thanks for coming and hanging out. Always a pleasure to see you. Hope your weather's a little cooler so you can finish your roof tomorrow. Good to see you fishing. I thought you were going out on the 11th. We got here last night at like midnight and found a very crappy spot to camp in the dark. We've been out here on the water since about 6 a.m. this morning. We're gonna camp out again tonight, and hopefully we're gonna be able to stream again tomorrow. The current, underwater current these are creating. Well, what you see at the surface isn't all of it. It goes down deeper, so that's what that was, is deep current from this damn wake boat that was passing by. Hey Rod, that water's so great. Isn't it, Jamie? It's weird looking. Yeah, there's like an algal bloom in here. It's like just weird green looking. It's kind of unique. I don't think any other water body I've fished in Montana has this shade of green. Most of them have a shade of green, but not this shade of green. No, our biggest fish today has been about yay big. And then the second one was even smaller. I think like an 8-incher and like a 7-incher. Looks like you're in a tropical area, right? The blue-green seas of the Caribbean. No, I'm assuming it's an algal bloom in here. Do what?
You have a spinner out?
No, we didn't end up with, I mean, our wedding ring harnesses are basically a spinner, but no, we didn't end up doing a Vibrex or a panther martin, we put down a small spoon and another dodger instead. So similar to what's on this line, but a spoon instead of a worm harness rig. Just a little bit, it's called a Dick Knight. All right, we need to change something though. We're not getting hit. I'm gonna come up more shallow with these worm harness rigs. We've been running at 3 colors. Let's bump it back up to 2 colors. Let's do 60 foot. Just a slight change. I am seeing more stuff in that top like 20 foot of the water column. So let's adjust a little bit. Need to find somewhere else for my flag here. Seen the 2 earlier? Yeah, we've had a couple of bites. Our last bite I think was on our Dipsy diver. I probably should check on that. We might be full of weeds on that. It's been a minute since we've pulled any of these rods in. We should probably cycle through them and make sure we're not fouled up with a bunch of weeds. How you been? Doing good, grass bass. How you doing, buddy? Run them at most common marked fish depth. Yeah. Well, so we have the Dipsy and the planer board rod. We have a 4-ounce snap weight, and the Dipsy's running about 45 foot. So we're down, we dropped our fish hawk down. We have 52 to 54 degree temperature right at around 45 foot. So we're trying to run at like 40 foot, a little bit above that temperature zone. Should be plenty close enough for the Kokanee, if they're down there, to see it and come up and smack it. Hammy, we forgot little Jimmy. Oh, come on, it's 4:44. Y'all, oh man, we missed little Jimmy. Shoot. That's a damn shame. Should we put little Jimmy out? We kind of missed his 420 appearance. Could try casting. Yeah, we're gonna do casting and jigging once the sun goes down. Once we stop, it gets so hot. The little bit of movement we have helps cool us down a little bit. So yeah, we could cast, but not right now. Not in the heat of the day here. We're gonna bump our speed up a little bit again. Let's do 1.6. Fuck it, let's do 1.8. That's where all of our fish, both of our fish that we've caught today were at, and 1 or 2 of our bites. Let's speed her up just a touch. Just gonna ask, did you know Z-Man is making sinking elastic? Sinking elastic? No, I haven't heard of that. I just come from fishing. I got 9 snapper, wonderful day. Heck yeah. I've never caught a snapper. That sounds like a good day on the water for sure. Tick, 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 tick. No more tick. No dance? You dance. Never fish that water, boys. My best advice would be don't listen to my advice about it, right? Late to the stream, how's it going? Hey, JB Joe. We're getting smacked here. We've caught 2 rainbow trout in the last 11 hours. The biggest was 8 inches. The smallest was 6 or 7 inches. I think we've had 2 or 3 other bites aside from that. One of them solid was a hookup we had at the back of the boat, but we lost it. One of them was on the Dipsy, and I think I lost the fish trying to set the Dipsy so I could reel the damn thing in. It has not been a very productive day. We've mapped the crap out of the south end of this reservoir. But that's about all we've accomplished today. Trout or muskie? No muskie in here. There's 5 different kinds of trout in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, west slope cutthroat trout, and Yellowstone cutthroat trout. There's also Kokanee salmon in here, mountain whitefish. And the true target of today, it'll be this evening, is Burbot. Fat, slimy goblins. Lost a big barramundi. Oh man. You fish? No, we have not gone up to the north end yet. We've mapped out almost all of the south end, other than I need one more closer pass to the shoreline. We started running a Dipsy diver and a 4-ounce snap weight, seeing if maybe we could get the Kokanee to bite down in the basin here. Oh, fish on! Fish on, y'all! There's fish in here. It feels bigger than 8 inches. Holy shit! Oh, is he still there? Oh, did I lose him? Please tell me I didn't just lose this fish. I don't feel him anymore, guys. Oh, there he is. He's alive! It's a fish! I'm excited. It's been 6 hours since we caught something. Oh, it's not a big one. Oh, he's a monster. He's not just big, he's huge. Look at this behemoth, y'all. You will not believe this fish, guys. Oh, stay on there. Landed. Holy shit, look at that. This thing's a monster. It's at least 9 inches. Sorry. Y'all can't tell I'm losing my damn mind out here in the heat, catching these tiny ass fish. No. All right, I'm trying to get, just chill. 10 seconds, fish brain done. Fish brain. We gotta post our monster. This is a new PB for me at this water body. Suck it, y'all. I caught a 9-incher. This one does not have a hook in the back of his head. She's fair game. We're gonna post her. Holy shit. All right, we're gonna get her in the water. All right, we're not gonna mess with this one any longer than we have to. We're gonna get her in the water. Fish number 3 landed, y'all. All right. And again, on our worm harness rig. Over 50-foot bottom. Just a rainbow trout. Was it a cutty? Damn, I wasn't paying attention. I just thought it was a rainbow. No, that's not a cutthroat. That's just a rainbow. There's no red on its underside. Just a itty bitty rainbow. Did you know Z-Man is also making a new chatterbait called the PZ2? No, I haven't heard that. No, that's 100%. You can see there. Hold on. Rewind and look again. I'll have to review the catch afterwards. Holy shit, fish brain. It's like, I think it's a walleye. I think you're retarded. It's a rainbow trout. All right, uploading to fish brain our monster that we just caught there. We're gonna call that a solid 9 inches. Truly monstrous. That's the second one we've caught off of our lake troll and worm harness rig. We just moved that pole up to 60 foot too, didn't we? So that's maybe what did it. Maybe we are just running too deep. We did also bump the speed up. We're doing 1.8. If you guys want to find me on Fishbrain to check out that incredible catch, sarcasm off, you can find me on Fishbrain at Vox, V as in Victor, O-X, Vox. Oops. We went out too far, bringing it into 60 foot. So 60 foot with lead line is more like 10 to 14 foot depth. Oh, try bumping yours in. How far out are you? Try bumping it to 60 foot. See if maybe we can reproduce that. Huh? 50?
No, you just said?
60. Clicker off. Drag forward. And then crank. Definitely the green. Yeah, very pale. From what I understand, there's 3 different strains of rainbow in here. Arley, Eagle Lake, and Gerrard. I don't know offhand how to identify the difference. But yeah, they're the last 2 that we've caught were way paler than paler and like greenish tinge to it than the first one that we caught. But I'm fairly certain that was it does have a red slit. Really interesting. Well, y'all, we might have caught a second species today. Logan says that was a cutthroat. I don't know what west slope or a Yellowstone cutthroat, but if it did have the cutthroat, typically just have around the gill plate or underneath, they'll have a red patch on both sides. Hence the name cutthroat. It's just a red patterning. Somebody in here, I forget who earlier, maybe it was you, Logan. Were you the one that was telling us the difference? How to identify the difference between them? Well, dang, that's a shame. If that's the case, I wish I would have got a picture of the slits. We'll have to, again, I will review the video once we get home. Usually, if you guys ever go back to rewatch my streams, especially the more recent streams, I'm trying to improve the accuracy. I try to timestamp all the different bites, all the catches, anything memorable that happens in the stream to make these 12 and 14 hour long streams more rewatchable for people. So we will, after this video gets rendered, we'll review it, and maybe that was a cutthroat. It looked like a rainbow trout to me. I keep forgetting that cutthroat are in here. And to look, the water's green. They have smaller gill plates. I could see a red slight on the right side. Couldn't see the left side because it was facing the opposite way. Yeah, it was flopping all over the damn place. Tim says that was a smallmouth bass. What a funny looking bass, Tim. We catch some toothy bass over at Pishkin from time to time. I'm sure they're bass, but everybody keeps telling me that they're tiger muskies. JK. It could have been, yeah. I think any water body that has rainbow and cutthroat in it can potentially produce cutbow. And again, I have no idea how to tell the difference between a cutthroat and a cutbow, or the myriad of different hybrids. Hybrid rainbow trout are weird. There's so damn many of them. I'll take a closer look. It looked like a stalker though, so probably not a cutbow. Let's see here. I would say if it were a cutbow, you would not see, I think they don't stock cutbows. So if the adipose fin is clipped, which it is, not a cutbow. It's either a rainbow or a cutthroat. But somebody was saying, so one of the Yellowstone versus the West Slope, one of them has more irregular dots on it. One of them is much more patterned, even. Yeah, I don't see any red on the underside. I don't know, man. Maybe a bad angle, but you guys can't see that shit. There's too much glare. The cutthroat that I've caught in the past had really distinct under the gills, big red splotches. But again, what I caught was a west slope. Maybe the Yellowstone cutties are not as distinctly colored. I don't know. Cutbow is a rainbow with cutty slits. Well, a cutbow is a rainbow crossed with a cutthroat trout. So it's a rainbow with cutty slits. So it just looks like a rainbow, but it has the red markings. Make sure you hydrate. Yeah, I need to drink this soda down before it gets 85 degrees like the last one. The slit was more under the chin. Huh. Yeah, that angle does it. If it's there, you can't see it. But what I'm saying is the cutthroat that I've caught in the past, you would see it there. The whole underside of the gill plate has a red line. Granted, I haven't caught a whole lot of them. I fished up from Pishkin. There's a lake called Tunnel Lake. And I was up there trying to catch damn Pokemon fish. I wanted to catch me an Arctic grayling. And all I managed to catch was a couple of tiny cutthroat. And I'm pretty sure those are west slope cutthroat trout that are in there. Yeah, she's hiding in the shade under the... Dang, that's a fat fish at 30 foot. She's just hanging out under her PFD back there in the shade watching a video on her phone. Waiting for a real fish to bite. She thought I was gonna take her out and get her skunked. But look at this. We've caught massive fish today. Aren't you proud?
Yeah,
So proud. You gotta beat my 9-incher now. It's gonna be hard. Think you can do it? Challenge accepted. She's not convinced. She said possibly. Don't ever disrespect me catching small fish on a Friday. Let's go, Orghost. Hey, at least we're out here catching something. They might be minnows, but they are fish. How many fish have you caught today? We've caught 3 minnows. Almost big enough to be bait. Almost. Is Mia fishing too? Yeah, she's chilling back here. We got 2 down rods out on lead core, and then a planer board on this side and a Dipsy diver on the other side. I'm gonna pull up that Dipsy diver and check it. We've bounced that off the ground, I think a couple of times now. We might be full of weeds. God, these so much drag on them. These fucking big Dipsies are like pulling in a log. Ooh, we set the release to, all right, we got it. Keep the next rainbow, claim, clean it on the boat, then use the head for Burbot with a glow lure later. Logan, are trout heads legal to use as cut bait? I know that some, I would have to look for this particular water body to see if there's any call-outs on it. But I know that a lot of oh, what the hell? That's not our line. We caught somebody else's line, y'all. That is tiny ass. Oh shit, and somebody else's spoon. That is an old spoon. Y'all, we are pulling some weird shit out today. I wonder what's on the other end of it. Can you keep pulling that without knocking that rod out? See that line that's going out there? Don't yank it against me. I got a hook in my hand. Yeah, keep bringing it in. See what's on the other end of it. Y'all gotta see this ancient ass spoon we just pulled out of here. Yeah, take and kind of wrap it. Or I guess you could just keep doing that. God, I don't even know what that is. Can anyone identify what the hell kind of weird ass spoon this is? That is a weirdest shaped spoon. It's all grummy and I don't know if I could clean that off. It looks like silver underneath. It looks super shiny underneath all the scum. Oh shit, it says on it. What does it say? Oh, it's all... Oh shit, it cleans. What is it? What the hell? I've never heard of it. A Pflueger Limper size 1. Have you ever heard of that spoon? A Pflueger Limper 1? On some of the... What is that, like 2-pound test? A Pflueger Limper 1. That sucker's been down there a long time. Is that all of it? And we got 100 feet or so of very old, I'm assuming this is monofilament. Cool catch. Not a fish, but a cool catch. Throw it on the Dipsy. We'll give her a spit shine first. We'll run that at some point. We're probably gonna have to put a new hook on it. That hook is looking a little decrepit. New hook and a split. Let me get this hook and split off of here, and then we will task Mia back there with cleaning our newfound lure since it was caught on her line. And then we'll see if we can catch a fish on it. God, this split ring, there's almost nothing left of it. It's just decayed. This shit has been down there a long time, you guys. In fact, I could, yeah, I broke it off. I didn't even have to untwist it. A Pflueger Limper, size 1. Made in the USA. How about that? Now, let's get this other split ring off here too. You want to spit shine that? No. She just said no, she does not. She wants nothing to do with that, y'all. Holy hell. Y'all hold on. Don't fall off the boat. All right, we did have some weeds on here. And our crawler there is not looking, oh, still healthy. I'm gonna trim it though. Let's cut down the size on that guy a little bit, throw her back out there. What? Who? I don't know. We're on a roll here, guys, with weird shit catches today. All right, we're gonna bump this over to a 3 setting, so slightly shallower. But a further away. All right, let that out to about, let's just do 75 foot on it. I will spit shine it. That is a very high bridge, longest in the world. Quinn with the gold coin, the star, the star. Thank you, Quinn. Damn, someone jumped off the Mackinac Bridge. They dead, probably won't be found. Dang. Oh, wow. John says, made in the USA between 1930 and 1950. We have a true relic here, y'all. That's cool. Yeah, it's just got like a layer of scum on it, but it's super shiny underneath. There is a little bit of rust. We're literally spit shining this here, guys. Ah, it's just got a crust on it. That doesn't even, we'll scrape her down first. What an interesting catch. It's the oldest lure in my tackle box, 100%. She's still got some shine to it. Gold coin, star, star from Quinn. How you doing, Quinn? Welcome to the stream. Welcome everybody joining. We're out here in south central Montana. This is Newlan Creek Reservoir. We're out here trying to catch something. We just caught a lure from like 1930 to 1950. I'm trying to clean it up a little bit. It's just got a layer of, God knows how long it's been down there, decades by the looks of it. Did you see what this is made out of? Is that really just stainless steel, or is there silver in here? It looks like maybe it's copper underneath, but plated with silver maybe? That has a crazy shine on it. And there's actually, what I thought was rust is actually just where the top finish has come off and is exposing what appears to be copper underneath. I think this might be silver plated. Could be chrome, I guess, too, though. But I would expect, did they chrome plate copper? There we go. I cleaned up pretty good. A Pflueger Limper 1. What an odd looking lure. Have you sabotaged Mia's lines so she doesn't outfish yet? No, no. She's every fish that's come on her side of the boat has, in fact, she even reeled in one on my side of the boat. That was the first fish. We let her have the first fish, but it fell off right at the back of the boat. So no, we're not sabotaging her. We're both trying to catch some fish. Cool, interesting. Chrome, think so? Could be. Send it, someone used it for a reason. Yeah, we gotta put, we're gonna have to do a little bit of work on it. I gotta put 2 split rings on it and a new treble. Oh, which I guess we could do. That's not that hard. That's not that hard, he says. Uh-huh. All right, 1 ring. Almost. I hate putting split rings on spoons, especially fat spoons. Ooh, almost. There we go. All right, we have a very misshapen ring on this one. God, I killed that. Killed it trying to get it on there. There we go, that's not bad. All right, 2 split rings on. That took way longer than it should have. And I'm not gonna put a I'm gonna put a single hook back on it, not a treble. Give me a sec here, guys. Sorry, we're a little preoccupied with trying to fix this spoon. I don't think this hook is gonna fit. I need a bigger eye on the hook. Let's grab. That hook is probably, is definitely a little bit big for it. All right, you guys. 1930 to 1950 Pflueger brand Limper 1. New split rings. We put a completely wrong hook on it, but we're gonna run it. We will put that out at some point here in the near future. Any salmon there? Yes, Kokanee salmon, Roger. I don't think they get very big from what I've been told, but they are in here. So what body of water? Newlan Creek Reservoir in south central Montana. Giant baby trout, Spanish Armada behind you, right? Trying to get away from all that shit. Seems like no matter where we go, they follow though. 7, 8, and 9-inch babies. Yeah, we're counting. We're learning to count to 10, y'all. In trout. Treble hook. What's up? Whistle blue. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the only trebles that I have on the boat, unless I rob it off of a different lure, are way bigger than what you would typically put on there. Fish whistle 30, y'all. All right, y'all, we are officially in no man's land here. We have not mapped any of this section of the reservoir yet. We might snag up on shit. It starts getting shallower. I don't know offhand where. But we are running up this direction to see if we can find some fish. And I can't read anything right now. I'm gonna steelhead, buried a hook in my finger tonight, Rod. It was fun. Oh, God. Justin, that sucks. I've never buried one straight in. I got hooked by a thrashing pike with a crankbait, and it went, you can kind of see the scar from it. It went from about yay and just tore straight through. I had like a 1-inch gash in the web of my hand. I've stuck myself with a treble hook in one of my forearms. I was using a light little spinner and I cast it out and it was windy and I got a wind knot and it whipped back and stuck me in the arm. past the bend from a, oh God, and a thrashing pike. That is brutal, man. Did you get it out? There's steelhead in Lake Erie, I think. Steelhead in Idaho alongside the furthest inland seaport. In Idaho? There's no access to salt water in Idaho, is there? Is there a river in Idaho that runs straight to the sea? I could be wrong. Ripped it out. Oh, God, man. That's rough. Yeah, I'm thankful the one that ripped the web in my hand tore clean through. It just left a giant gash and all the lovely fat globules and shit sticking out. Not very pleasant. The one that I got caught in my forearm, I couldn't pull out. It was far enough in, but wasn't close enough that it made sense to keep poking it through. I ended up taking just a sharp, brand new razor blade and nick, and I opened it up enough to pull it out, which wasn't fun. Not even a little. Fishing Lake Erie, not true steelhead. They're hatchery raised fish that resemble steelhead, but they're not definition. Yeah, a real steelhead by definition has access to salt water. They live primarily in salt water or brackish water, and they come back to spawn in fresh water. So a true steelhead needs access to salt or brackish water. If it doesn't, it's by definition not a steelhead, it's a rainbow trout. Richard, we've got 3 rainbow trout, and our last one was the biggest of the day at a whopping 9 inches. I feel like I'm back at Canyon Ferry, y'all. All I catch there is babies. But if it does have access to salt or brackish water, it could be a true steelhead. But that's from my understanding the distinction that's what the difference between a rainbow and a steelhead is access to salt or brackish water. That's the same thing. That's the difference between a Kokanee salmon, which is landlocked freshwater only, and a sockeye salmon, which has access to brackish or salt water. Letting it out a little further. Thumb on it. Don't ever free spool it like that. We're getting a little more shallow here. In fact, no, bring it back in a little bit. We're in 25 foot of water. Yeah, close it and bring it back in. We're going up the river. We're gonna have to bring our lures up slightly in the water column. Lewiston is Idaho's only seaport. I think there's steelhead, Idaho, that run from the ocean. Is there actually access to the ocean from Idaho? I did not know that. That's crazy. That's one whole state over, so it goes all the way through Washington to Idaho? Huh. Yeah, we gotta bring in this 4-ounce snap weight. That ain't gonna do. We'll throw a 2-ounce on it. we're coming up into shallower water, so I think we need to take our Dipsy off. We need to take our 4-ounce off. We need to start fishing top 10, 15 foot of the water column, not 20, 30 foot down. We're fouled up on our hook. That's awesome. All right, we're over 30 foot of bottom right now. I'm gonna swap out our Dick Knight here for our new spoon. And I'm gonna put, will you pull in that Dipsy diver there? Pick up the pole, stand up. No, 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 don't do it ever sitting down. You're grabbing it the wrong angle, you're gonna drop it, you're gonna tangle it. Pick it up and pull up hard, not like hard, but brisk. You'll set the Dipsy diver and it'll be easier to pull in. No, 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 yank up on it. Harder, snap it. No, you gotta set it like you're setting the hook. You're pulling the clip on it. So you gotta yank on it, and you'll feel it, that there's not as much drag on it anymore. And then reel. But try and hold it out. Keep it away from the line here. Always line management. All right, hand it to me. I don't think it's set. Sorry. You're gonna tangle it up. Like that. Yeah, see now it doesn't have the drag on it. Say what?
Caught up on itself.
Is it? What the hell? All right, we're gonna throw this back out. We're just gonna put a 1-ounce snap weight on this now. We're gonna throw this little guy on there. Now we'll put I'm gonna put the planer board on it as well, might as well. We don't want any more tangles. Oh. "30-foot bottom." Yeah, we did somehow manage to tangle up on ourselves there. All right, we're gonna do a 2-ounce weight on this other guy. All right, we're at 15-foot bottom. We are way too shallow. All right, we're almost. Nice, any Chinook caught is a good Chinook. I've never caught a Chinook, that'd be fun. 27-pound steelheads, I'd say. That's a big fish. I wish. Grays River, Hoblock drainage. Got the first one. All right, let's get this other planer board on there. Oh, damn it. Shoot. Damn it, it just pulled off again. I need to tighten that. Hold on. Hold on, guys, I'm trying to tighten the release on this planer board. It's a little too loose. That should hold it a little bit better. All right, we got our second planer board rod going out. Been trying to break 30 pounds for the past 30 years, haven't yet, but caught thousands of them. Nice, Patrick. Rod has the best streams even when he doesn't catch much. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Justin, we try, but don't count us out yet. We're gonna keep at it. We might figure him out here. Again, we're heading to a different part of the water body right now. Oh, good fish, 15, 20, and 25 foot. So you're at 60 foot on yours, Mia?
Yeah, I put it on 60.
Okay, 60 there, 60. Or a 1 ounce and a 2 ounce. So this one is probably our deepest diver right now. All right, we are reset, you guys. We just put our spoon that we caught, our Pflueger. That was it called, a Pflueger. I don't know. Pflueger something. Our ancient spoon that we just pulled out. Night bite is coming, I hope so. We are almost at 12 hours, y'all. It has been a long and toasty day out here. We started freezing this morning. It was 45 degrees. It's now 85 degrees. So we have gone from 45 degrees this morning to over 85 degrees right now. Went from being chilly to toasty. Limper, thank you, John. What a weird lure. That'd be so cool if we catch something on it. Spoon from Roman Empire. No, never. I'm not a social media person of any kind. Not the name, but presidential spoon would be appropriate. 23 foot. Kind of in the middle of the channel here. This is getting fairly shallow. I don't know how much. Let me look on Fish Brain. See how much further up this water body goes. All right, we're almost at the top of it. 20-foot bottom. Watch this rod right here. If we start bouncing real crazy, we're hitting bottom. I think we're gonna start spinning around. They've got one boat coming to pass us here. I was just doing some reading on the Gerrard trout. If you have a big 6-inch swim bait or paddle tail, try trolling at about 25 foot. Interesting, SoCal. Big swim or paddle tail. I will have to think about what's in my box. That's a big bait. But I guess if you're fishing for a 20+ pound fish, they've only been in here 11 years though. I don't know. Look up how big a Gerrard trout can grow in 11 years. I don't think they're 20 pounders. I don't think they trout grows 2 pounds per year. Then again, trout only live to be 10, 15 years old, don't they? Do I want what? Pull that, reel it in. Pick it up, stand up. Bring it in to 60 foot. What's it at? Oh. Watch what again, you got two reels, 2 lines back there. Don't get it tangled. Hold that out. Bring it in 20 feet. I think we're just too shallow. Bring it in and let's take that board off. We got a 2-ounce weight on there. I'm gonna have to dig out another 1-ounce weight. Just keep. Oh. I'm sorry, it's getting really shallow here. We're coming over a hump. Bring it in and back up so I can get this board off of there. Back up, back up, back up. We're hitting bottom on that one now too. Trying to get turned around here. Back up, back up. All right, go in between these. Reel, reel, reel. Don't get it into this line. Over, control where you're, reel. You gotta go in between the lines that are going out. Lift it over. Oh. Flip the pole holder. All right, we're on 45 foot on that one. Should be good. Whole bunch of fish holding in there. All right, we're turning back around. It's getting way too shallow up here. There are a lot of fish up here though. We're at like 17-foot bottom right here. A lot of line twist. What did I miss? Grave bait, $6.99 super chat. Cough your bait on me. 1 week of my army life left. 16 subs away to stream once I'm out on the 17th. How have you been this week, bro? Thank you for your support, Grave bait. That's awesome. Only a week left. You are almost there, my friend. And so close to the streaming. Y'all go over and check Grave bait out. If you like his content, hit that sub button, help him get to his 50 subs. It's so hard getting to the first 50 subs. You know what? That year when Crow died, JB wife, daddy killed Moonfeld, you're always talking about some weird shit, man. Yo, you got a fish? No, Jamie, there's no fish. We got real shallow there. We had to bring some of our lures up so we weren't smacking on bottom. We're turned back around though. We will probably get them back out here shortly. But congratulations again, Grave. Thank you for your support. Hang in there, you're almost done. 6 to 10 would be average, 11 to 15 would be considered large, and there's a possibility of 15 to 20. Yeah, so they've only been stocking this water body with Gerrard for 11 years. It's a fairly new for them. So we wouldn't have any that are 15 to 20 years old in here. Truth be told, I've caught more ling at Newlan's ice fishing, but have caught decent ling July 3rd. Interesting, Patrick. During night though, and jigging for them or from shore? How are you catching them on July 3rd? I mean, we're basically, that's the same time of the year. 3 to 6 pounds, very nice. Yeah, most of the catches, all the catches on Fish Brain, except for I think 1 or 2 are winter catches. Oops. What have you caught? Fishing, we've caught 3 rainbow trout. 3 baby rainbow trout. The smallest rainbow trout I've ever caught while trolling. I don't know, I thought this water body had big trout. Apparently there's big browns in here. All we keep catching is baby rainbows. They don't live past, oh, really? Huh. That can't be. They gotta live longer than 6 years. 7, 8, and 9 inch rainbows jigging off the bottom is what I see off that reservoir, at least on Fish Brain. Yeah. Again, we will, once dusk hits, once that sun goes down, we've marked a handful of spots that look like they were holding burbot. We'll revisit those spots and spot lock and try and pull some off the bottom. Your luck with browns hasn't... Yeah, we haven't caught a single brown at all this year. We've fished numerous water bodies that have brown in it. We're fishing all the cranks and stuff that they would typically bite at. I think our early season, we just weren't trolling shallow enough for them. This time of the year, I don't know where the hell the brown trout are. Brown trout this time of the year for me have always just been a random ass catch. I'll catch rainbow all day and then bam, a brown. But you'll get like one every, you know, month, every 2-3 times you fish a water body if you're lucky. All right. All right, we're gonna let this, no, we're out at 60. We're 2 colors out on that. What are you out on yours, Mia? Is that 60 foot still, or did you bring it in? All right. We're gonna get this this rig back out in the water. It was just way too shallow up there, so we will we're mapping blind right now. It's gonna take us a little while to find some safe areas to troll in here or around here. All right, we got all 4 rods back out. Bite on yellow line. Hey there, Cromer's all American. That's planer board bounce. He's trolling. They're running in the Ocean River. I think those were rainbow smelt. Yeah, they're babies. Itty bitties. I think they did just do a recent stock in here, but I think they stock like 4 to 5 inchers, so those are probably earlier this season. I don't know how many times a year they stock here. I wish I was fishing Black Lake, New York. What kind of fish are in Black Lake, Joe Appy? I don't know who I talk to online. The more I read about Gerrard, the more I'm finding their big baits resemble suckers, rainbows, Kokanee, the most effective. Well, that makes sense. I mean, they're in, you fish the forage that's in there. So something that looks like a Kokanee or a rainbow would be a common diet for a big rainbow. Have we run a rainbow trout pattern on anything yet today? I don't think we have. We ran a yellow perch earlier, but there's not actually perch in here, so they wouldn't see perch. Rainbow trout are spicy, hard to keep on. They can be. We've landed 3 of the little bastards today. The tiniest rainbow trout I've ever caught trolling. We need another one. I want a brown trout or a cutthroat. I don't know. Logan was convinced the last one that we caught was a cutty. I didn't see red on it. He said he skipped back and saw a red fringe on the bottom of the jaw. It just looked like a rainbow to me. A very pale, kind of an odd looking rainbow. But 2 of them that we caught today were that like pale greenish. The first one that we caught today was more normal looking. They use those little rainbow trout for bait for the Cumberland River for giant striped. Oh, really? Yeah, we can't use them here for bait. Your Dodger was close. We did, yeah, the one, the Mia's catch today was off the Dodger and the Hoochie rig. It's been a while since we've checked on that one. You might want to, has it been a minute since we brought that in? Might bring it in and check it, make sure that there's not garbage on it, and then let it back out again. Clicker, drag. Clicker, drag, reel. +40 pounds. Yeah, there'd be bait size if they're big fish in there. You know when you get a cutthroat. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The West Slope cutthroat that I caught at Tunnel Lake had big, very distinct lines, you know, under the gill. There was no mistaking. And the picture that I just posted, you can see, I mean, it's not a full on, you can't see under the chin, but you can see the side of the gill plate. I didn't see what I would expect for a cutty to look like. But there's, I don't know what a Yellowstone cutthroat trout looks like. I've only caught West Slope. So I don't know, maybe a Yellowstone cutty looks more like a rainbow than it does. Oh, you do, you got a salad on there. I wonder if I could, let's do that on all of these. Well, Mia's been running a salad on her line for God knows how long, so that would explain maybe why we haven't hooked up on hers. She's gonna reset. We're gonna check this line real quick too, just to make sure. Might as well. You can if you want. Oh, dang, we're funked up on this one, so that was probably from turning. But yeah, you could go a little bit deeper. Our last catch was at 60, so I mean, you don't need to go too much deeper. Just remember that basically every 30 foot you're putting out is another 5 to 7 foot that you're going down in the water column. And we're only at 31 foot right now. So 2 colors out, you're